Hey friends, this is our Dean's Fandom of Fiction. In today's special we are gonna see Savannah's deadly cycle, Sam and Dean's fight for survival. Sorry for disturbance, you skip 20 seconds from here. This note for author of the fanfiction. I have given credits to author in description of the video by. If the original author wishes to reclaim copyright or remove this video, I kindly request before giving copyright strike. Please contact us using the information provided in the pinned comment. We respect and acknowledge authorship rights, and I will delete that specific video by myself. Thank you. Fiction start from here. Savannah, Georgia, February 3, 1921. Lewis Archer stood over his sleeping son. James was lying on his bed, still clothed in the crisp, white shirt and dress pants he'd had on earlier. His bow tie and dinner jacket lay discarded beside the large bed. His shirt was unbuttoned at the collar. His high-shine shoes, still laced on his feet, reflected the electric light above the bed. James had been pulling his belongings from the closet and the dresser. Some lay strewn across the imported Persian carpet. Others had been stuffed haphazardly into a large suitcase open at the foot of the bed. He had fallen asleep halfway through the process of packing. He was at the moment at his most vulnerable. Now was the opportunity for Lewis to do what he had been told to do by God. A God-fearing man, Lewis worshipped at the Cathedral of John the Baptist every Sunday, and he was one of the main benefactors funding any renovations and refurbishments that the church required. He had raised his two sons in the same manner. So what he was about to do he considered God's work, God's will. God had told him to do this. He had whispered in Lewis's ear, telling him he must do this. Lewis looked down into the handsome face of his younger son. In his mind was replaying the conversation he and James had no more than an hour ago at the bottom of the staircase, when James had come in after another night out with his so-called friend, his lover. Lewis had earlier tonight found out James' secret. He was having a love affair with a man, that good-for-nothing wastrel, Eric Benoit. His son was now corrupted. The drawl of their pure southern accents rose loud through the large family home, as they each tried to make the other see their point of view. His father's closed expression goaded James to shout, "Father, please try to understand. I've been living a lie, lying to myself, to you, to Richard, to the whole of Savannah. I'm not going to do that anymore." James paused, drawing a breath before continuing more calmly. "I tried to deny the way I felt, I really did, but I have accepted the way I am. The way I feel about Eric, the first love him, and we want to be together." Lewis couldn't believe those words had come from his son's mouth. He was shocked, angry, disappointed, ashamed. He yelled at James, hoping to make him see this for what it was, a mistake. He was throwing his life away because of his misguided feelings for a man. Love? How can you call that love? It's against God and nature. That's not the way God intended men to love. It's evil and abomination. Thank God your mother is not alive to see what you have become. It would have broken her heart as you have broken mine." James was breathing heavily, his face flushed with anger and frustration. His green eyes, so like his mother's, were filled with hurt as they searched his father's face, looking for something. Acceptance, maybe. "I'm sorry you feel that way, but it doesn't change anything. I'm not going to let you. You are my son. This is my home. You will do as I say, or suffer the consequences. James, if you continue with this nonsense, then I will no longer call you my son. I will disown you, disinherit you. You will get nothing from me. I will never speak your name again. Do you understand me?" James' eyes widened with shock, only to be wiped away a moment later by a look of resignation. "So be it. I don't need your money, your name. I'll be gone tomorrow. You'll never see me again. I hope you're satisfied. Goodbye, father." James turned away and rushed up the staircase, his hand-tailored suit pulling across the muscles of his back as he took the stairs two at a time. Lewis stood staring at the top of the stairs, long after James had disappeared from his line of sight, and the echoing of the slamming of his son's bedroom door had fallen away. Lewis didn't know how long it was that he stood there before God spoke to him, told him what must be done, and Lewis was the one that would fulfill God's will. Now as Lewis continued to look upon his son, his steel-gray eyes were cold. Not a trace of the loving father he had been remained. Lewis knew what he had to do. He had to do it for his dear, darling Elise, taken from him too soon, aged 26 at James' birth, when his firstborn Richard was only 3, and for James himself, and most importantly of all for God. He could not bear to see his precious son become an evil, wicked abomination, an ungodly creature. The many clocks throughout the big house chimed midnight as Lewis ascended the staircase, a large serrated carving knife he'd pulled from the kitchen knife drawer in hand. It had taken him a few minutes to locate the knife drawer, as Lewis hardly if ever went into his own kitchen. The kitchen, after all, was for staff, servants. Now he lifted the knife high in the air. Hesitating only briefly, he whispered to the sleeping figure, "I have to do this. It's the only way to save you. Before bringing the knife down and plunging it to the hilt into James' unprotected stomach, a gasp escaped James' lips. His long-lashed beautiful eyes flew open, head lifting off the bed, hands fisting the bedspread in pain and shock. Louis looked away from those eyes, Elise's eyes to his own white-knuckled hand, wrapped tightly around the knife's handle. Pulling it from his son, he lifted it again. Blood dripped and spattered across the colorful bedspread. Before his father plunged the knife into him again, James lifted his hands from the bedspread to the mahogany stain, spreading over his white shirt and pants. His full lips parted, one word escaped, drawing his father's eyes back to his face. Why? The loving father Louis had been returned then. Louis felt tears of sadness and loss well in his eyes. His lips began to tremble. He gave his son an answer, and yet it was not an answer at all. I had to, I'm sorry. Plunging the knife down again. This time the knife buried itself in James' chest. Spatters of blood flew into the air across Louis's hand and James' face. James' blood-stained hands fell away from the wound in his stomach and rested by his sides. The wound to his chest was fatal. His life was draining away, leaving him no strength to fight off the vicious attack by his own father. He looked from his father's hand, curled around the knife protruding from his chest, to his father's face. Louis saw betrayal in those eyes. How can he look at me that way? I'm the one who was betrayed. Me, my Elise, and God. The loving father was again gone. His lips curled away from his clenched teeth, and in a frenzy of movement, he plunged the knife time after time into James' chest and stomach, with a strength born of anger and madness, the thrusts coming faster and faster, until his son was a bloody, gory mess, a crimson stain spreading from his lifeless body, clawing its way towards the edge of the bed. His anger and energy gone, Louis stood panting from his exertions. He looked at the wide staring eyes of the thing that had once been his son. Still he saw betrayal in their cool green depths. His anger rekindled. There was one more thing he must do. All sanity had flown and the madness had taken over. The madness told him to commit one final act of destruction. The madness told him this act would set things right. Without hesitation he did it. Chapter 1. Archer's Ghost. Near Valdosta, Georgia, February 2008. They'd been on the road for nearly 10 hours, leaving the Broward County mystery spot, Florida, and the trickster well behind them. Sam had been quiet as they'd headed north, his nose buried in his laptop, and Dean wasn't convinced that a weird dream, as he'd put it, was the only thing bothering him. Leaving the motel, Dean had joked about it, asking Sam, clowns or midgets? 3 hours out of Coral Springs, Sam closed the laptop, slid it onto the seat in between them, and promptly fell asleep, shoulder propped up against the door, head resting on the closed window. He hadn't moved since. Dean rubbed at his tired, stinging eyes with the side of his index finger. To his left the sun had slipped low. It looked like a giant orange rubber ball balanced on the western horizon. A sign flashed by Wayne's Diner and Gas Station 2 miles on right. Dean stole a quick glance down at the gas gauge. He'd filled up a couple of hours out of Coral Springs. The gauge now hovered close to, and only slightly above the E. He'd have to stop soon and fill up. Wayne's was as good a place as any. As if to say, don't forget about me, his stomach growled loudly. Neither of them had eaten since getting in the car, and Sam had made them leave Coral Springs without breakfast. As if sensing the change in speed, when a minute later Dean slowed the big car for the turnoff, Sam sat up with a snort, blinking owlishly out the windshield. We stopping? Yeah, I'm starving and baby's thirsty. Dean pulled off the road into the entrance, coasting up to the diner. There was a small parking lot next to it. The 4 gas pumps at the adjoining gas station were all occupied, with a couple of cars pulled up waiting. You grab us a table, I'll fill up. Okay. Sam intertwined his fingers, pushing out his arms, stretching the muscles in his shoulders and back before he got out and headed into the diner. Dean had to wait a few minutes for a pump to free up before he could fill up. The gas mart was busy. People strolled the 3 aisles grabbing up road food and sodas. The only open checkout had a queue. While Dean waited his turn to pay for gas, he picked up a copy of the Lowndes County Bugle newspaper from the rack against the window. As he shuffled forward in the queue, he read the headline story. Savannah's serial killer. 29-year cycle continues. Archer's ghost strikes again. A man was found murdered late on Monday evening on Oglethorpe Avenue outside the Colonial Park Cemetery. The victim's name and full details of the murder are being withheld due to the gruesome nature of the crime. Local history buffs are convinced the murder is the work of Savannah's serial killer ghost, known to the locals as Archer's ghost. Every 29 years, in 1950 and again in 1979, and now in 2008, a series of murders occurs. All are young men in their late 20s, and all bear a striking resemblance to James Archer, age 29, who was murdered in the family home, the Archer mansion, by his father Louis on February 2, 1921, almost 29 years to the day before the first series of murders took place in 1950. The legend tells that the insane ghost of Louis Archer comes back to make sure his son is dead every 29 years, stabbing to death any young man who resembles James. Police believe the most recent murder is the work of a copycat murderer, and have issued a warning to all young men to take care and not go out or walk the streets unaccompanied late at night. In that area of Savannah, police have asked anyone with any information on the murders to come forward as investigations continue. Pump number. Dean looked up from the paper. He had reached the front of the queue. The attendant was glaring angrily at him, drumming his fingers on the countertop impatiently. Sorry, what? I said pump number. 3, Dean answered, his thoughts still on the newspaper. 32.45 paper 2? Yeah. The sun had slipped below the western horizon, and darkness was drawing in the remains of the daylight as he pulled the Impala around, parking in the half-empty lot beside the diner. Entering the diner, the newspaper rolled up in his hand. He spotted Sam straight away sitting with his back to him at the third table down against the window that spanned the length of the diner. He was staring absently at the menu, a steaming mug of coffee in one hand. A second mug sat on the table across from him. Sam glanced up as Dean slipped onto the seat opposite. I ordered you coffee, Sam said, before taking a sip of the hot brew. Thanks, check this out, Dean said. Straightening out the paper, he flipped it around to face his brother. Sam smoothed out the paper. His hazel eyes slid across the front page. Dean picked up the discarded menu, his own eyes drawn to a cardboard pamphlet at the far end of the table under the window, wedged between the napkin dispenser and the salt and pepper shakers. Big breakfast served until 5 p.m. daily. Bacon, eggs fried, scrambled or poached, sausage, hash browns, grilled tomato and 2 slices of toast. Dean glanced at his watch. 6:33. Damn, we're too late for a big breakfast. Sam finished reading and pushed the paper back across the table. Sounds like a spirit. Yes, it does, Dean agreed, sliding the paper to one side. We should check it out. At that moment, the chubby 50-something waitress, ordered docket and pen in hand, stepped up to the table. You boys ready to order? She drawled, eerily reminiscent of Doris at the diner in Coral Springs. Dean glanced up at her name tag, and then turned on the charm, giving her his best smile, green eyes sparkling. Yeah, Cynthia. I know it's late, but would there be any hope you've still got a big breakfast hanging around in the kitchen? Cynthia smiled, and Sam could have sworn he saw her pupils dilate as she swayed towards his brother, as if he was magnetized. I'm sure for you, sweetie, I can arrange something. How do you want your eggs? Whichever way is easiest, Dean replied. Sure thing. Reluctantly, she pulled her eyes away from Dean to look at Sam. What about you, hun? I'll have the southern fried chicken and a garden salad, Sam answered. Mayo? Cynthia asked as she scribbled on the docket. On the side, thanks. Coming right up, she said as with another glance and a smile in Dean's direction, she headed off towards the kitchen. You're unbelievable, Sam said with a shake of his head. Too true, Dean agreed with a smile. So Savannah? I got another idea. Louisiana. Dean frowned. What's in Louisiana? Remember a while ago, after the 7 deadly sin demons, I told you about a voodoo priestess in Shreveport that might be able to help out with your deal? Sam. Dean, this could be the way we save you. The way to save me is not in Louisiana. You don't know that for sure. Bobby's got his feelers out for Bella. Dean, I think Louisiana is worth a shot. We've had this conversation already. No voodoo priestess is gonna be able to break the deal. You don't know that for sure, Sam repeated. Sam, until we find either Bella, the cult, or the demon, preferably in that order, because killing that bitch is the first thing on my to-do list. I just want to hunt. We just finished a hunt. Dean gave a snort of laughter. Yeah, right. Hasselback, the truth warrior and a total dick. If you ask me, the trickster did the world a favor. What I mean is a real hunt, an old-fashioned ghost hunt. Dean, Sam began, his plea cut off by Dean's deep voice. Sam, let's wait and see what Bobby comes up with. In the meantime, Archer's ghost. Savannah, Georgia, February 2008. Man, this place is nice, Dean said as the Impala passed yet another park, vibrant color bursting from crammed flower beds, lining a pathway leading to yet another fountain. This one sprouting crystal clear water high into the vivid blue afternoon sky. Lots of parks and fountains and stuff. You've never been here before? Sam asked, surprised, his attention only partially on the park or the fountain, as he squinted out the windshield at the street signs. Nah, Atlanta, but never Savannah. Well, that makes 2 of us. Dean glanced across at Sam, the map of Savannah open on his knees. a long index finger stabbing at the spot on the map he was trying to navigate them to, his head bobbing up and down as he alternated between looking down at the map and out the window at the street signs. "You haven't any luck with that map, college boy." Sam was deep in concentration. "Should be just up here. Whoa, turn left here," he said suddenly. Dean checked the rear view mirror and swung the wheel to the left. The big car responded instantly, turning with only a slight squeal of tires. The momentum of his body still going forward, Sam was flung into the passenger door. Dean couldn't help himself. He grinned as Sam pushed himself upright away from the door, rubbing his arm where it had slammed against the door. "Thanks for that, Dean." Sam's tone annoyed. "You said turn left, so I did." "Yeah, whatever, dude." Dean laughed, and Sam gave him a look that could kill. "Should be just up here on the left corner of Papy Street." The words had hardly exited Sam's mouth when Dean saw the sign saying Thunderbird Inn. Again he swung the wheel to the left, steering the car into the motel driveway, pulling to a screeching halt in front of the motel office. This time Sam was ready, bracing himself against the door. "Think you drew enough attention to us, Dean?" Sam said, sarcastically. Dean smiled again, his green eyes sparkling with mischief. "No. Want me to do it again?" "You're not funny," Sam answered. "I think I'm hilarious. Why don't you go check us and I'll wait here?" Their sudden and noisy arrival had drawn an audience. Dean saw two pairs of eyes watching them from behind the glass of the office window. With another glare in Dean's direction and not a word, Sam got out and slammed the door, harder than was necessary as a small measure of a payback for the roller coaster ride. Knowing Dean hated any mistreatment of his baby, partially satisfied, he walked into the office. Dean cringed as the slamming of the door reverberated through the car, causing it to rock gently from side to side. "Guess I deserved that. Call it even, Sammy." "Sorry, baby, my fault." He spoke to the car while patting the dash affectionately. To his relief, Sam hadn't mentioned Louisiana again. Dean was pleased to see a good night's sleep had improved Sam's mood, at least for now. Deep in thought, he didn't see Sam leave the office and approach the car. This was an opportunity to get a little payback. Stopping beside the car, Sam banged his fist on top of the car. Dean visibly jumped, his head spun to a smiling Sam leaning in the window. "Jesus, Sam, are you trying to give me a heart attack?" Sam laughed at Dean's startled expression. "Bit jumpy there, bro?" he observed humorously. "It's number 17 upstairs. Park in the numbered bay." "That's so not funny, Sam." Still chuckling, Sam walked towards the stairs leading to the upper level of the motel. Dean started the car and followed slowly behind his overgrown little brother, half tempted to give him an unexpected ride on the hood of the Impala. Sam pointed to a bay marked with 17, indicating for Dean to park there. It was close to the stairs leading to the upper level. A few minutes later, they hauled their duffel bags and weapons bag across the threshold of the room. It was above the usual standard for them. Pleasant, it smelled clean with a hint of some woodsy air freshener. A welcome change from the smell of stale cigarettes mixed with body odor, unsuccessfully covered with some cheap sickly air freshener. This was tastefully decorated. No gaudy-colored bedspreads or wallpaper, no unidentifiable stains on the carpet or ceiling. It was bright and clean with a large window on front and rear wall, two comfy-looking queen-size beds. The bathroom was also clean and fresh with another large window, this one frosted facing the rear of the motel. It was tiled with soft pastel green tiles, the big soft, fluffy towels color-coordinated to match. After unpacking the usual minimal of stuff and settling in as much as they ever did in any motel, Dean cleaned the guns while Sam opened the laptop on the decent-sized table, connecting to the motel's Wi-Fi. He searched for any more information on the legend of Archer's ghost, and anything else to do with the Archer family, before he would force Dean into a trip with him to the local library, on a research and fact-finding mission. It was a typical scenario for the Winchester brothers. Sam doing research on his trusty laptop, while Dean cleaned the weapons. Lifting his eyes from the screen, Sam watched Dean, his capable hands moving over Sam's broken-down Glock. Dean could do it with his eyes shut. He had done it countless times before, which meant they always had well-serviced weapons in their arsenal that they could rely upon in their never-ending battle against evil. Sam enjoyed the research side of hunting. He figured it was left over from his days at Stanford. He loved the smell of libraries, the smell of knowledge, waiting there for someone to open up one of the books and partake of that knowledge. Dean called it the smell of musty old books, and musty even older librarians. Sam knew how much Dean hated research in libraries, and that suited Sam fine. But sometimes the research had to be done by the two of them, and this was one of those times. 30 minutes later, Sam sighed and closed the laptop. Dean had finished cleaning the guns and was lying stretched out on the bed he had claimed for himself. At Sam's side, Dean lifted his head, glancing at his brother. "Anything?" Sam ran his hands through his too long hair before answering. "Nope, all I could come up with was the same newspaper article from 2 days ago." "So?" Dean quirked up one eyebrow. "So? You know what that means." Sam smiled as realization dawned on Dean's face. "I have to do research, don't I?" "Yahtzee. Oh, come on. You've got to be kidding me." SI. The Chatham County Public Library overlooked the Savannah River, which was a pleasant outlook. However, this also meant Dean was easily distracted by the view out the panoramic window. Sam poked him with the pen he was using to bring his attention back to the job at hand for the third time in 20 minutes. "Quit poking me, dude," Dean hissed, trying to keep his voice low, glancing at the male librarian who had already spoken to Dean once about keeping his voice down in the library. "Well, quit staring out the window," Sam hissed back, leaning forward into Dean's face. Dean pulled his head back and away. "Dude, personal space." "Concentrate, Dean, this is important," Sam said, still leaning forward. "We've been here for hours," Dean answered, sitting back with a sigh. "It's boring with a capital B. So stop wasting time. The sooner we find the information we need, the sooner we can get out of here." "We missed lunch, I'm hungry," Dean said, rubbing at his flat stomach. "Quite bitchin' and keep reading." With that, Sam went back to the library's computer. He was going through newspaper records dating back to February 1921, when James Archer had been murdered. Dean was supposed to be going through Savannah's local history books and the birth, deaths and marriages documentation, looking for any further information about the Archer family, but he was easily distracted by the view, whether it be the one out the window, or the tall, leggy blonde, who was reading at a nearby table, wearing a skirt so short it left nothing much to the imagination. When she crossed one leg over the other, Dean pondered if she was another Sharon Stone from that movie, whatever it was called. Dean could only recall that scene. He'd find out soon enough if that skirt that could pass as a wide belt kept rising further up her shapely thighs, with every small movement she made. Suddenly she closed the book she was reading from, got to her feet uncrossing her legs in one fluid motion, and headed for the exit. Dean saw a hint of lilac lace as she rose. Well, so much for Sharon Stone. He heaved a heavy sigh, causing Sam to look at him. Reluctantly, he went back to research. Funds over. Sometime later, Sam had come to an article about the murder of James Archer. At last. It was dated February 4th, 1921. "Hey Dean, I found something." Dean stood and went to stand behind Sam, peering over his shoulder at the article. Sam began to read loud enough for only Dean to hear. "Louis Archer found dead after murdering son. Richard Archer returned from a business trip yesterday and found the body of his father, well-known local businessman Louis Archer, at the bottom of the staircase in the family's Savannah home. Richard also made the gruesome discovery of his brother James' body in an upstairs bedroom. It appears Louis Archer stabbed James to death and then fell to his own death down the stairs. His neck was broken. A bloody knife was also found on Louis Archer's body. Richard Archer is distraught by the death of his family. Richard and James' mother Elise died in childbirth 29 years ago. Police are continuing their investigations into the deaths. The local Catholic church and business community are shocked and saddened by the loss of the prominent and popular Savannah identity." When he was finished, Dean said, That doesn't tell us anything we don't already know. Maybe there's more. I'll keep looking." Sam went back to sliding the old newspaper pages across the screen. Dean went back to the book he had just picked up before Sam had called him over. It was called The AZ of Prominent Savannah Families. All the facts and figures. Now he was getting somewhere. He didn't have to turn many pages before he got to Archer. The Archer family. Louis James Archer was born in Savannah in 1850 of British parents, James and Grace Archer. His parents died of a mysterious illness when Louis was 16. After the death of his parents, Louis sought solace in the church, attending Mass at the Cathedral of John the Baptist Catholic Church every week. Louis started buying and selling Savannah real estate in his 20s, and quickly made his fortune and built a thriving business. In 1884 he built the Archer Mansion on Lincoln Street. He was 37 when he married 21-year-old Elise Delacroix in the Cathedral of John the Baptist in 1887. Son Richard Louis Archer was born November 19, 1888. A second son, James Francis Archer, was born January 24, 1892. Elise Archer died after James' birth, due to complications. Louis never remarried after the death of his beloved Elise. Louis and James were found dead in the family home on February 3, 1921 by Richard. It is thought that Louis stabbed James to death, and then either fell or jumped to his death down the Archer Mansion staircase. The reason why Lewis murdered his son still remains a mystery today. James was only 29 at the time of his death. Lewis was 71. Richard married 2 years after the death of his father and brother. His son Edward was born in 1924. Edward married in 1954. Edward's son Matthew was born in 1957. Matthew still lives in the Archer mansion with his wife Lilia. They have a son David born in 1983, who no longer resides in Savannah. The Archer family real estate business has continued to grow over the last 3 generations, and is one of the leading family-owned businesses in Savannah. The Archer family is also one of the wealthiest families in Savannah. Savannah is said to be haunted by the ghost of Louis Archer. More information on Archer's ghost can be found in the book entitled Hauntings of Savannah, by Savannah-based author Terry French. Below this there was a small recent color photo of the Archer mansion. From what he tell, house looked large and impressive. At last he had found something of interest. He searched through the books scattered across the table, looking for Hauntings of Savannah. Unable to find it there, he needed to go to the desk and ask the elderly librarian he'd nicknamed Dracula, due to his red-rimmed eyes, protruding fang-like teeth and skin so pale it appeared translucent. To Dean he bore a striking resemblance to the actor Christopher Lee, who'd starred in a few Dracula movies a couple or 3 decades ago. Dean looked at Sam wondering if there was a way he could get Sam to go and ask for the book, but Sam was engrossed in the newspaper archives, so he would just have to do it. Oh well, here goes. As Dean rose somewhat reluctantly, Sam glanced up at him from the screen, giving Dean a look that said, "Where the hell do you think you're going?" "I'll be right back." Dean answered the unspoken question. Dean stood at the desk in front of Dracula, who chose to ignore him, even though he knew he was there. The man was purposefully ignoring him, pretending to key something incredibly important into the library computer. Dean felt his anger rise. The man was being petty, and just because he had to ask Dean to keep his voice down in the library. Dean's anger was starting to simmer when Dracula said without looking at Dean, "Yes, do you have a copy of Hauntings of Savannah?" Dean asked nicely. Still the man never looked at him. He lifted his hand and waved in the direction of the books. "Try local history, on the left." His southern accent seemed to be purposely exaggerated. "Gee, thanks for your help. All yous folks in Savannah are so accommodating." The man finally looked up, hearing the insult and sarcasm in Dean's tone. Dean smiled his sweetest smile and turned towards the book aisles. The 3-meter-high rows and rows of books marched away to left and right, looking kind of intimidating. Dean almost expected them to come to life and attack him like a scene from a Harry Potter movie. Non-fiction on the left and fiction on the right, AZ. Dean made his way down the left until he got to local history, and then H. Eventually he found what he was looking for, Hauntings of Savannah by Terry French. He took the book and went back to the table where Sam was still sitting, scrolling through the newspaper articles. Dean plunked the book down on the table, causing Sam to jump. He looked from the book to Dean before saying, "What you got there?" "Something that will hopefully give us some information on the spirit. What about you? Found anything else?" "Not a lot. The police came to the conclusion of murder-suicide." "Do they know why he did it?" Sam shook his head. "Don't think they ever found out. Information is very sketchy. Other than that, there's just the funeral notices." Dean showed Sam the page on the Archer family and the AZ of prominent Savannah families. All the facts and figures. While he opened Hauntings of Savannah, and it was here that he finally found some helpful information on Louis Archer's spirit. The legend of Archer's ghost began in 1950, when 3 young men were brutally stabbed to death and their eyes gouged out. All the murders occurred in the same area of Savannah in the month of February, exactly 29 years to the month of James Archer's murder. The men all in some way resembled James. The murderer or the weapon were never found. All the bodies were found in a kilometer-square radius incorporating the Archer mansion, the church the Archers worshipped at, and the Colonial Park Cemetery, where the Archer family have a crypt in which Louis and James are interred. People at the time called the killer the Invisible Killer, and police suspected a killer similar to that of London's Jack the Ripper, and no motive was found. The legend surfaced again in 1979, again in February, when the same thing happened. This time it was 5 murders, all stabbed and the eyes gouged out. All once again bore a resemblance to James Archer, and all the murders occurred in the same 1-kilometer area. No weapon or killer found, and the legend of Archer's ghost was born. No one knew the true reason why Louis the loving father murdered James so viciously, or why he returns every 29 years to make sure James is still dead. Although there were theories. The last part read, "Local history buffs say that every 29 years the spirit of Louis haunts the streets of Savannah looking for James, so he can murder him over again." Although no one has ever seen Archer's ghost, Locals believe the legend and are waiting to see if the Archer's ghost will go on another killing spree in March of 2008. Wow, this dude gouged his own son's eyes out after stabbing him to death. This is one hell of a twisted, vicious, pissed-off spirit. The local history buffs had their answer. Yes, Archer's ghost would continue his killing spree in February 2008. So far only one murder, and if he and Sam did something now it would remain at one, and Archer's ghost would never return to kill again. Hey Sam, skip forward to February 1950. Sam had finished reading the section of the book Dean had showed him, and had gone back to scrolling the newspapers. Dean went to stand at Sam's shoulder. Eventually Sam got to February 1950, where one by one the 5 murders made front-page headlines. After the first one, Sam said almost the exact same thing as Dean had thought. He gouges their eyes out with a knife. This is one pissed-off vicious spirit. Sam noted the dates and location of each murder, and did the same for the murders in March 1979. The same street names came up again and again. Seems Archer's ghost likes the deer and familiar. Sam stated, "I'll get photocopies of all this." It was late when they got back to the motel. They'd had a large and filling meal at a local restaurant highly recommended by the motel manager, as the manager had said they weren't disappointed, and both had been hungry after missing lunch. With their hunger sated, they sorted through the information they had gathered at the library, planning their next move. That was when Sam noticed a few what he thought were interesting facts. "Hey Dean, do you notice some similarities between you and James Archer?" Dean was sitting on his bed sorting through some of the photocopies. He looked at Sam. "Similarities? What do you mean by similarities?" "Well, here it says James was born on the 24th of January, and was 29 when he was murdered by his father. So we share a birth date. Just a coincidence." "Dude, not only do you share a birth date, you're 29. "Yeah, Sam, like I said, coincidence. So you don't think these coincidences put you onto Archer's ghost's hit list?" "Doubt it." Sam thought perhaps Dean wasn't totally convinced by his own denial. Although neither he nor Dean had seen any pictures of James, Sam had a sneaking suspicion Dean probably resembled him. It seemed to him his brother fell smack bang in the middle, the spirit's category of victims, and had even more in common with James, such as the exact same birth date and the exact same age. Sam had a sudden bad feeling that they shouldn't have come to Savannah, and Dean was a prime target for the ghost of Lewis Archer in this current 29-year cycle. Tearing himself away from his thoughts, Sam looked back at his brother, who was tracing the murder pattern on the map. Sam knew if he mentioned it again, Dean would call him paranoid, tell him he was being a girl. Sam decided that for now he would keep his fears to himself, but while they were in Savannah, he was not going to let Dean out of his sight, and he was definitely not going to let Dean go anywhere at night on his own. Sam was expecting Dean to suggest that he go and check out the streets in the area where the murders had taken place. If he did, there was no way he was going alone. So it was a relieved Sam who wholeheartedly agreed with Dean when he said they should get an early night and a fresh start in the morning. "He knows it, but he's not gonna admit it to me." Sam yawned, ostensibly saying he was tired and it was too late to do anything tonight. They agreed to pay a visit to the Archer mansion, the Cathedral of John the Baptist, and the Archer family crypt tomorrow in the light of day. Tomorrow the hunt to rid Savannah of Archer's ghost and for Sam to secure his brother's safety would begin in earnest. Savannah, Georgia, February 2008. 27-year-old Rafe Grayson was late for his own wedding rehearsal, a practice run for the real thing this Saturday. He should have been at the church 25 minutes ago. His bride-to-be Della would be waiting. In his mind's eye he could see her telling Father Harper, "I'm sure he'll be here anytime now, Father. I've left messages on his cell phone. I rang his work, they said he left ages ago." He was only a block and a half away from the church now. Rafe quickened and lengthened his stride. He was almost running now. His light brown hair flopped in and out of his eyes with every step that he took. Gotta get a haircut between now and Saturday. Everything had delayed him, from the late afternoon meeting that had gone on way longer than it should have, until after 6. His car was in the shop, so he'd rang for a cab, but after 15 minutes it had failed to show. Rafe had taken off on foot, whilst at the same time trying to ring Della and tell her he was on his way, only to discover his cell phone battery had died. No doubt Della had been trying to ring him and had left numerous messages. Rafe quickened his pace. He could see the church's twin spires now up ahead and slightly to his right. A few more strides, and he saw someone standing on the footpath directly in front of the church. Most likely it was his best man and best friend Paul. No doubt Della or Father Harper had sent him outside into the cool February evening to try and locate the errant groom. As Rafe got closer he could tell it wasn't Paul. The man was too tall to be Paul. Rafe slowed to a jog as he reached the church steps. The massive church loomed over him. The tall man was looking intently at him. No, staring was a better word. Rafe had a sudden feeling that something wasn't right. The man appeared to be in his late 60s or early 70s, dressed strangely in a suit circa 1920s. A suit these days one might find in the Goodwill store. His skin was deathly pale and had a translucent look. His outline seemed to be fuzzy and blurred. Rafe decided to give the man a wide berth, turning to start up the steps, feeling the man's eyes on him. The man spoke quietly. "I've been waiting for you, James." His voice was cultured but a pure southern drawl. Rafe stopped, turning back towards him. "Sorry friend, you've got the wrong man. I'm not James, and I'm late for my wedding rehearsal. They're waiting for me inside." Rafe indicated towards the church and took 2 small steps back towards the church. The man didn't appear to have heard, or either he ignored him. It was then Rafe saw he had something in his hand. A large knife. Light from a nearby street light glinted off the shiny metal blade. Rafe knew he was in big trouble, remembering belatedly the police warnings about being on the streets alone after dark. "Guess I should have called another cab." He took another step to his right and felt the rise of the bottom step against the side of his ankle. The man followed his movement, still staring at him, the knife at his side, and then he spoke again. "It's time, James." "Time for what?" Rafe asked. He lifted his foot and planted it on the bottom step. He had taken his first step towards the safety of the church in his Della. "Time to die." Without moving his feet, the man was suddenly right in front of him. With a startled cry, Rafe turned away, hastily climbing the steps. He was 3 steps closer to safety when he caught his toe on the edge of the next step. He fell face first onto the cold stone steps. Desperate to get up and away from the strange man, Rafe tried to get to his hands and knees, to crawl if necessary. He had to get to safety inside the church. As if by magic, his body was lifted and turned in the air, and then his back slammed hard into the stone steps. He lay there, stunned, unable to move, the cold edge of the steps digging painfully into different places along his back and legs. The man was directly above him, his face inches from his own. The man's ice-cold, steel-gray, hate-filled eyes glared with hatred at him from his pale, translucent, milky white face. Rafe could do nothing. He was being held firm by something, a force he couldn't see. The street light glinted off the blade of the knife as it was raised high. It was then he knew he was going to die. Rafe opened his mouth to beg for his life, the life he was yet to live, with his beautiful Della. His vocal cords would not cooperate, they seemed to be paralyzed. He couldn't force one word from his straining throat. Instead, it was his murderer who spoke. They would be the last words Rafe would ever hear. "It's God's will, it must be done." With that, the man swung the knife down in a graceful arc, plunging it into Rafe's chest. The first blow penetrated Rafe's heart, stopping it almost instantaneously. He was dead before the knife was withdrawn, and plunged in a second, third, fourth, and fifth time. His lifeblood cooling against the stone steps as it trailed away from his lifeless body, and pulled in his empty eye sockets. Savannah, Georgia. The next morning. The brothers were out early the next morning. Their first stop, the church, to talk to the parish priest, Father Rex Harper. As the Impala turned the corner onto the street, where the Cathedral of John the Baptist stood in its entire majestic glory, it was obvious something was going on. A crowd had gathered around the entrance of church, and there was the familiar flash of red and blue lights from the top of 2 police cars parked at the curb. Dean slowed the Impala as they passed by. Police tape was in place across the front of the wide church steps. 3 uniformed officers held back the curious onlookers gathered on the sidewalk. Dean drove around the corner and parked the Impala close by, and then they walked back to the church, standing at the back of the crowd. At the top of the stone steps, 2 men exited the church, one a plain-clothed detective. The brothers knew the look. He was talking with the other man, elderly, balding, dressed in the traditional black priest's robes and clerical collar. This had to be the parish priest, Father Rex Harper. The detective was asking the priest questions and scribbling his answers in a notebook, similar to the ones they had in their pockets. A man and woman wearing CSI emblazoned jackets were finishing up taking measurements of the scene and photos of a wide, dark pool of congealing blood, trailing from halfway up the steps ending at the sidewalk. Someone had died here. There was no way a human could lose that much blood and survive. The brothers looked at each other, knowing what the other was thinking. Louis Archer's spirit had claimed another victim. This one the second in this 29-year cycle, and on the steps of the Archer family's chosen place of worship. Sam's thoughts that the blood could well have been his brother's. Had Dean been out on the streets of Savannah last evening, and although he was sorry someone else had died, he was relieved that someone was not his big brother. Sam turned to the plump lady beside him, obviously on a Get Fit campaign, dressed in sweats and runners, and carrying a water bottle sidetracked from her walk. "What happened?" he asked. A man was stabbed to death on the church steps last night. They took his body away a few minutes ago. Did they catch the guy who did it? Dean asked. He had moved to stand on the other of the woman. She shook her head sadly, her long blonde ponytail swishing from side to side. No, he was long gone. It's the second stabbing this week. People are getting really afraid to go out at night. Sam and Dean exchanged another look, knowing she had nothing to fear. It was the 20-something-year-old men of Savannah who should be afraid. Leaving the woman, they moved away from the crowd once out of earshot of the gawking crowd. Dean observed. Looks like Louis Archer found another James last night. Talking to the priest is out of the question today. Sam didn't answer right away. In his mind's eye, he was seeing Dean lying cold and lifeless on the stone steps, his blood congealing in the growing warmth of the winter sun. His morbid thoughts sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Yeah, so where to now? We'll pay Matthew Archer a visit. After parking the Impala alongside at the curb next to the white picket fence surrounding the Archer mansion, Sam and Dean stood looking up at the very impressive Archer mansion. The photo Dean had seen at the library didn't do it justice. It was a typical Southern plantation-style home. Everything was bright, blinding white. Half a dozen thick grooved pillars running from the ground level connected the upper level and continued on to the roof, which was tiled in gray slate. Multiple brick chimneys rose from the roof. A deep veranda ran the length of the front of house on both levels, surrounded by a low white balustrade. Large full-length paneled windows graced all sides of the house. A tall door matching the windows dissected the center of the upper balcony. It would lead from the balcony to the rooms on that level. The garden was beautifully manicured, and immaculate azaleas in a dozen different colors, and already in full bloom, ran around and down each side of the house, and lined the path leading to the steps up to the front door. Off to one side in the neatly trimmed lawn, a very old, very large weeping willow stood tall and proud. It partially hid the house from the street, its wispy limbs growing at all angles. Still, somehow, it managed to look like it belonged in the immaculately groomed garden. Dean pushed the wrought iron gate open, and they walked up the colorfully lined path. They were wearing a suit and tie. At least now they looked the part. Climbing the half-dozen steps onto the ground floor veranda, they walked up to the large white front door, decorated with a large ornate brass knocker. That was just for aesthetics, because there was a button on the left door jamb. When Sam pressed the button, they heard the deep ring echoing through the depths of the big house. Dean was fidgeting, pushing a finger into his collar, and pulling the stiffened material away from his throat. Leave it alone, Sam said, batting Dean's arm away. Dean shot Sam an angry look, his green eyes spitting fire. I can't help it, this thing itches. Dean scratched at his neck, leaving behind red furrows before continuing. I don't see why we had to wear monkey sue. The last word was cut off as the door moved inward, revealing a very thin 40-ish African-American woman, with a close-cropped afro. She was wearing a white button-down uniform, sensible shoes, and a black apron tied around her thin waist. She looked from one to the other before addressing them. Yas? Over her thin shoulder, Dean could see a wide hall with two doors on each side. Towards the end of the hall, a wide staircase with ornate mahogany balustrades, and carpeted with matching deep red carpet, ascended to the floor above. Recessed back into either side of the staircase were more doors. The door on the right side of the staircase was open, revealing glimpses of what looked from this distance to be a kitchen. Good morning, ma'am. We'd like to speak with Mr. Matthew Archer, Sam said, smiling, using the patented Sam Winchester puppy dog eyes. Mr. Archer is not taking any callers this morning. With that, she began to close the door. Sam's puppy dog eyes had failed miserably. Time for older brother to step in. Literally. Dean stepped forward, placing the palm of his hand against the door, preventing her from closing it any further. He smiled his lady killer smile before saying, We've come all the way from New York. Please, if we could just have a few words with Mr. Archer. Dean didn't know whether it was the smile or the pleading words that made her stop pushing the door and open it up again. She looked at Dean. She searched his face with a look Dean couldn't quite put a handle on. Recognition, maybe. While she was staring at Dean over her shoulder, Sam saw a door on the left of the hall open, and a man emerged. He stood in the doorway looking towards the front door. He was holding some papers in his hand. Hetty, who is it? He asked. Two gentlemen a wishin' to talk to you, Mr. Archer, she said, glancing back over her shoulder at the man. Sir, if we could have a few minutes of your time? Sam said, pressing forward into the doorway beside his brother. Matthew Archer was silent as he took in the two suited and very tall young men standing at his front door. He hesitated only for a brief moment before saying, All right, come on in to my study. With another sidelong look at Dean, Hetty stood aside, allowing them to enter. Matthew Archer continued to watch the men as they crossed the hall towards him. He turned and went back into the room. The brothers entered the room to find Archer seating himself behind a large oak desk. A banker's table lamp positioned to project light onto the papers and documents strewn over the desk. The room was pleasant and had a warm feel to it. An open fireplace with a laid fire waiting to be lit was to the right of the door. Two-seater green leather lounges facing each other on either side of the fireplace. A low oak highly polished coffee table, with some hardcover books and magazines piled neatly on top separated the lounges. Two tall windows behind the desk displayed the row of azaleas running down that side of the house and flooding the room with natural light. "Please, gentlemen, take a seat." He indicated the leather-bound easy chairs, also in green, placed opposite the desk. Matthew Archer was 50 years old, a slender man of average height around 5 feet 10, with a full head of light brown hair. The odd strand of silver at his temples and forehead, his gray-green eyes accentuated his good looks, high cheekbones and full lips. When they were seated, Dean noticed that Archer was looking at him intently, much the same way Hetty had looked at him at the front door. The intense scrutiny was making Dean uncomfortable. Archer must have seen Dean's discomfort. He said, "Excuse my staring, but you remind me of someone." Dean smiled politely. "Now what can I do for y'all?" It was Sam who answered. "I'm Sam Winton, and this is my colleague Dean Chester. We're journalists for Family Heritage magazine. We're here to do a piece on prominent Savannah families that have influenced and shaped Savannah's history. We were hoping we might be able to interview you for our story. We know the Archer family has a long, proud history in Savannah," Dean added. Archer was looking at Dean again. "Family Heritage magazine, I've never heard of it." The southern drawl was full of question. "It's new, published in New York. This is our first issue. We really need your story to kick things off. You know, to catch the reader's interest," Dean said in what he hoped was an enthusiastic tone. "What makes you think readers would be interested in my family heritage?" Archer questioned. "Sir, your family is legendary in the South. We would like all of the U.S. to know the Archer family," Sam said. He sounded convincing even to Dean. Archer was looking at Sam now. He seemed to be weighing up whether to agree to their request. A moment later he had made his decision. "All right, but this may take a while. I'll get Hetty to make some tea." As he rose from the desk he indicated the lounges by the fireplace. "We'll do this by the fire, we'll be more comfortable there." Sam and Dean got up and went to the lounges as Archer went into the hall. They heard him calling out to Hetty to make some tea. A minute later he was sitting opposite them. "So gentlemen, where should I begin?" "Si." An hour later, after they had politely sipped tea and devoured a plate of small homemade cakes. Dean's penchant for sweet things meant he ate most of them. When Hetty had brought the tea and cakes, Matthew had informed the brothers that Hetty's great-grandfather had worked for Louis Archer, and there had been a member of Hetty's family on staff at the Archer mansion ever since. Matthew had gone through the family history, with both Dean and Sam scribbling in their notebooks. Sam at one time caught a glimpse at Dean's notebook. Dean was not actually writing anything, he was doodling across the pages. Most of the details Matthew relayed were what they already knew, and when he finally come to the end of the Archer family history to date, Sam was searching for a way to breach the subject of Louis murdering James. Both brothers had noted that Matthew had skipped over that incident, only touching on the subject briefly. Sam decided to go ahead and ask, "You mentioned your great-grandfather Louis is believed to have been responsible for the death of your great-uncle. Do you have any idea why he would do such a thing?" Matthew let out a short laugh before saying, "That part of the Archer family history is off-limits, and not for public consumption. My family's dirty laundry is not something I want aired to all of America." "We understand, but what if you tell us confidentially, off the record, and we promise not to put it in print?" Dean asked hopefully. Archer was giving him that look again. At times during the interview Dean had caught Matthew looking at him with that strange look, the same one he had given him when they'd arrived. The silence stretched out as Archer continued to stare at Dean. A myriad of different expressions crossed his face as he weighed up his decision to tell or not to tell. Archer's eyes slid from Dean to Sam and back again. He said, "How do I know I can trust you?" "You don't, but I can tell you that Sam and I have never broken a confidence to anyone. You have my word." It seemed Matthew heard the truth in Dean's words, and could see it in the young man's green eyes. Archer sighed, saying, "I have your word. Strictly confidential, off the record, and not one word of this is to be printed, understood?" His gray-green eyes were now pinned on Sam's hazel ones, as he waited for his response. Sam nodded. "You do? All right then. But before I tell you, I want to show you something." Matthew led them to the top of the staircase to the family portrait gallery. It ran the full width of the house with a long narrow window at each end facing out onto the sides of the house. Hallways with mahogany balustrades on the open side. branched off to either side of the staircase running back towards the front of the house, making a kind of a horseshoe shape. 3 doors bisected the gallery opposite the staircase. These rooms would look out over the rear garden. The doors spaced along the longer open ends of the horseshoe would be larger, looking out onto the side gardens, and the rooms at the far end would open out onto the side and the front veranda, running along the upper floor that they had seen from the street. Paintings with ornate gold frames filled all available space on the walls. Matthew walked the right far end of the gallery and stopped at the first painting. This, as you can see, is the family gallery. It was the first time Matthew had spoken since they had left his study. All the Archer men sit for a portrait. It's a family tradition. He looked up at the portrait. That's my son David. It was painted before he left last year. He continued on to the next painting. That's me, when I was 30. They moved slowly from one family portrait to the next, the age of the portraits given away by the changing fashions. All the male subjects had a definite Archer family resemblance about them. The brothers tried their hardest to look interested. After all, they were supposed to be journalists researching the Archer family history, but both were wishing for Matthew to get to what the hell it was that he wanted to show them. The second last painting was larger than the others as it had 2 subjects. Matthew stopped next to it and gestured to the painting. This is my grandfather Richard and his brother James, my great-uncle. Now they could see the reason why Matthew had wanted them to see this. The young man on the left looked a lot like Matthew, the same gray-green eyes and light brown hair, although the hairstyle spoke of a bygone time. The young man on the right of the portrait was also an Archer, but the eyes that looked out at them were sparkling green. His smile looked tense, false, put on for the benefit of the artist. There was sadness written on the handsome face, even though he had tried to conceal it with an attempted smile. The brothers continued to stare at the portrait, both speechless. Dean failed to hear Matthew's next words, so intent was he on the portrait, the sudden buzzing in his ears drowning out all else. It was like looking into a mirror. His own face smiled sadly at him from the gold-framed portrait. James Archer was the spitting image of him. They could easily be twins, except for the fact that James was 87 years older than him, and would be the grand old age of 116, if he was alive today. Dean wasn't aware of how long he stood there staring at his own reflection. The next thing he was aware of was Sam's hand on his shoulder, kneading it gently, trying to get Dean's attention, and he was asking if he was all right. As they had looked up at the painting in stunned silence in his periphery, Sam had seen Dean sway. He turned to face Dean, who appeared to be in a trance, then squeezed Dean's shoulder gently, saying, "Dean, are you all right? You're a white as sheet." With effort, Dean finally pulled his eyes away from the painting to Sam. He blinked a couple of times before answering, "Yeah, Sammy, I'm good." Matthew was speaking to Dean. "Now you see why I was looking strangely at you before. You're the spitting image of my great-uncle James." He looked back to the painting, before adding, "This was painted just before James' 29th birthday, a few weeks before he was killed." Dean was looking at James again. This explained a lot. The funny looks he had gotten from Hetty and Matthew made sense. Now they had seen his striking resemblance to the portrait. Sam's comments from the evening before, about the similarities between Dean and James, came back to him. They shared the same birth date. James was 29 when he was murdered. Dean is 29 now. They were the exact image of each other. Louis Archer's spirit was currently haunting the streets of Savannah looking for James, and he had more in common with James than any of the other victims. Sam's right. His freaky resemblance to James Archer put him on top of Louis Archer's spirit's hit list. Deep in thought, Dean didn't see Matthew and Sam move on to the last portrait in the gallery. Once again, it was Sam's voice that brought Dean back from his thoughts. Dean, it was just his name. But Dean heard the worry in the softly spoken word. Dean looked away from James and Richard to Sam and Matthew. Sam looked concerned. Dean smiled, hoping to alleviate his brother's worry. He moved, then taking the few steps on suddenly shaky legs to stand beside Sam. Matthew gestured to the final portrait. "This gentleman is Louis Archer, my great-grandfather." Dean looked up into the cold gray eyes of Louis Archer. There was no hint of softness in that face. It was the face of hard man, a man incapable of compromise or change. Dean thought it weird that he could tell all that from looking at the man's painting. There was the familiar Archer looks. Louis had passed his looks down to Richard. Although Richard's face had a softer, kinder look, Dean failed to see much of Louis and James. James looked more sensitive, more malleable, softer in personality and looks. He took after his mother, something else he and James had in common. In looks, Dean took after his mother, and a lot of people that knew Dean and Sam's mother said he was like her in personality as well. Dean didn't really know if that were true, having lost her at such a young age. Dean found himself speaking the words in his mind out loud. A hard man. Matthew glanced at Dean. My grandfather Richard told me that yes, he was a man of no compromise, a God-fearing man. He loved his sons, but he was a tough father. My grandfather also told me he never got over the death of his wife Elise. He said he thought his father would have been a different man and a different father if Elise had lived after James' birth. Sam spoke for the first time in what seemed like forever. So he murdered James, but you haven't told us why. The night James was murdered, Lewis found out something about James that made him take a knife from the kitchen and stab his son to death. He stopped whether it was for effect or because he didn't know how to put into words why his ancestor had committed such a violent act. What did he find out? This was from Sam. He found out, I don't know from whom or how, that James was having an affair. I know it was the 20s, but that's not a good enough reason to stab your son to death, Dean said, and then added, the guy was young, single, sowing his wild oats. Nothing unusual. No, it's not unusual, but who he was having the affair with was. Matthew explained. And who was that? Sam was growing impatient and wished Matthew would get to the point. It was a man. His name was Eric Benoit. He was a little older than James, the same age as Richard. Eric and Richard were in the same year at school. Sam and Dean looked at each other and said simultaneously, awkward. Matthew continued. Lewis was a devout Catholic, went to Mass every Sunday, raised his sons the same way. When he found out, he confronted James about it. He and James had an argument. I know this because Hetty's great-grandfather Ebenezer was a houseboy back then. He told grandfather Richard afterwards that he heard the raised voices and overheard part of the argument. Lewis said James was sinning against God and called him evil. Apparently James and his father used to argue a lot. Anyway, James said he was in love with Eric and wasn't going to stop seeing him. And Lewis threatened to cut him off and disown him. Ebenezer told my grandfather that he heard nothing else after that, except the slamming of James' bedroom door. Ebenezer retired to his room in the servants' quarters. The next day was his once-a-month day off, and he didn't come into the house. Richard returned from a business trip very early the next day. He'd traveled all through the night. He arrived before any of the staff were about. He found his father at the bottom of the stairs. He was covered in blood, not his own, and the knife was beside him. His neck was broken. He also found James lying on his bed, stabbed to death, and his eyes had been cut out. Why did he cut out his eyes, do you think? Sam asked. I think at that stage madness had taken away reason. James was the image of his mother. He had her green eyes, her features, her gentle nature. It seems Lewis couldn't bear to look at his son's eyes, so like his dead mother. So, I guess we'll never know the whole truth. But I think finding out about James had sent Lewis over the edge, sent him mad. In his mind he was setting things right. 15 minutes later, after reassuring Matthew they would keep what he had told them confidential, they thanked him for his time and promised to be in touch if they needed further information for the magazine article. Neither of them had mentioned that there had been another murder last night, that the spirit of Matthew's great-grandfather Lewis had claimed another victim. Neither brother believed Matthew would believe that Lewis's spirit was committing murder. As they crossed the hall they found Hetty waiting by the front door. As they drew close she opened the door. Sam went out first, smiling at Hetty and thanking her as he passed. Dean followed suit. He smiled and thanked her for the delicious cakes. She surprised him by taking his hand and pressing something wrapped in a white cloth napkin into his palm. Dean looked down at the napkin in his hand and then back to Hetty's dark, rich brown eyes. Just a little something for you, Master James, she said. But I'm not. Dean was going to say not James, but something about the way she was looking at him made him change his mind. Instead he thanked her. Thanks, Hetty. He didn't know what the hell he was thanking her for. It could be a bomb. Dean hurried to catch up with Sam, whose extra long legs had already carried him up the path, through the gate and onto the street. When they were back inside the Impala, Sam saw the napkin in Dean's hand, asking, "What's that?" "I don't know. Hetty gave it to me. She called me Master James." Dean looked from the napkin to Sam and back again. Sam raised his eyebrows before saying, "Dude, you're the spitting image of him. She probably thinks James has been reincarnated in you, probably believes in witchcraft from her long-lost African heritage." "Yeah, I mean, that portrait freaked me out. Wow, he could have been me, or I could have been him, or something." Dean shook his head, trying to dispel from his mind the image of himself staring back at him. "I thought you were gonna faint." "Sam, girls faint. I do not faint." "You don't?" "I don't." "What about the time?" And Dean interrupted him, quickly changing the subject. "Shut up." Sam's lips twitched with amusement, but he said nothing. "I got to say you're right." "I am? Right about what?" "James Archer and me, the similarities between us are more than coincidence." "You think genius?" I do now. What did she give you anyway? Open it up. Sam leaned towards Dean in anticipation. Dean hesitated, staring down at folded napkin in his hand. What if it's some hoodoo thing? Maybe she's put a curse on me. I doubt it. Come on, open it already. Dean reluctantly unfolded the napkin. Inside there was no hoodoo charm or effigy of Dean, with a pin protruding from its head. It was a collection of small cakes like the ones she'd served to them with the tea, the ones Dean had scoffed most of. Well, look at that, homemade cakes, especially for me. I think she likes me, Dean said, looking up at his brother, a grin on his face. Dude, is there anybody of the female persuasion that doesn't? Dean pretended to look thoughtful. He tapped an index finger against his lips. Let's see, nope, can't think of anyone. Do you want to know one big difference between you and James? What would that be? Wait, maybe I don't really want to know. Sam ignored him, saying, "You're the most heterosexual man on the planet." Savannah, Georgia, February 2008. Archer Family Crypt, Colonial Park Cemetery. The Archer family crypt wasn't hard to locate. It looked like a miniature version of the Archer mansion, made of white marble with the family name engraved above the double oak doors. Grooved pillars flanked the doors, giving the impression of holding up the facade. The large carved ornate gold handles on the doors were chained and padlocked. They had come here straight from the Archer mansion. Both the brothers had loosened their ties and undid the top button of their shirts, and although suits were not the ideal outfit to be breaking into a crypt dressed in, they looked less conspicuous than t-shirts. Casual shirts and jeans dressed as they were, they could have been cemetery employees or a mourner at either of the two funerals, currently in progress in different parts of the cemetery. Sam glanced around before pulling out the lockpick from the pocket of his jacket. He made short work of the padlock, and let the chain and lock fall to the ground. Dean pulled the doors open and stepped inside, Sam close behind. Light from the open doors and the stained glass window in the ceiling flooded the interior of the crypt. There were no stone sarcophagi as they had expected. Running around the other three walls was a waist-high marble stone shelf lined with ornately carved urns, a brass plaque attached to the wall above each one, proclaiming the contents of the urns beneath. Cobwebs gray with age and dust, long ago abandoned by their makers, linked some of the urns with gossamer thin strands. I don't freaking believe it. There's no bones to burn. They're all cremated. Guess I should have known it couldn't be that easy. Dean's words were angry, but his tone was quiet. Something about being in the crypt made him feel like he had to whisper. So how is Lewis's spirit able to become corporeal and commit murder? Sam asked in the same whispered, quiet tones, as he looked along the plaques, stopping in front of the one marked as Lewis Archer's. Maybe there's some more of his remains someplace else, some hair, or a fingernail, blood or... Sam finished Dean's sentence. His spirit is attached to something else, something that belonged to him, but what? Could be anything, Dean stated. Dean had stopped at James Archer's plaque. He was staring at the urn containing James' remains. Maybe James would send him the answer from beyond the grave. But there was no flash of light or a ghostly voice whispering in his ear. However, a possible answer was there in his head, so he transformed the thought into words. Maybe it's the house? Sam turned away from Lewis's plaque and looked at Dean, or the church. Or here, the crypt? Dean pondered, rubbing his fingertips over his forehead, a sure sign he was frustrated. Maybe it's the places themselves. From the pattern of killings, Lewis seems to be bound to an area between the house he built, lived in, murdered James in and died in, the church he married and worshipped in, and the crypt where his Richard's and James' remains lie. There must be something inking it all together. Something that's binding Lewis's spirit to the area between here, the house and the church. So every 29 years when Lewis's spirit returns, he is only able to haunt the same streets, killing anyone who he believes is James. Whatever it is that's binding Lewis, we gotta find out what it is before Lewis claims another victim. Sam didn't voice his other thought, that they had to find the link before Dean became the next victim. Got any ideas, college boy? We haven't been to the church yet or talked to the priest, and we can't until the police clear out of there. I think for now it's back to the library, see if we can dig anything else up. Sam smiled when he saw the sour look cross Dean's face at the thought of spending more time in the library. They left the damp, eerie crypt and stepped out into the warm afternoon sunshine, replacing the chain and padlock. As they walked back to the car, Sam could almost hear the cogs turning in Dean's head. He was trying to think of a reason to get out of going back to the library. They were at the Impala when Dean said, "Sam, I'll drop you back at the library. I'm going to go back to the Archer house." "Why? And won't Matthew think it's strange that you came back again so soon?" "What are you gonna say?" Sam asked. "I'll think of something," Dean answered with a smile. Sam was thinking they had both gotten what they wanted. He got to go to the library, and Dean got to do something else, anything else, other than go to the library. Dean found the digital camera gathering dust in the bottom of the Impala's trunk. They hadn't used it very often. The cameras on their cell phones usually sufficed, but he needed something a little more professional like a magazine writer would use. A cell phone wouldn't cut the mustard for this job. Snapping some shots for the magazine article, it would give credibility to his excuse for going back to the Archer mansion. He'd already formulated a plan for why he hadn't had the camera with him this morning. Dean dropped Sam at the library. He was looking for anything he could find on the Archers, the church, even the Benoit family, anything that could link the pieces of puzzle together. Of course there was the obvious links, but there was something they were missing. As Sam waded through the pile of written matter in front of him, he was hoping for the answer would jump off the page and hit him in the eye. No such luck. He became more frustrated with every page he turned, and as the afternoon wore on he was not a lot wiser. His eyesight was blurring with fatigue. He'd switched his cell phone to vibrate before he had entered the library, so it took him a few moments to realize his pocket was vibrating with an incoming call. He glanced at his watch, 10 after 6. His stomach dropped to his ankles. Why hadn't he noticed the time? It was probably dark outside, and Dean was alone in Savannah with James Archer's face, and in danger from Lewis's vengeful, lunatic, extremely pissed off spirit. He heeded the persistent vibration, pulling the phone from his pocket and answering it quickly. "Hey Dean, you alright? Where are you?" Sam said in hushed tones. Not wanting to attract the attention of the librarian Dean had nicknamed Dracula, Sam thought it to be an accurate assessment of the man. "I'm fine and I'm sitting in my car outside the Archer mansion." "What's with the questions, dude? Find anything?" Dean's tinny and surprised voice replied to Sam's mini inquisition. "Nothing much, a few minor details," Sam answered before continuing. "What about you? What did you tell Matthew?" Asked him could I take some photos for the article set. I just picked up my camera from the being repaired, and I asked him if he could give a bit more information on the business side of things. Thought he might open up on some other things in the process. Met his wife, nice lady. Did he tell you anything interesting? Oh yeah, fascinating. Now I know all about the current trends in the real estate market in Georgia, Dean answered with feigned excitement. Did manage to get a few things out of Hetty though. Hetty? Yeah, about what? Her great-grandfather Ebenezer. Matthew did say he was there that night? Yep, he overheard the argument between Lewis and James. I think maybe he knew a bit more about that night than Matthew realized, or that grandfather Richard had told him. So you think maybe what he saw and heard was passed down through the family to Hetty? Yeah, I do. And did she? Seems Ebenezer heard more of the argument between James and Lewis than he told Richard. When Lewis threatened to cut James off, James said he would leave the house, that he didn't need Lewis's name or his money, and his father would never see him again. So James was going to leave to be with Eric, and all of Savannah would find out what he'd been hiding. And get this, Ebenezer was in the house the next morning. He was with Richard when they found James' body in his bedroom. Apparently James was leaving to be with Eric Benoit. His belongings were half-packed. Lewis would have realized if James did go. The whole of Savannah would know that James had left home to be with a man, and it would bring shame and disgrace to the family. And since Lewis had spent his whole life building the family name and good reputation, this would ruin Lewis's standing with the Savannah community. The upper crust in the Catholic Church would probably ostracize him and his family. You know how they felt about homosexuality back then. So there's plenty of motive for James' murder. But it doesn't explain what's binding Lewis's spirit to that area of Savannah. We haven't talked to the priest yet. Maybe there's something in the church that will give us some clue. Perhaps there's something of Lewis's there? Sounds like a plan. Pick me up, and let's go get some dinner. I'm starving. Now you're talking. Be out front in 10. Thunderbird Inn, later the same evening. Dean didn't know what had woken him. He fumbled for his watch on the bedside table, peering at the luminous dial. 1:20 a.m. Something had woken him. Sam, but the gentle snores emanating from the direction of Sam's bed immediately allayed his fears. Dean shifted in the bed, looking towards where he knew Sam's lay in the darkness. He could just make out his long, little brother lying there, comforter bunched up on his chest, arms and legs at all angles, one long arm hanging over the side of the bed, knuckles brushing the carpet. At least Sam's sleeping. Hoping to go back to sleep, Dean sighed, rolling onto his stomach, pushing his hand under the pillow. He grasped the hilt of his Bowie knife. A few minutes of listening to Sam's snores and trying to ignore the pressure building in his bladder, Dean knew he had to get up and take a leak. He threw back the comforter and rose from the bed, padding silently across the floor on bare feet. Reaching the door, he fumbled for the door handle in the dark and unfamiliar room. Finally locating the handle, he twisted the knob and pushed the door open. and stopped dead inside the bathroom door, as bright light assaulted his eyes. He put up his hand to shield his eyes. What the hell? As his eyes began to adjust to the light, he lowered his hand and looked around him. He was no longer in the motel bathroom. Whoa, Dean, this is some freaky-ass dream, he said to himself, then added, time to wake up. In front of him there was no toilet, shower, recess, ceramic basin or pastel green tiles. Dean gaped open-mouthed at his surrounding. He was in the hallway of the Archer mansion. He pivoted, turned 180 degrees, expecting to see the motel bedroom and Sam lying in a tangle of long limbs and crumpled bedclothes. But there was no Sam, no beds and no bedroom. He was looking at a closed white wood-paneled door. What the hell? Dean reached out and laid his palm against the door. It was solid and it felt real. Pulling his hand back, he took a step away from the door to stand staring dumbfounded at the paneling. Then a voice rang out, making him start. James, we have to talk. Dean turned quickly towards the commanding voice, a voice heavy with an accent of the South. Standing at the end of the long, wide hallway at the bottom of the staircase was Louis Archer. What? Dean said, confused. Not sure if he was dreaming or hallucinating had Lois called him James. We need to talk, Louis repeated. Dean took a hesitant step forward and heard the tap of a heel on the highly polished wood floor. Bare feet don't make that noise? He looked down the length of his body to his feet. Gone were the gray sweatpants he was wearing when he had climbed out of bed. In their place were black suit pants with a knife-edged crease running down the front, meeting at the pointy, shiny black leather shoes peeking out from underneath. He lifted his eyes back up to the cummerbund tied around the waist of a starched, brilliant white shirt, a black tuxedo jacket over the shirt. The cuffs of the white shirt were held in place by large square cufflinks. Ebony stones glinted inside the wide gold settings. Louis's loud and angry voice made him flinch in surprise. Are you hearing me? Unconsciously, his feet carried him slowly down the hall. Somehow he knew he was retracing the steps James had taken on that March night 87 years ago. Steps to his imminent death. He stopped in front of Louis, who hadn't moved from the base of the staircase. Dean returned the furious, cold, hard stare from Louis's gray eyes. I don't understand, this can't be happening. I'm not Jay. Dean stopped speaking when he realized his voice sounded strange. It was loaded with a southern drawl. It was his voice, but James' accent. Man, this is weird. Wake up, Dean. Wake up. You will understand, and this is happening, Louis yelled, believing he was referring to him. I know what you are, what you've been doing, what you have become. Dean didn't know what to say, he began, but before he could continue, Louis started in on another tirade. Don't you dare say it's love. How can you call that love? It's against God and nature. That's not the way God intended men to love. It's evil and abomination. Thank God your mother is not alive to see what you have become. It would break her heart as you have broken mine. Dean was stunned into silence. Those were probably the words Louis had said to James on that night. Now they were being repeated. Dean knew where this was heading. So he tried to reason with Louis, until he could figure out how the hell he'd gotten here in the past, and how to get back to 2008 and Sam. Stop and think about what you are about to say. It will only bring disaster. Louis didn't seem to be hearing what Dean was saying. He was hearing something else, words that had been said in 1921. You are my son. This is my home. You will do as I say, or suffer the consequences. Louis paused for the briefest moment. James, if you continue with this nonsense, then I will no longer call you my son. I will disinherit you. You will get nothing from me. I will never speak your name again. Do you understand me? You're making a mistake, Dean said in James' voice. Louis stepped forward and grasped his upper arms. He was a head shorter than Dean, so consequently he had to look up into his face. He squeezed his biceps tightly, his anger giving him more strength than a man of his age and stature should possess. It was then he began to shake Dean, causing Dean's head to snap back and forth, and his teeth to clash together. No, James, you are making a mistake, throwing your life away because of your misguided feelings for a man. The whiplash movement was making Dean nauseous and dizzy, yet he could not seem to defend himself to push or shrug Louis's maniacal grip from his arms. He closed his eyes, hoping to dispel the dizziness, the vision, all of it. Louis's voice faded into the buzzing of 1,000 angry bees. Then as soon as it started, the buzzing was gone, replaced by a soothing voice with no anger and no trace of a southern accent. The voice was accompanied by the gentle shaking of his arm. This was not violent and angry and not causing his head to whip back and forth. Dean focused on the voice to what it was saying. Dean, wake up, man, you're sleepwalking. Sammy? The nausea had settled, and Dean felt it was safe to open his eyes. The first thing he saw was multiple Sams swirling in front of him, identical looks of concern on their faces, and worry in their hazel eyes. The multiple Sams at last converged into one. Sammy? I'm back. Sam's concern look turned to one of puzzlement. Back? Back from where? You were sleepwalking, dude. Sleepwalking? I don't sleepwalk. I was going to take a leak. Dean looked around him. He was standing just inside the bathroom door, Sam in front of him. He glanced down at his legs. Gone was the black tuxedo, shiny shoes, starched white shirt and ebony and gold cufflinks. His gray sweatpants were back, his feet and chest were bare. The dream or vision, whatever it was, lingered at the forefront of his memory. If I close my eyes, will I be back in 1921 again? Not willing to take the risk, he looked back to Sam, who still had one hand on Dean's upper arm. Gently he turned him and started to steer Dean back towards the bedroom. Let's get you back to bed. Dean let Sam lead him meekly to his bed. Dean flopped down on the side, scrubbing a hand across his face to clear the remnants of the dream vision. Whatever the hell it was. Noting that his hand trembled just a little. Man, I had the weirdest dream. At least I think it was a dream. Sam sat down on his bed opposite Dean. He reached over and turned on the bedside lamp, the 40-watt globe, throwing a dim light across the room and over the brothers. Do you want to tell me about it? Dean lowered his head, staring at his bare feet. I'm not sure I can explain it. Man, it felt so real, like it was really happening. Was it something to do with this case? Oh yeah, Dean, it might be important. Tell me and we'll try and sort it out. Dean looked up at Sam for the first time since after he'd let him out of the bathroom. Sam saw a look of embarrassment on his face. You'll think it weird. I know I do. I'm not a stranger to this sort of weird, Dean, and neither are you. You're my brother. I always trusted you enough to tell you about my visions. You never laughed and made light of anything I told you. Surely you know you can count on me to do the same for you. Yeah, Sammy, I know. So what's the problem? Tell me. It was kinda like a vision, I guess, but not of something that is gonna happen, like yours. It was a vision of something that has already happened. But that's not really a vision, that's just memory, remembering something that happened. It's not remembering if what I saw happened a long time ago and not to me. Well, kinda not to me. Sam looked confused. What do you mean? Dean, you're not making any sense. Dean put up his hands, palms up. See, I told you, you'd think it was weird. Sam rolled his eyes skywards and leaned forward, closing the gap between them. Tell me. All right. It was I saw the argument between Lewis and James that led to James' murder. Okay, well maybe it was because you spoke to Hetty. You probably had what she told you on your mind, and it came out like a vision when you went to bed? Dean shook his head. No, it wasn't that. It was a replay of what happened, the argument, almost word for word. Word for word? Is there an echo in here? Yes, Sam, word for word. You're saying you know word for word what James and Lewis argued about that night 87 years ago? Yes, Sam, that's what I'm saying. But how could you? Dean leaned forward, mimicking Sam, bringing their noses only inches apart. Because I was James. Sam pulled his head back in surprise. You were James? There's that echo again. You were James? Sam repeated. It was like I was transported back to 1921. I was in James. I saw through James' eye. I was James. Dean said it slowly for Sam's benefit, as he seemed to be having trouble understanding what was being said. Sam sat there open-mouthed. He seemed unable to speak, so Dean continued. I mean, I was me, but I was in James' body and James' clothes. I even had James' voice. Dude, that was freaky. We were in the hallway of the Archer mansion, at the bottom of the staircase. I heard just about everything Lewis said to James that night, leading up to Lewis stabbing James to death. And man, Lewis, he was pissed, and nothing James said would have made any difference. And then Lewis started shaking James. I mean me. That's when I kinda zoned out. And the next thing, it was you shaking me. I was me again and I was back here. Dean glanced around the room and then his eyes settled again on Sam before he added, it was like James was using my body to show me something. Sam remained open-mouthed and silent, his brows pulled down in a frown. Close your mouth, Sam, I can see your tonsils. Sam closed his mouth with an audible click of teeth. Sam had woken to Dean's voice. At first Sam thought he was just talking in his sleep. Dean did that sometimes, especially since Dad died. Strange thing was the voice didn't seem to be coming from Dean's bed, it was coming from the direction of the bathroom. It was almost pitch black in the room, but the light coming through the bathroom window from the motel parking lot highlighted Dean standing inside the bathroom door, his ramrod straight back to Sam. Dean, what's wrong? He said to Dean's bare back. There was no response. That's when Sam realized Dean wasn't awake and wasn't aware of what he was doing. Sam disentangled himself from the comforter and went into the bathroom. He moved past Dean to stand in front of him. His brother was pale. His eyes were open, but he wasn't seeing Sam or anything else. Sam knew it could be dangerous to wake a sleepwalker too quickly, so he softly said, "Dean, you with me?" Dean's vacant stare didn't alter, but he spoke. "You're making a mistake." His usual deep voice sounded different, like someone else's, like many of the voices he'd heard since they'd been in Savannah, laced with that southern drawl. Sam had never seen a nightmare like this before, and it was getting way too weird. He had to wake Dean up. He took hold of Dean's upper arms and gently shook him, hoping to bring him out of this strange trance-like state. Nothing happened for a few seconds, then Dean's unfocused eyes closed. Sam continued to shake him gently, and speaking in a calming soft voice, Dean, wake up man, you're sleepwalking." Dean remained that way for a few seconds, then his eyes fluttered open again and focused on Sam's face. "Sammy, I'm back." He sounded relieved and surprised at the same time. Back? Back from where? You were sleepwalking, dude." Sam was concerned that he'd woken Dean too quickly. "Sleepwalking? I don't sleepwalk, I was going to take a leak." Dean looked around. Sam saw recognition in his eyes as he noted where he was standing, and then he glanced back at Sam, and then looked down his body to his bare feet, before once again looking at Sam, the remnants of the sleepwalking dream still written on his face. Sam used the hand he still had on Dean's upper arm to turn him, and gently lead him towards the bedroom at the same time saying, "Let's get you back to bed." Dean put up no resistance and slumped onto the side of the bed, rubbing a hand across his face. The hand trembled ever so slightly, indicating to Sam how much Dean was affected by the dream, and being woken to find himself in the bathroom. "Man, I had the weirdest dream, at least I think it was a dream." Sam sat down on his bed opposite Dean. He needed to see Dean's face, so he reached over and turned on the lamp on the bedside table. The dim light didn't brighten the room much, but it was enough for Sam to see his brother's pale face. "Do you want to tell me about it?" "I'm not sure I can explain it." Man, it felt so real, like it was really happening. Dean still hadn't looked at him since he'd sat on the bed. He was examining the carpet in between his bare feet. "Was it something to do with this case?" "Oh yeah," Dean nodded. "Dean, it might be important. Tell me and we'll try and sort it out." Sam had to find a way to make Dean open up and tell him about the sleepwalking dream. Sam was relieved when Dean finally looked up at him. Sam saw a look of embarrassment on his face. "You'll think it weird." "I know I do," Dean said quietly. "I'm not a stranger to this sort of weird, Dean, and neither are you. You're my brother. I always trusted you enough to tell you about my visions. You never laughed and made light of anything I told you. Surely you know you can count on me to do the same for you." Dean looked a little shocked that Sam thought he didn't trust him enough to tell him about the dream. "Yeah, Sammy, I know. So what's the problem? Tell me." "It was kinda like a vision, I guess, but not of something that is gonna happen, like yours. It was a vision of something that has already happened." "But that's not a vision, that's just memory, remembering something that happened." Sam was confused, and it must have shown on his face. "What do you mean? Dean, you're not making any sense." Dean put up his hands, palms up. "See, I told you, you'd think it was weird." Sam rolled his eyes skywards in exasperation, leaning forward and closing the gap between them. "Dean, tell me." All right. I saw the argument between Lewis and James that led to James' murder." Sam didn't think this was strange. Dean had found out more details of why Lewis had murdered James. It was probably on his mind and came out in the form of a nightmare when he went to bed. Sam put his thoughts into words. "Maybe it was because of what you learned from Hetty? You probably had that on your mind and it came out when you were asleep?" Dean shook his head but continued to look at his brother. "No, it wasn't that. It was a replay of what happened, the argument. It was almost word for word." Sam couldn't believe what he was hearing. Word for word? Sam was starting to agree that this was weird. "Is there an echo in here?" "Yes, Sam, word for word," Dean said, annoyed. "You're saying you know word for word what James and Lewis argued about that night 87 years ago?" "Yes, Sam, that's what I'm saying." "But how could you?" Dean leaned forward, mimicking Sam, bringing their noses only inches apart. "Because I was James." Sam felt himself pulling back in surprise. "You were James?" "There's that echo again," Dean said. Sam couldn't help himself. He repeated, "You were James?" It was like I was transported back to 1921. I was in James. I saw through James' eye. I was James, Dean said slowly, looking hard at Sam. Sam knew he must look like a stun mullet. Not knowing what to say, Dean continued, "I mean, I was me, but I was in James' body and James' clothes. I even had James' voice. Dude, that was freaky. We were in the hallway of the Archer mansion, at the bottom of the staircase. I heard just about everything Lewis said to James that night, leading up to Lewis stabbing James to death, and man, Lewis, he was pissed, and nothing James said would have made any difference. And then Lewis started shaking James. I mean me, that's when I kinda zoned out. and the next thing it was you shaking me. I was me again and I was back here. Dean glanced around the room and then his eyes settled again on Sam before he added, it was like James was using my body to show me something. Sam remained open-mouthed and silent, his brows pulled down in a frown. Dean had a funny kind of a smile on his face when he said, close your mouth, Sam, I can see your tonsils. Sam snapped his jaws together. Dean wasn't lying, there was no reason for him to. He'd had a weird flashback vision. Sam was stunned. It was hard for him to comprehend. Of all the visions Sam had, he'd never had one that was anything like this. His visions had been premonitions of death, of things yet to happen, not things that had been. Dean was right, James is trying to communicate from beyond to show Dean what had happened leading up to his murder. But what made Sam more uncomfortable with this nightmare vision thing of Dean's, it was now more obvious than ever that Dean and James were more closely linked than just looks. Sam shook away these thoughts, aware Dean was still leaning forward waiting for Sam to say something. Do you think James was trying to show you what happened? Dean sat back before answering. Yeah, I do. I don't know how much more James would have been shown me if you hadn't woken me up. I mean, would I have seen the murderer been murdered? Dean shivered and then added, this vision thing is too weird, man. I don't like it. Now you know how I felt when I was getting visions, although I never had a vision like yours. Sam said, smiling. That makes me feel so much better. Thanks for that. Then as an afterthought added, hey, you don't think James will break into my subconscious when I go to sleep, do you? You know, like carry on? I dunno, man. We'll have to wait till you fall asleep to find out. Huh. One way or another, Dean didn't think he would be getting much more shut-eye tonight. It had taken the brothers a while to drift back into any semblance of a peaceful slumber. Dean restless as he replayed the weird-ass dream vision thing, and what James had shown him, for what reasons Dean still did know. Over and over he replayed the vision in his head, trying to glean what it all meant, and get some kind of clue to what it was James wanted him to see apart from the obvious. His body gave in, sending signals to his brain telling him enough is enough, I need sleep. By then physically and mentally exhausted, he let himself be dragged down into sleep's waiting arms. Sam lay awake listening to Dean toss and turn, waiting for the change in his breathing that would indicate he had fallen asleep. When it came a good time later, Sam listened again, waiting to see if Dean was going to repeat the talking and maybe walking from earlier, to find out if James was going to get back into Dean's head and show him the next installment of James' last minutes in this life on Earth. The sound of Dean's deep, even breathing brought unbidden memories to Sam of when he was younger. If Sam had a nightmare or a disturbed night, he would cross the room he and Dean usually shared. Dean would never turn him away, and when Sam was nestled next to his big brother, the comforting sound of Dean's breathing made him feel safe and secure, and Sam would quickly fall back into a peaceful sleep. Even now that Sam was an adult many years later, listening to Dean's breathing close by still had the same effect, lulling Sam into a dreamless sleep. Because of their disturbed night, they slept later than they had intended. Today they would visit the Cathedral of John the Baptist and talk with Father Harper. They donned their suits before a late breakfast at the diner down the street that served an all-day breakfast. Both had copious amounts of coffee, Dean a huge plate full of sausage, bacon, fried eggs and a mountain of toast, spread thickly with butter. Sam devoured a short stack of pancakes with blueberry syrup, observing Dean had left one thing on the plate, a lonely grilled tomato. When Sam pointed it out, Dean commented that he didn't do vegetables. Sam was going to point out that tomato was actually a fruit, but decided to just let it slide. Dean had picked up a newspaper from the box out front. Neither were surprised that the front page was full of the murder 2 nights prior. There was a picture on the front of the victim, 27-year-old Rafe Grayson. He had the same green eyes, light brown hair and full lips as Dean and James, but the similarities ended there. Rafe was not the spitting image of James as was Dean, but he obviously looked close enough for Lewis's spirit. The article said Rafe was to be married at the church on Saturday. He was overdue at the church for his wedding rehearsal. His fiancée and best man had been waiting inside when he failed to show. They went out and found him dead on the steps, stabbed to death, and his eyes cut out just like the others. His fiancée Della collapsed and was taken to hospital suffering from shock. Dean sighed. He felt for Rafe and Della. They would never get to live their lives together, and sad that Rafe had to die to satisfy Lewis's vengeful spirit's need for the redemption of his son. He and Sam hadn't figured this thing out before Rafe was murdered, but Dean was determined that no one else would die in Savannah. They would find a way to banish Lewis's spirit. Dean laid the paper down and drained his coffee, swallowing the gritty dregs in the bottom of the cup. He looked across the table at Sam sitting opposite him. Sam was shuffling through a wad of papers. "What you got there, geek boy?" Dean asked, using one of his favorite nicknames for his brother. "Some stuff I got at the library." Sam picked up one of the pieces of paper and continued without even acknowledging the geek boy comment. Eric Benoit died 6 months after James was murdered. He was found floating in the Savannah River. No suspicious circumstances. They think he was drunk when he slipped and fell. Sam looked up from the papers at Dean. "You think he jumped in the river because he couldn't live without James?" Dean questioned. "More than likely." Dean was silent for a few seconds before he quietly said, "So Eric really loved James. And James felt the same way about Eric." The waitress passing their table placed the check on the table, shooting Dean a smile before moving on. Making sure she was out of earshot, Sam continued. "The Benoit family still lives in Savannah, or what's left of them. Eric's older brother Elliot had a son, Robert, born in 1913. Robert was killed in 1944 during the Second World War, aged 31, leaving behind a wife and 5-year-old daughter named Jean. Jean never married and still lives in Savannah. She is the last of the Benoits. The Benoits and the Archers, both families have tragic histories one way and another," Dean observed. Sam nodded, but remained silent, thinking that could be said of the Winchesters. "What else you got?" Dean added. "Get this. Miss Jean Benoit is Father Rex Harper's housekeeper." "How'd you find that out?" "I have my sources." "Sources? What sources?" "I overheard a conversation in the library between two old biddies. Apparently they're friends with Jean. Although you'd never know it from the way they were talking about her. With friends like them, she doesn't need enemies." Dean could imagine Sam lurking behind the bookshelves so he could eavesdrop on the women's conversation. "So we know the Benoits and the Archers are connected. Jean Benoit is connected to Father Harper and the church. Father Harper and the church are connected to the Archer family and the latest murder." Dean glanced at the check, fished out his wallet, and threw some noted onto the table. "Outstanding research, Sammy. I think we might be onto something. Let's pay a friendly visit to Father Harper," Dean said before he headed for the door. Sam hastily gathered his papers together, drained the last of his cold coffee and followed Dean. He wasn't going to let his brother out of his sight even in daylight. Cathedral of John the Baptist Catholic Church. All sign of the congealed blood that had coated a good portion of the right side of the steps the day before had been removed or washed away by the shower of rain that fell in the night. The police tape still was strung across from the right church door handle along the railing that ran up the middle of the steps. From there it was wrapped around a tree on the sidewalk and back along the right outside railing to the door. The brothers mounted the stone steps and walked up to the huge arched double wooden doors. Sam pushed on the door free of the police tape. It opened with a forlorn-sounding creak. There was an alcove inside the doors, a font containing holy water on one side, and a tiered bank of votive candles on the other. A few of the candles sputtered in the breeze created by the closing door. It appeared that it was business as usual in the church after the drama of the morning before. The church was very impressive. High vaulted ceilings, arched stained glass windows set high up, depicting scenes from the Bible lined each wall. The late morning sun angled through the colorful glass windows on the right, throwing patterns and rainbow colors across the pews, and the few people knelt there. Underneath the widows on the left was a gold filigree confessional box. Tucked away on the left in the corner at the front was a door, probably leading to the rectory. On the right, halfway down, was another door, a smaller version of the front doors, that must lead to the small graveyard on that side the church. At the front of the church, 4 steps lead up to the altar. Large golden candlesticks with long white candles were positioned on the altar cloth on either side of an ornate golden chalice. To the left of the altar was a raised pulpit where Father Harper gave mass. To the right, a large urn filled with fresh flowers, the fragrance cloying and sickly sweet even in the large church. Directly behind the altar was a large mahogany wooden cross. It was of simple design, and seemed out of place in the rich lavishness of the church. Behind the cross was another stained glass window, this one depicting the crucifixion, the cross similar to the simple one in front of it, standing at Jesus' feet. They moved slowly and quietly down the outside of the aisle on the right. A few people were dotted about, clutching rosaries, heads bent low in prayer, their quietly mumbled words reaching the brothers' ears as they passed. Dean's attention was caught by a glass display cabinet mounted on the wall below one of the stained glass windows. Dean stopped to see what was inside, a collection of daggers, dirks and knives. Most were ornate. Some of them had delicately curved silver blades, and others were brass. Some had jewel-encrusted handles, or symbols carved into the handles or blades. One of the knives was different from the rest. It was a simple serrated knife with a dark wooden handle, like the cross. Its simplicity seemed out of place with the others in the display case. Sam had wandered further towards the front of the church. When he looked back and saw Dean examining the contents of the case, he turned back, going to his brother and peering over his shoulder. "Very impressive," Sam said as he scanned the collection. "Are you collectors?" a voice behind them said. Neither had heard anyone approach. They both started and turned quickly to face the newcomer. It was the tiny elderly balding priest they had seen talking to the detective outside the church yesterday, a smile of greeting on his face as he waited for an answer. Sam mused silently that the knives they had hidden on them, or the one stowed in the trunk of the Impala, didn't really qualify as a collection, more a tool of trade. "No sir, we were just admiring your collection. A lot of my flock think it odd that a priest keeps a knife collection, but I'm very proud of my collection. Some of them are donated, but I usually pick one up whenever I travel on church business. Not that I travel much anymore." He hesitated, glancing between the brothers. "But you boys didn't come here to discuss my knife collection." The brothers stepped forward. They towered over the priest. He was only around 5'3" and looked to be in his 80s. A hearing aid was tucked behind each ear, his roomy blue eyes sparkling with intelligence belied his age. Dean held out his hand. "Father Harper, right?" He took Dean's hand in a surprisingly firm grip. "What gave me away? It wouldn't have been the outfit, would it?" Dean smiled at the priest's humor. "I'm Dean Chester and this my college, Sam Winton. We're here too." He held up his hand in a gesture of stop. "Before you go on, I've told the detectives everything I know." Sam took a step forward. "No, Father, we're not here from the police. You're reporters, aren't you?" "I have already stated I would not be talking to any reporters. You boys wasted your time coming here. We heard about the murder that happened outside, but we're not reporters. We're from Family Heritage magazine. We're doing a piece on the Archer family. And this concerns me." "How?" The priest narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "We were hoping to talk to you about the Archer family." "I'm sorry, young man, but I can't divulge any information about my parishioners. Now if you'll excuse me." Father Harper began to turn away. "Father, wait. We've spoken to Matthew Archer, and he suggested we talk to you about his family's involvement and generosity to the church over the years," Sam said. Dean took a quick glance at his brother, as he suspected Sam was using the puppy dog eyes. Father Harper turned back, looking at Sam. It seemed to Dean that the puppy dog eyes were having the desired effect on the priest. "He did. We interviewed him yesterday. He spoke very highly of you," Dean said with a smile that he hoped was sincere. Father Harper was searching his face, giving him the same look he had gotten from Hetty and Matthew. "You know, you remind me of someone, but I can't think who it is," the father said thoughtfully. "I get that a lot," Dean replied with a lift of his lips. "Well, all right then, come into the rectory, we'll talk in there." Father Harper talked as they followed him across the front of the church, and through the door on the other side. "Such a sad business, this murder. I've had police, detectives, investigators, reporters and all kind of ghoulish people hanging around, all wanting a story or just nosy about poor young Rafe. Such a nice young man. He and Della made a lovely couple. I've known them all their lives. I was going to marry them on Saturday. Awful business. Awful. So sad and pointless." Considering a moment ago he'd said he didn't want to talk about Rafe Grayson's murder, the father said a lot. Behind the door was a flagstone-paved courtyard separating the church and the stone cottage that was the rectory where Father Harper lived. Immediately to the left was a stone staircase leading down beside the wall of the church. At the bottom was a wooden door that led to a storage area or basement of some kind. The top of the steps were surrounded by a meter-high wrought iron fence with a bolted gate to access the steps and the room below. They crossed the 30-meter-wide courtyard and entered the cottage. A hall ran down the center of the cottage with rooms off both sides. The tiny priest opened the first door on the right and bade them to enter. He closed the door after them. This was the father's lounge-cum-office. A desk to one side. On the wall behind the desk was a gold crucifix, and on either side of the window that overlooked the side of the church was a picture of the Virgin Mary and one of Pope Benedict. The father motioned for them to sit across the room on the old-fashioned overstuffed lounge covered in fussy floral material. The father seated himself in a matching wing-backed armchair, his feet dangling 2 inches off the floor. The chair was covered in the same material as the lounge. Both looked as though they were as old as Father Harper, who was well into his 80s. "So what is it you want to know?" "The story we are doing will deal with the long history the Archers have in Savannah. Matthew told us about the business side and other aspects of the family's history. We heard of the family's generosity and close ties to the church, and we would like to know in your words about that and anything else." that you can tell us about the Archers' relationship with the church in the last 100 years? Sam said as he dug his notebook out of his pocket. Father Harper gave a short laugh. Well, I might be old, but I don't go back quite that far. But I'll say this, son, you should never ask an old man for a history lesson. You'll be here until midnight. For 15 long minutes the tiny priest had talked about the Archer family, not really telling them anything they already knew. All the Archers were married in the church. All the Archers worshipped in the church. Matthew and his wife Lilia came to Mass every Sunday, as had their son David, until he moved away last year. The father socialized with the Archers and was a frequent dinner guest at the Archer mansion. As a matter of fact, I'm having dinner with Lilia and Matthew tomorrow night, the father added to his rambling. Over the years, the Archers had been one of the church's biggest benefactors, with 3 generations all donating money and various other artifacts of interest to the church, some of them religious, and some of them not. Edward paid for a gas furnace to be put in the basement, running a ducted heating system under the floor of the church. Father Harper pointed out that even though this is Savannah, the old church with its vaulted ceilings was drafty and cold in the winter, and as he'd gotten older, both he and his older parishioners appreciated the warmth of the tiles under their feet. It was when Father Harper started digressing off the subject of the Archers, the brothers knew it was time to go. Only problem was how to end the meeting. That's when there was a knock on the door. It opened, and the brothers glanced over their shoulder to see who had given them a get-out-of-jail-free card. The woman that entered was tall and solidly built, wearing a simple print dress. Iron gray hair that had once been black was scrapped harshly back from her face. The Coke bottle glasses perched on her nose made her eyes look enormous. As she advanced into the room the brothers stood. She stopped, her eyes going first to Sam. Pardon me, I didn't know the father had. The rest was cut off as her eyes slid from Sam and landed on Dean. Here we go again. Father Harper looked up at her. Seeing the shocked look on her face, he said, Jean, what is it? Is there something wrong? Her eyes finally left Dean, and she looked down at the seated priest. I came to tell you confession is in 10 minutes. This was Jean Benoit, and she had immediately seen Dean's uncanny likeness to her great-uncle Eric's lover. Is it really? Where does the time go? He peered at his watch. Thank you, Jean. Jean continued to stand there once again staring openly at Dean. Father Harper frowned at her, puzzled by her odd behavior. Jean? Dean started to squirm under the woman's scrutiny. Jean must have seen Dean was uncomfortable with her interest. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stare, it's just that you look like someone I knew a long time ago, she said, giving Dean a watery smile. Father Harper looked from Jean to Dean. Funny, but I thought I recognized you when I first saw you in the church. His eyes moved back to Jean. Who is it, Jean? Who does he remind me of? Jean opened her mouth to answer, but Dean spoke first. James Archer. His intense green gaze on Jean, waiting to see her reaction. Jean couldn't seem to drag her eyes away from Dean's. She drew in a deep breath. Yes, James Archer. It's uncanny you're so much like him. Dean flashed her a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. The spitting image, you might say? Jean looked like she was about to reply when the father spoke, pointing a nobly index finger at Dean. That's it, Matthew's grandfather's brother. His portrait hangs in the gallery at the Archer mansion. We saw that portrait yesterday, when we interviewed Matthew. Sam said, hazel eyes flitting from Father Harper to Jean. Both were still looking at Dean. Being the center of attention was making Dean uncomfortable looking to the father. He put an end to it, holding out his hand. I think we've taken up enough of your time, Father. Thank you. Bracing his hands on the arms of the chair, Father Harper stood, taking Dean's hand in his own. Anytime. It was nice to talk to you both, he said, reaching for Sam's hand as he too stood to leave. Jean, will you show these gentlemen out? I must get ready for confession. Of course, Father. Gentlemen, please follow me. Jean led the way to the door, preceding the brothers out. She gently closed the door behind her. They followed her down the hallway and back across the courtyard. When she opened the door leading into the church, she stood back. I'm sure you can find your way from here, gentlemen. As Dean moved to the doorway, he stopped. Can I ask you something? Without waiting for her answer, Dean continued. You've worked for Father Harper a long time, haven't you? Yes, a long time, 31 years. I don't want to appear nosy, but I have to ask. How did you know that I'm the dead ringer of James Archer? Jean's eyes darted around. She appeared to be choosing her words after a few brief moments. Her eyes settled on Dean. My great-uncle Eric and James Archer were great friends. A photo of the two of them was found amongst his belongings after he died. I can remember seeing it when I was a girl. Eric and James, they were very close, weren't they? Dean asked. Many years ago, before I was born, the Archer family and my family, the Benoits, were extremely close. My grandfather Elliot and my great-uncle Eric were very close to James and Richard Archer. James was closer to Eric than his own brother. They were inseparable. But when James was murdered, everything changed. The Archers and the Benoits had some sort of falling out. I don't know about what. But whatever it was, the families have had nothing to do with each since. Was that all Jean knew, or did she know the reason why the families fell out? At that moment the door to the cottage opened and closed, and Father Harper hurried towards them. He started when he saw them and Jean standing in the church doorway. "You're still here, boys?" he said, coming up to stand beside them. "We were just chatting with Jean," Sam explained. Jean was once again looking at Dean. He returned her look for a moment before he saw her mentally shake herself. "Father, it's time for confession." Yes, of course it is," Father Harper replied, preceding them back through the door into the church. He bid them farewell for a second time, and made his way to the confessional, where a few people waited. They thanked Jean, who was lingering in the doorway throwing furtive glances at Dean. As they made their way up the center aisle to the church entrance, Dean could still feel her eyes on him. And when they reached the alcove, Dean glanced back over his shoulder. Jean was still standing by the door watching him, and he knew without having to look back again that she watched him until the large wooden door closed behind him. Thunderbird in, the same evening. "God damn it, we're getting no closer to an answer," Dean said in frustration as he ran a hand through his short hair. Sam knew how Dean felt. He too was frustrated. They had been here all afternoon, literally putting all the information they had gathered over the last 3 days on the table of the motel, going over everything they knew, trying to find the link binding Louis Archer's spirit. "The visit with the priest didn't reveal anything we didn't already know," Sam said, picking up and scanning the notes he'd taken at the church. "There doesn't seem to be any connection there." Throwing the papers down on the paper-strewn table, he glanced at Dean. "What about Jean?" "I don't think she's the connection," Dean stated. "I do think she knows the full story about the whole Eric and James thing, but not a lot else," Dean answered. "Hey Dean, do you think Jean and Father Harper have a thing going on?" Dean's eyes darted up to Sam, shocked that Sam of all people would consider such a thing. "You've got to be kiddin'. He's a man of the cloth and 84 years old. Yeah, sure, he's a priest, but he's still a man with sexual desires, and Jean's an eligible spinster also with sexual desires." Dean thought about that for a minute, then said, "Nah, he's tiny and she's on the large side. I mean, it would be physically impossible, wouldn't it?" he queried. "But then again, things even themselves out in the horizontal." Sam laughed. "Dude, too much information. And now I have a mental image that is not gonna go away anytime soon." "Well, it's true," Dean said, grinning. Still chuckling, Sam said, "So, back to Louis Archer's spirit. What's the answer? What's the link? What are we missing?" Again serious and back to the business at hand. "That's a lot of what, Sam." "The answer?" Dean had a nagging feeling he had the answer, that it was locked away somewhere in the back of his mind. All he needed was the key. Was that key here in front of him, laid out on the table, or hidden in the vision James had shown him? He got up from the table and paced across the room. Stopping at the window, he pushed the curtain aside, peering out into the night. "Hey, how long has it been dark outside?" "Couple of hours, I guess. It is after 9, Sam replied. He watched as Dean let the curtain fall back in place and went to the bed, throwing himself down on top of it with a sigh. Sam hadn't seen Dean this frustrated with a hunt for a long time. It probably has something to do with the whole looking like James, the constant staring, and the vision he'd had last night. "Here's another what for you. What about we call it a day? Get a good night's sleep and start fresh in the morning?" "Yeah, maybe." Dean suddenly sat up and looked hopefully over at Sam, still sitting at the paper-strewn desk. The look in Dean's eyes made Sam wary of the thoughts going through his mind. "What? I've got a better idea." "An idea, you? You're not getting sick, are you?" Sam's voice was laced with a feigned worry. "Hilarious, Sam. I'm laughing on the inside," Dean said with a sneer. Sam chuckled. "Well, do I get to hear this idea of yours? Or are you gonna keep it all to yourself? Let's go get a drink, maybe shoot some pool. It'll do us good, help us to unwind a bit. Would I say?" "I dunno, Dean. I don't think that's such a good idea." "Why not? Come on, Sam, one drink. You know you wanna." Seeing the hopeful look on Dean's face, Sam gave in. "Okay, one drink and one drink only." Dean leapt off the bed, grabbed his denim jacket, and was out the door before Sam had a chance to stand up. In the short time it took Sam to retrieve his own jacket, grab the room key, and close the door behind him, Dean had already disappeared down the stairs leading to the ground floor rooms and the motel parking lot. Sam followed, expecting to see Dean waiting in the Impala when he reached the car, but Dean wasn't in the car. He was striding across the parking lot towards the street. Sam couldn't believe his eyes. He jogged, catching up with Dean as he reached the sidewalk, stepping into stride beside his brother. "What the hell, Dean, you're walking?" "No kidding, Sherlock." "But Dean, you never walk if you can ride in the car." "No, I don't." "Yes, you do. So I felt like walking." "You got a problem with me walking?" Dean gave Sam a sidelong look. No, no problem. Sam lied. He did have a problem. Louis Archer might be out and about tonight looking for James, and Dean is walking around with James' face. Sam considered this a major problem. He'd have to stick to him like glue, keep him inside at all times, and pray that where they were headed was not in the area Louis was haunting. They had no weapons on them apart from the knife each had sheathed and strapped to their ankle. They had no salt, and salt was the only thing they knew of at this stage that would send Louis packing, even if only for a short while. Sam moved closer to Dean, so close that their shoulders brushed with every second step they took. Dean nudged Sam's shoulder with his own, saying, "Dude, personal space. There's a whole sidewalk to walk on, and you're almost on top of me." Sam mumbled, "Sorry," moving away from Dean a fraction. But within 10 strides he had moved in close again. All his life Dean had been protecting Sam, always putting Sam above himself in so many ways. Now it was Sam's turn to return the favor and do the same for his brother. The You Savvy Bar and Bistro, Savannah, Georgia. The You Savvy Bar and Bistro was jump-in, fairly typical of most bars in cities across the U.S. on a Friday night. People were unwinding at the end of a typical working week. The brothers turned heads as they pushed through the throng of people drinking, eating, joking and laughing. The females looked on in appreciation and the males in envy. Dean spotted the pool table in an alcove at the back away from the Friday night revelers. The table was currently in use by a couple of denim and leather-clad biker types. "Order us a couple of beers, and I don't know about you, but I could go some fries. I'm going to shoot some pool," Dean said, smiling and rubbing his hands together in gleeful anticipation. Sam watched Dean saunter up to the pool table. Dean spoke to the men motioning towards the table. The shorter of the two said something back to Dean. Dean smiled and reached into his pocket. He slapped 2 notes on the edge of the table. The men shared a knowing look, smiled at each other, and then at Dean. The larger one clapped Dean on the back, drawing him into the game, and began to set up the table for a new game. Sam thought Dean would be safe there. That was until he pissed off the two by beating them and taking all their money. Making his way to the bar, he had to wait a couple of minutes before he caught the eye of the mutton dressed up as lamb bartender cum bistro waitress. Wearing so much makeup, Sam figured at the end of the night she would need a hammer and chisel to remove it. She smiled sweetly at him, saying, "What can I get for you, sugar?" "2 beers and a large serving of fries, please." Sam returned her smile. She punched his order into the cash register. "That's $11.50, she said, sliding an electronic beeper across the counter. "There you go, sugar, it'll be about 10 minutes. Sam paid her and waited as she pulled the 2 beers. She winked at him as she put the beers down in front of him, which was quite a feat with the thick coating of mascara on her lashes. Flashing her a quick smile, Sam scooped up the beers and made his way towards the pool table, finding a vacated table with empty glasses strewn across it close by. Observing his brother working the pool table never got old for Sam. At the rate he was going, he would be finished cleaning out the 2 men before the fries were ready. Sam could see the 2 were not happy. The shorter one's face was beetroot red, and Sam could have sworn he saw a wisp of steam curling out from his ears. The taller one was standing stock still, his brows pulled together in a furious scowl, his mouth pulled into a thin line. They'd made the mistake of letting Dean break, and as Dean continued to clear the table, Sam knew neither man would get a shot. Sam looked at the digital counter glowing red above the bistro showing number 57. His number was 63. Yep, Dean would get cold beer and hot fries. When the electronic beeper started to vibrate and beep and his number come up, Sam made his way back to the bistro, handed his beeper back in exchange for the fries, poured a generous amount of ketchup on the fries, and sprinkled them liberally with salt. In the act of putting the shaker back amongst the half-dozen sitting beside the counter with the cutlery, condiments and napkins, he hesitated, scrutinizing the shaker for a moment, seeing his distorted reflection in the stainless steel. A quick glance around to see no one was watching, he shoved the shaker into his jacket pocket. Taking the fries back to the table, he sat down, looking up as Dean walked towards him, a smile a mile wide and looking extremely pleased with himself. Like picking low-hanging fruit, he made his way towards where Sam had just sat down. Behind him, the 2 men he had just given a pool lesson to were standing staring at his retreating back. They'd been had by the kid walking away with a weight of their bills stuffed in his pocket. Dean slipped into the seat across from Sam, picking up a ketchup-covered fry and popping it into his mouth, before washing it down with a pull on his beer. "Dude, that was like taking candy from a baby," he said as he picked up 3 fries and pushed them into his mouth. Sam couldn't keep the smile off his face. "How much?" $350, not bad for 15 minutes work. "I wish hunting was that easy." "Yeah, and paid as well." "Drink up, Sammy, the next beer's on me," Dean said before taking another pull on the beer. "Oh no, Dean, we had a deal. 1 beer and 1 beer only." It was the grand total was 5 beers when they left the bar, 2 to Sam and 3 to Dean. It was after midnight as they began the walk back to the motel. The streets were all but deserted, whether it was the hour or the fact that most of Savannah were on alert for the killer that haunted the streets at night. They walked mostly in silence, exchanging a few words here and there. Sam walked as close to Dean as he could without Dean calling him out about his closeness, surveying the shadows looking for signs of danger, and Louis Archer's spirit. Dean thankfully seemed blissfully unaware of Sam's vigilance. They were halfway back to the motel when the figure of a man appeared on the sidewalk ahead. If they continued on, the man would be right in their path. Dean felt Sam stiffen beside him and wondered what about the man up ahead had set Sam's spidey sense tingling. The closer they got, the more Dean became aware that he too felt his instinct of danger ratchet up to DEFCON 3. As they drew closer, Dean realized that this was not just a man, it looked like Louis Archer's spirit, and they had no rock salt. Their footsteps slowed. Sam, is that who I think it is?" Dean said without taking his eyes from the image, wanting Sam to say no, to say he was wrong, that this was not the pissed-off spirit looking to murder his son, who just happened to have the same face as him. It sure is," Sam said. They came to a stop a half-dozen yards from the pale, surreal-looking spirit. He was dressed as he was in Dean's vision as he was the night he murdered his son. He held something in his hand, and of course he was staring at Dean. "Got any bright ideas?" Dean said, backing up a step, noting Sam doing the same. Louis spoke, cutting off any answer Sam was going to make. "I've been waiting for you, James." In his peripheral vision, Dean saw Sam reach into his jacket pocket. He was curious to know what Sam had in mind. Sam wasn't packing any salt rounds. Maybe he found a way to repel spirits with the lint from the lining of his pocket? Dean thought without humor. "Dean, I think we should." Before he could complete his suggestion, Sam was hurled backwards, away and out of sight. Before Dean could turn to see the fate of his brother's otherworldly-induced journey, Louis was in front of him, eyed mere inches from his face. "Son of a bitch," Dean exclaimed in shocked surprise, taking an involuntary step backwards, before he was held firm by the spirit's angry, ghostly power. "It's time, James," Louis said calmly, the smell of death and decay on his breath. The cold voice matched the coldness in his gray eyes. Dean wanted to yell that it wasn't James, but his throat seemed paralyzed. All he managed to squeeze past his lips was, "I'm not." Jaw. Dean felt a force push against his chest, crushing him, forcing the air from his lungs, and a moment later he was flat on his back on the sidewalk, the impact compressing his lungs even more. He lay against the cold concrete, desperately trying to inflate his lungs with life-giving air. As he struggled to breathe, Louis's face appeared in front of him. The spirit hovered horizontally over his prone body. Dean stared wide-eyed, gasping and helpless into the pale, translucent face. Even in his dire situation, he wondered if his brother was okay. Louis raised his right arm, and through white eyes, Dean saw the blade of the knife he had in his hand poised above his chest. "It's God's will, it must be done," Louis said. Had he detected a note of sadness in the spirit's voice? "After everything, this is how it ends, not with the teeth of hellhounds ripping me apart. A spirit, a goddamn spirit, and I don't even get to say goodbye to Sam." Summoning strength from the depths of his being, Dean freed his hand from the force holding him captive, his eyes never leaving the knife as it began to descend in Louis's pale hand. The sharp tip touched the fabric of his jacket, tearing through that, his shirt and t-shirt, parting the flesh of his left shoulder in between his collarbone and his first rib. Pain radiated down his arm and across his chest. Dean couldn't hold back a cry of anguish, squeezing his eyes shut, only opening them again when Louis pulled the knife from his flesh, accompanied by an obscene sucking sound, lifting it higher, readying to plunge it in a second time. Dean's gaze was drawn away from the blood-covered blade to the cold, steely gray eyes of Louis Archer. A blur of movement to his left, and in an instant everything changed. From the side, fine white crystals showered over Louis, and he was gone, dissipating into the air in a shimmering vapor. The fine crystals that had hit Louis continued to rain on Dean, showering his head and shoulders. He blinked as some of the crystals fell into his eyes, and he tasted salt onto his parted lips. "Salt? It's salt, Sam?" There was a clatter of metal on the sidewalk, and then Sam appeared above him, his frantic gaze going from the bloody evidence of the wound in Dean's shoulder to his face. Dean sucked air into his straining lungs. "Cutting it a bit fine there, Sammy. What capped you?" His voice was breathless. "Being thrown around and stabbed by a pissed-off spirit will do that to you." Sam gave a weak, lopsided smile before saying, "Sorry bro, I was preoccupied being unconscious." "You all right?" Dean gasped out, Sam nodded. I'm good. You? Sam answered. A look of relief crossed Dean's face. Punctured. Where'd you get the salt? Sam looked embarrassed. His lips quirked up in an apologetic smile. Stole a salt shaker from the bar. Dude, I'm definitely rubbing off on you. Sam had known who the figure was standing in their path. He stiffened, instantly alert to the danger. Beside him, Dean also seemed to have sensed something not right. He and Dean slowed their steps and stopped a few yards from the apparition. Dean was looking hard at the spirit. Sam, is that who I think it is? It sure is, Sam said. In unison they took a step back from the ghostly pale spirit. Got any bright ideas? Dean said. I've been waiting for you, James, Lewis said before Sam could answer. Sam reached into his pocket, his finger closing around the metal of the salt shaker, warm from his body heat. Dean, I think we should. Before he could say run, he was flying backwards at a dizzying speed away from his brother. The flight ended abruptly when first his back and then the back of his head slammed hard against something hard and immovable. The impact sent a sharp pain radiating through his skull. It exploded behind his eyes, plunging him into darkness. Sam wasn't aware of how long he was unconscious. At the moment he regained his senses, the pain in his head, and down the center of his back in between his shoulder blades, made him wish he still was. The sight that met him when he opened his eyes drove his own pain from his mind. A short distance away, Lewis Archer's ghost had Dean pinned to the sidewalk. The spirit floated horizontally above his prostrate brother, and the knife in his hand was descending towards Dean's chest. Before Sam could move, it sank into Dean's shoulder area. Dean's anguished cry spurred Sam into action. He scrambled forward onto his knees, feeling the salt shaker shift in his pocket. As he crawled forward, he pulled the shaker out of his pocket, unscrewing the lid as quickly as he could. It came free falling to the ground with a metallic clatter. Close enough to hit the spirit, he hurled the contents at Lewis's head, just as he was raising the knife to plunge it into Dean a second time. The salt hit Lewis across the side of his head, and he dissipated in a shimmer of air into the night. The salt crystals fell onto Dean's head and shoulders. Lewis was gone for now. The empty shaker fell from his hands to the sidewalk with a metallic clatter, and rolled away towards the gutter. Scrambling the last couple of feet to Dean's side, Sam leaned over him, his eyes going from the bloody evidence of the wound in Dean's shoulder to his face covered in a sprinkling of salt crystals. Dean was conscious and thankfully only had the one wound. Thank God. Dean's green eyes narrowed against the pain, and the sting of salt that had fallen into them went straight to Sam's face. Looking for signs of injury, seemingly satisfied, he sucked in a deep breath. Cutting it a bit fine there, Sammy. What capped you? Sam gave him what he hoped was a reassuring smile, saying, Sorry bro, I was preoccupied being unconscious. You all right? Dean gasped out. Sam nodded, the slight movement sending pain through the back of his head. I'm good. You? A look of relief crossed Dean's face before he answered. Punctured. Where'd you get the salt? Sam lifted his lips in an apologetic smile. Stole a salt shaker from the bar. Dean gave him a look that Sam thought held pride. Dude, I'm definitely rubbing off on you. Sam couldn't help but smile. The smile died when he pulled aside Dean's blood-stained shirt, then pulled down the neck of his t-shirt to examine the wound. The wound wasn't big, barely an inch long, but it looked deep. Blood oozed at a steady rate from the gash, marring Dean's lightly freckled skin 3 inches below his collarbone, and around the same distance from his heart. It's not too bad, but it's gonna need stitching, Sam said in what he hoped was a calm voice that belied the tension he was feeling, as he released the cloth of Dean's t-shirt to fall back over the wound. Pulling a handkerchief from his jeans, he wadded it into a ball, pushing it inside Dean's t-shirt against the wound, then taking hold Dean's left hand, he placed it against the blood-covered jacket. It's gonna hurt like a bitch, but can you keep pressure on it? Dean nodded, pressing his hand down on the wound with a groan and a grimace of pain. Sam, we'd better get the hell out of here before Lewis comes back. My thoughts exactly. Sam agreed as he put a supporting hand under Dean's right arm, helping him to his feet. Dean gave a cut-off sound of pain as Sam pulled his brother's right arm across his own shoulders. Grasping Dean's right hand, Sam's left arm slid across Dean's back and around his waist to grasp a belt loop. You ready? Sam asked. Dean dragged in a breath, nodding. Through the jacket he could feel his blood soaking into the handkerchief already. Pressing his hand down harder onto the wound, he said, Yeah, let's go. As they started forward, Sam glanced back over his shoulder. The discarded salt shaker lay forgotten on the sidewalk a dozen feet away from the yield sign attached to the metal pole, where Sam had ended his flight through the air. The return trip from the bar to the motel took them a lot longer. By the time they reached the steps up to the first floor and their room, Dean was breathing heavily and putting nearly all of his weight into Sam. The pain and blood loss were taking their toll, sapping more of Dean's strength with every step. Reaching their door, Sam propped Dean against the motel wall, holding him there with one hand, as he fumbled in his pocket for the key with the other. Finding the key, he inserted it into the lock, and at last the door swung open, and Sam helped Dean inside, guiding him to the closest bed. As gently as he could, Sam lowered Dean down to sit on the side of it. Before he did anything else, Sam ran back out the door and down to the Impala, retrieving the first aid kit, flicking on the light as he came back through the door. Dean was still sitting on the side of the bed. He had somehow managed to rid himself of his jacket and shirt, and was now struggling one-handed to get the blood-soaked t-shirt over his head. "Here, let me help," he said, putting the med kit down on the bed. Sam peeled the t-shirt up and over Dean's head. The white handkerchief that had been pressed against the wound was now red and wet with blood. It too came away with the cotton material. Sam dropped that and the t-shirt on top of the jacket and shirt. Dean's eyes slid down to the bloody pile of clothing. "Damn, more clothes ruined. I'm gonna have to go shopping if this keeps up." Sam was already going through the medkit, pulling out items he would need to treat the stab wound. Dean's eyes moved from the clothes to the wound. Now that Dean had stopped moving, the bleeding had slowed to a sluggish flow. If Lewis had have thrust the knife in it little to the right, it would have been lights out. His last year would end early. He would be in hell, and Sam would be alone. A shiver run down his spine. Sam soaked some wadded gauze with peroxide and laid it against the wound. Dean hissed at the sting, but didn't flinch away. "Hold this while I get the needle and thread." Sam switched on the bedside light, shining more light on Dean and the wound. As Sam had expected, Dean was stoic, not one word of complaint or indication. The process was painful as he pushed the needle through his skin. 10 minutes later, when Sam had completed a neat row of 7 stitches, Dean looked down at the wound. "Nice needlework, Sammy." "Thanks, I learned from the best," he answered as he cleaned the fast-drying blood from around the wound and Dean's chest, before covering the stitches with a gauze pad, taping it in place. After a brief search, Sam found some prescription painkillers left over from another hunt that had not quite gone to plan. He popped 2 out of the blister pack and held them out to Dean, along with a glass of water from the bathroom. "Here, take these." Dean was still sitting on the side of the bed where Sam had left him. He eyed the pills suspiciously. "What are they?" "Painkillers," Sam answered, waiting for his brother to reject the medication. "I don't need 'em, pain's okay," Dean said, shaking his head, looking for all the world like a 9-year-old. Sam looked at Dean, the pain look in his eyes. The pinched lines around his mouth told a different story. "Liar," was all he said. Dean didn't object to Sam's slight on his character. He stared at Sam, who looked as determined to make him take the pills as he was determined not to take them. He hated it when Sam got all Mother Heenish on him, but it wasn't so much that. He didn't like the way the pills made him feel. Groggy, lethargic and not in control, and he needed to be in control. He needed to watch out for Sammy. "Dean, you just got stabbed by a ghost," Sam pointed out. "Thanks, Captain Obvious," Dean answered sarcastically. "So it doesn't hurt," Sam said, waiting for the next lie. Dean didn't disappoint. "No, not at all." Sam lifted one side of his mouth in a smirk, a look that in that moment looked so much like their father. Dean just stared at him. "Prove it," Sam goaded in the same tone. "What?" Dean was astounded. "There's something wrong with your hearing, Dean. I said prove it." "There's Dad again." Sam had the expression that said, "I can do this all night," the glass still thrust out towards him. "I won't," Dean said petulantly. "Fine, I've got all night. I'm not moving from this spot until you prove that stab wound doesn't hurt like a bitch, and you admit you're in pain." "All right, I'll prove it doesn't hurt." Dean took a breath and with his elbow bent, began to move his arm in a circle. He'd only got it parallel to his shoulder when a sharp pain emanating from the wound stabbed across his chest and down his arm. He clutched at the arm, bending forward at the waist, his eyes screwed shut, and a loud exclamation of, "Son of a bitch." Sam was immediately contrite, but he had proved his point. He put the glass down on the bedside table and sat on the bed next to his stubborn brother, and began to rub small circles on his back. Dean rocked back and forward, right arm up, shielding the wound, his eyes still closed. "Now will you take the pills?" Sam said in a soothing voice. Dean still glancing sideways at Sam. Dean's face was now coated in fine layer of perspiration. "You're not gonna leave me in peace until I do, are you?" Sam shook his head. "No, definitely not. You're a stubborn bastard, you know that," Dean said without heat or malice. "Look who's talking." Dean couldn't keep a smile at bay. With a reluctant sigh, he held out his hand for the pills. Sam dropped them into his cupped palm and handed him the glass of water. watching Dean like a hawk to make sure he really swallowed them. As soon as the first of the water hit the back of his throat, Dean realized he was thirsty and downed the whole glass along with the pills. Now that wasn't so hard, Sam said as if talking to a child. Bite me, Dean replied, but his voice held a note of humor. Lie down and get some rest, Sam said as he picked up the empty glass and the pile of bloody clothes, carrying them into the bathroom. The clothes he threw into the shower recess, turning on the shower and letting the water rinse away the blood. Mesmerized by the pink water circling the drain before it was sucked away, Sam stood there until the water ran clean, turning off the shower, leaving the clothes to drain. He filled the glass again, this time to quench his own thirst. He probed the lump on the back of his head. It was sensitive to the touch, but the skin wasn't broken. However, the headache that was radiating from the lump throbbed unmercifully through his skull, with every beat of his heart, not to mention the ache in the center of his back between his shoulder blades, where he'd collided with the metal pole, that made its presence felt with even the slightest movement of his upper body. Sam carried the refilled glass back into the bedroom. Dean had done as Sam had suggested and lain down on the bed. Dried blood stained the fingers of his left hand, where it lay splayed across his bare stomach. It remained from where Dean had pressed his hand against the wound. His eyes were closed, his face pale. Sam unlaced and removed Dean's boots, and then with a little tugging, pulled the comforter out from under him, laying it over him, and tucking it around his shoulders and feet. Dean was vaguely aware of Sam pulling off his boots and tucking the comforter around him, too tired and weary from blood loss, and the effects of the painkillers already coursing through him, dulling his senses and making his eyelids heavy, to protest that he was a big boy now, and didn't need to be tucked in. Truth was, he kinda liked having his little brother fussing over him. Thanks, Sammy, he mumbled around a tongue that felt swollen and alien in his mouth, like someone had swapped it out for a much larger one. Before he drifted away on the tide of painkillers, he heard Sam's softly whispered reply. You're welcome, bro. Sam stood looking at his sleeping brother, his eyelashes long and dark lying against his pale cheeks, made him look younger and vulnerable. Sam sent out a silent prayer, thanking God he'd been close by tonight. Sam had come close to losing his brother tonight to Lewis Archer's spirit an inch further over, and the knife would have penetrated his heart, and Dean would be yet another victim of the spirit's misguided revenge. Sam was not losing his brother, not to a spirit, and not to a demon deal. He would find a way. With a sigh, Sam turned away from his sleeping brother. He popped one of the pain pills out of the pack and downed it. Taking off his jacket and shoes, he switched off the main overhead light, leaving only the light from the bedside lamp. Leaving the covers on the bed, he lay down, turning towards Dean, watching him sleep. Occasionally his brother's eyes would move under the lids, and his lips would twitch. Sam felt his headache start to lift, and he closed his eyes, and although he could no longer see Dean, he was comforted by the sound of Dean's rhythmic breathing. Thunderbird in Savannah, Georgia. Dean's sleep had been plagued by nightmarish dreams, always the same one all night. Reliving the encounter with Lewis's spirit. It would start as Lewis held him firm against the sidewalk and end as he plunged the knife into him, only to begin again like a tape on a loop over and over, until Dean had started up in bed, fully awake, his shoulder throbbing. He was sweating, trembling, and thirsty. The dark outside the curtains had lifted with the imminent arrival of daylight. Not wanting to drift back into the realms of the nightmare yet again, Dean had risen stiffly. Seeing Sam had fallen asleep in his clothes on top of the covers, Dean pulled the comforter from his own bed and lay it over his brother. He then made his way slowly by the light from the bedside lamp into the bathroom, quietly closing the door. So as not to disturb his sleeping brother, he turned on the light and drank 2 glasses of water, hoping in the very least to slack his thirst, and then regretted it, as the water threatened to make an encore appearance. Dean had sat on the closed toilet seat for a while, breathing deeply, willing the cooling fluid that had felt so good going down to stay down. When he was sure it was staying put, he rather awkwardly, with only one fully functioning arm, stripped off his jeans and boxers, opening the shower screen door. He found the clothes he had been wearing last night in soggy wet pile on the shower floor. He gathered them up and dumped them into the basin. Turning on the water, he waited until it was as hot as he could bear before stepping under the scalding water and washing away all remainders of last night's ghostly, and for him almost deadly, encounter. He managed to keep the bandage that Sam had placed over the stitches from becoming totally soaked, patting the gauze gently with the large fluffy pastel green towel, and then drying the rest of him one-handed. The wet clothes he hung haphazardly around the bathroom. Drip dry, that's the way to go. Sam was still asleep when Dean came back into the bedroom, a cloud of steam following him out. He found the only clean pair of boxers, t-shirt, and jeans he had left, we gotta do laundry. It took him longer than usual to dress, the stitches pulling painfully when he tried to use his left arm. Finally dressed, he collapsed into the chair at the table, feeling the familiar hungover effect from the painkillers, and already too exhausted to attempt putting on his socks and boots. He felt like he'd run a marathon, falling over the finish line in last position. Half-heartedly, he'd opened Sam's laptop and searched the internet for anything relevant to Louis Archer. Perhaps we missed something. He'd come across a local website for the Savannah Historical Society. The website was well maintained and up to date. There was page after page on Louis and the Archers, but nothing that he and Sam didn't already know. He followed a link to a page on Archer's ghost and the unsolved murders associated with that. All names and pictures of the victims, including the two latest, 30-year-old Jason Marshall and of course 27-year-old Rafe Grayson. All the young men in the photos had a similar look to James and himself. When he got to the latest victim, Rafe Grayson, Dean remembered that today was the day Rafe and his fiancée were to be married. Father Harper now has a huge hole in his schedule for today. As he continued to look at the picture of Rafe, the thought occurred to him that the Historical Society could very well have been adding his picture and name to the list of Archer's ghosts victims. That is my current fake name anyway. It would read, Dean Chester, age 29. Dean considered what their next move should be. He had an idea, and hopefully it would reveal more on how they were going to finish this hunt. He just had to run his idea past Sam. A short time later, Sam woke with a snort. He sat up, the bedclothes falling down around his waist. He stretched his back with a wince, then ran his hands through his sleep-mussed hair. Seeing Dean at the computer, he silently gave him the once-over, then gave him a look that said, "Bet I don't look as bad as you." Dean knew he was probably right, but there was no time to worry about resting up and healing. After the events of last night, Dean was more determined to make sure no one else suffered at the vengeful spirit's ghostly hands, or ghostly knife as it were. Dean stopped typing and looked over at Sam, smiling. Dean looked tired and pale. Dark circles shadowed the skin under his eyes. Lazarus has finally arisen, and the day is half gone. Dean replied. You sleep all right? How's the shoulder? Sam asked. Yes, I slept all right. Those pills you gave me, man, I went out like a light, slept like a baby, and the shoulder's fine thanks to your tender ministrations, Florence. Sam knew it for what it was, an out-and-out lie. Twice through the night he'd awoken to Dean muttering and groaning. The second time Dean had yelled out clearly, "No, please don't." Sam spoke honestly. You look like crap. Dean's bloodshot eyes scanned Sam's face before he said, right back at ya. Nice bed hair, by the way. Sam ignored the attempted change of subject, giving Dean a searching look, a look that said, I'll bet I don't look as bad as you. Find anything interesting? Sam inclined his head towards the laptop. Nah, nothing, Dean said, closing the lid of the laptop. So what's the plan? Sam asked, looking at Dean. I assume you have a plan. Yeah, but you're not gonna like it. After last night I'm willing to try anything, even one of your plans, Sam said, waiting for Dean to rise to the insult. Dean looked disgusted, saying, thanks for the vote of confidence, mister. I went to college. Anytime, Sam smiled. Sam enjoyed yanking his brother's chain every now and then, but the truth was Dean's plans were always solid, and worked 95% of the time. So do I get to know what the plan is, or are you gonna make me wait until I'm old and gray? Sam said with that smug smile still plastered on his face. I think we ought to go back and see Matthew. And say what exactly? I think we should tell him the truth. That's your plan? Tell Matthew the truth. Do you think that's a good idea? If you've got a better idea, feel free to share, Sam. Sam looked thoughtful for a moment, then said, I got nothing, we'll go with your plan. Sam had showered, shaved and dressed, fought his damp hair into submission. Then he'd checked Dean's wound. It looked fine, no redness at the edges, where he'd placed the neat row of stitches. He dabbed at it once again with peroxide, slathered it with antibiotic cream, and redressed it. That's when their morning went to hell. It started when Sam insisted Dean stay in the motel and rest while he went to the diner and got them some breakfast, or more like lunch, or maybe it was brunch, as it was already after 11:30. Come on, Sam, I'm rested. I want to come, Dean said, sounding like a little kid who'd been told he couldn't go to the candy store. I was stabbed in the shoulder, not the leg. I can walk to the diner. No, Dean, you look like crap, Sam argued, eyeing Dean's pale face and dark circles under his green eyes. You're staying here and resting if I have to handcuff you to the bed, and that's that. Why, Sammy, you wanna tie me up? Didn't know you were into that kinky stuff, little brother. Dean waggled his eyebrows up and down, adding, the things you learn about a guy. Funny, Dean, very funny, but I'm serious. The choice is yours. Either you lay down on that bed and rest, or I'm going to get the handcuffs from the trunk. Sam assumed a stance, crossing his arms over his chest, waiting for an answer. Dean gave a sly smile. I love it when you get all masterful and take control. That does it, Sam said, turning towards the door. All right, you win, I'll stay here, Dean said, afraid Sam would actually go through with his threat. Sam turned back to Dean. I knew you'd see it my way, he said smugly, with an expression to match. Dean hated it when Sam used that smug, smart-ass look. He wanted to knock it off Sam's face with a well-placed bunch of fives. Instead, he continued to sit in the chair with a sulky expression plastered on his face. Even his body was conspiring against him. As if to prove Sam had a point, his shoulder gave a sharp throb. Okay, I hear ya. I'm staying here. Damn it, I hate it when he's right. Sam hadn't moved from the spot. Dean looked up from the tips of Sam's well-worn canvas sneakers, peeping out from the ragged hem of his jeans, up all 6'5" of him to his face, with an expression that said, well, what more do you want? I'm waiting, Sam said. I can see that. But if I knew what you were waiting for, I'd die a happy man, Dean said sarcastically. Or should I say die of hunger a happy man? Sam pointed a long finger at Dean's bed, saying, you on the bed now. Dean rolled his eyes and got up from the chair. He made his way purposefully slowly to the bed, holding the arm attached to the throbbing shoulder against his stomach. With a sigh, he flopped down on the side of the bed. Then he looked at Sam, who was still standing in the same place, before saying, satisfied? No, not yet. Lie down, then I will be. Dean gave another exaggerated sigh before easing himself back onto the bed and lying down. Now I'm satisfied. Don't move from there. I'll be back soon. Get a move on. Oh, and if you find me dead when you get back, I probably died of hunger, Dean said with a quick snarky smile. Again funny. Have a nice nap, Sam said as he made his way to the door, turning to give Dean another look, and ducking just in time to miss the pillow that sailed at him from the direction of Dean's bed. Dean heard Sam chuckle as he closed the door behind him. To Sam's surprise, Dean was still lying on the bed, eyes closed, when Sam returned, clutching a large brown paper bag, large grease spots soaking through at the bottom, and 2 takeout coffee cups. Dean sat up immediately, alert to the arrival of food. What took so long? I'm starving, Dean said as almost catapulting off the bed. Sam could imagine Dean floating over to the table on the smell, where Sam had placed the bag. The smell emanating from it was a mouth-watering mixture of bacon and fresh bread. Being stabbed a mere 12 hours before didn't affect Dean's appetite. He consumed 2 extra thick bacon and egg sandwiches, 2 iced donuts, and a ginormous takeout coffee. Sam only managed 1 sandwich, 1 donut, and a regular-sized coffee. Draining the last of the coffee, Dean threw the empty coffee cup into the trash, and gave a contented sigh. He patted his flat stomach and looked across the table at Sam, saying, well, that hit the spot. Thanks, Sammy. Dean's good nature was restored by a full belly, and Sam saw the silly, contented expression on his brother's face, but the lines of pain were still evident around his deeply shadowed eyes. You're welcome, bro. Dean looked down at the remains of Sam's brunch before saying, if you've finished, we'll get going. Sam watched as he rose from the table and went into the bathroom, holding his arm against his side. Seconds later, Sam heard the sounds of Dean brushing his teeth. He waited for a minute before asking, hey Dean, you want to take some more of those painkillers before we go? There was a slight delay in the answer while Dean finished brushing. No, I'm good. Same stock standard Dean Winchester answer. Dean emerged from the bathroom, smacking his lips together, savoring the fresh minty taste the furry taste, and the dry taste painkillers gave him washed away. Sam persisted. What about a couple of Tylenol then? Dean rolled his eyes. I said I'm good. Sam rose from the table and went to stand in front of Dean. I can see you're in pain. Just take the Tylenol, will ya? For me, please. Dean looked at Sam's patented puppy dog expression, and he knew he would take the Tylenol. After all these years, you'd think he'd be immune to that look, but he still could not deny Sam anything when he bought out the big guns. Okay, Sammy, I'll take the Tylenol. Sam's smile was like a split watermelon as he moved past Dean into the bathroom. That did it. The puppy dog eyes work every time. The Archer mansion. Hetty's dark face lit up with pleasure when she opened the door and saw the brothers standing there. Hey Hetty, is Mr. Archer at home? We need to see him, it's important, Dean said with an answering smile. He is, but he's at lunch at the moment. Sorry to do this, Hetty, but we really need to see him, Dean said, pushing his way through the door with Sam right on his heels. Hetty took a step back, taken by surprise. Dean stalked down the hall, Sam right behind. Seeing Matthew Archer sitting at a large dining table through the open door at the end of the hall opposite the office, they went in. Matthew looked up from his plate, a look of confusion coming over his face at the interruption. Sorry to barge in, but we need to speak with you, sir, Sam said. Hetty came into the room behind them. Her eyes went to Matthew saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Archer, but they pushed their way in. I told them you were having lunch. It's all right, Hetty, I'll deal with this, Matthew said in a calming voice. Yes, sir, Hetty said, then left the room. Gentlemen, what is so urgent that it couldn't wait until after lunch? He said as he rose from the table, wiping his mouth on a napkin. We need to talk to you, it's important. Lives may depend on it, Sam said. What do you mean? Matthew looked from one to the other skeptically. You're not journalists, are you? His eyes finally settled on Dean. No, sir, we're not. We're actually brothers, and we're here to. Dean began to explain, but was interrupted by Matthew's angry voice. I don't want to hear it. I want you to leave my home now. Matthew threw the napkin down on the table. Sam took a step forward, holding out his hands in a calming gesture. We can explain. Please, you have to hear us out. No, you entered my home under false pretenses, pretending to be someone you're not. Then you come barging in here and say you can explain. Leave now, or I'll call the police. He pointed in the direction of the front door. Dean waited in, saying, we're investigating the recent murders, and we know who's responsible and why he's doing it. What? Matthew said quietly. Why are you telling me this? I don't see what that has to do with me. It has everything to do with you and your family, Sam said firmly. I'm calling the police. He walked past them out into the hall towards a phone on a small table next to the dining room. You're crazy, both of you. He picked up the phone. Now leave. Please don't do that, Dean said. Sam decided to try a different approach. My brother was attacked last night, stabbed by the same thing that killed those two men. And you think I had something to do with it? Matthew still had the phone in his hand. No, we know you didn't, but it is someone from your family that's responsible. No, it can't be. Matthew shook his head in disbelief. It's your great-grandfather Lewis, Dean bluntly told him. Matthew shot a stunned look at Dean. My great-grandfather Lewis has been dead for nearly 90 years, and you're telling me he's responsible for 2 murders, and now an attempted murder in the last week. Like I said before, you're crazy. Believe me, you're not the first to say that. It's Lewis's spirit. His ghost if you prefer, and this is not the first time he's murdered. Since his death he's been on 3 murder sprees every 29 years. The body count is 10 so far. It's not possible. Ghosts don't exist. Matthew shook his head in denial, sounding unconvinced by his own words. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Yes, they do. But I think you know that, don't you? Dean said, watching Matthew closely. Sam moved forward and took the phone out of Matthew's hand, replacing it in the cradle. We need your help to put Lewis's spirit to rest and stop anyone else dying. Matthew looked at Sam and then nodded. We'll talk in my office. S.I. In Matthew's office, the brothers were once again sitting opposite Matthew on the green sofa. Matthew listened as they explained what they did and why they were here, interjecting with an occasional question. They explained how and why Lewis's spirit returned every 29 years in February. That his spirit was seeking out anyone who resembled his son, repeating James' murder over and over on these innocent men, who happened to bear a resemblance to James. Because Lewis believed in life and even many years after his death, that his homosexual son was evil, and what he, Lewis, was doing was God's will. So Lewis's ghost or spirit is killing these men because they look like James? Yes, Sam said, simply. Matthew looked at Dean. Which would explain why he tried to murder you, seeing as you are the spitting image of James? Dean gave a humorless smile. Lucky me. How are you going to stop it from happening again? Matthew asked. Sam leaned forward on the sofa. Usually we take care of a vengeful spirit by digging up their remains, salting and burning what's left, and once all trace of their human remains are destroyed, they usually pass over and are gone for good. Put to rest if you like, but Dean took up the story from Sam. Lewis was cremated, so his body is already gone. Matthew looked puzzled. So why is he still here then? There must be something of Lewis still here, some of his DNA, blood, hair, skin, a fingernail, something that's binding him here. We need to find it and destroy it to stop Lewis, Sam explained. Dean asked, do you know if some part of Lewis was kept, maybe a lock of his hair or something like that? Matthew shook his head. As far as I know, no. My father Edward may have had some idea if there was anything, but he died 2 years ago. The room was silent for a few seconds, then Dean said, the night Lewis murdered James, he fell down the stairs, broke his neck? That's what my grandfather Richard told me. Was it possible that there was any Lewis's blood? There was James' blood on the knife and all over Lewis. I guess some of it could have been Lewis's blood. Sam picked up on where Dean was going with this. Where's the knife now? I don't know. No one ever said what happened to it. He looked from Sam to Dean before adding, do you think some of Lewis's blood is on the knife, and that's what's binding him here? Could be, Sam answered. Dean spoke to Sam. We got to locate that knife and fast. Sam nodded and then said to Matthew, "Is there anybody you can think of that might know what happened to the knife?" Matthew rubbed a hand across his forehead, then rose from the sofa and paced across the room in front of the desk and back to the sofa. He stopped and looked down at them. "Everyone who would know, they're all dead." Dean had an idea where the knife could be. He looked at Sam saying, "The police usually keep all the evidence from a murder, right?" "Yeah, in evidence lockup." Sam picked up on the idea immediately. "So what if the knife is still locked up with the rest of the evidence from James' murder?" Sam addressed Matthew. "Can you give us the address of the police station?" Garden City Police Department, Savannah, Georgia. It had taken them an hour to track down which of the half a dozen police stations in Savannah had the evidence from James' murder. Finally locating it at the Garden City station, their hopes of that the knife was what was keeping Lewis's spirit tied took a nosedive, as Garden City was way outside of the area Lewis seemed bound to. And if the knife did have traces of Lewis's DNA on it, then it wouldn't be in Garden City. However, it was a lead, and they had to check it out. They strode into the police station suited up, running a gauntlet through various police departments, showing fake FBI IDs, before finally making it to the evidence lockup in the basement of the station. They handed the forged paperwork to the police officer there. He also checked their ID before punching their request into the computer. The pot-bellied officer, who must be close to retirement age, scrutinized the screen before he lifted his eyes to the FBI men, who to his seasoned eyes, looked like they were just out of college and definitely too young for the FBI. "Sorry gentlemen, no can do. Is there a problem?" Thinking perhaps they'd screwed up the paperwork. "There's no problem, and I'd be happy to oblige our colleagues from the Bureau, but that evidence is no longer here." "It's not here. If it isn't at the evidence lockup, where is it?" Dean asked irritably. "Well, son, it was here." But Officer Potley looked back to the screen. The evidence from the James Archer murder case on the February 3, 1921, was handed back to the Archer family on April 25, 1941, 20 years after the case was concluded. "Can't keep evidence forever. If we did, the whole station would be filled from top to bottom with evidence and property. It's only kept for so long, then either disposed of or handed back to family." Sam could sense Dean's anger. It was palpable as they strode from the police station. Sam had to lengthen his strides to catch up with Dean's long, angry strides into the parking lot towards the waiting Impala. It was late afternoon, only an hour away from sunset, another fruitless day almost gone. "We knew it would be a long shot, Dean," Sam said, trying to placate him as he stepped into stride beside him. "Another dead end," Dean almost growled as they crossed the parking lot. Sam stopped walking, struck by a sudden thought. Maybe not. If the evidence was handed back to the family, it might be in the house. Dean had gone another 4 strides before he too stopped and turned to face Sam. "Matthew would have told us if it was. Maybe he doesn't know it's there? His father would have told him." Sam closed the distance between them. "Not necessarily. The knife was handed back 16 years before Matthew was born. Maybe grandfather Richard didn't want any reminders of what happened. Maybe he put it away somewhere to help him forget about the whole thing. Maybe he never even told his son Edward where it was." "You know what, Sam?" "What?" "I think you might be on the right track. The Archer mansion is in Lewis's haunting area. So what do you want to do now?" "We need to go back to the mansion and search it from top to bottom." "The Archer mansion?" Matthew was stunned. "You don't really think the knife is here, in the house?" "I know it seems unlikely, but police records show it was handed back to the family in 1941, along with all other evidence belonging to the family from James' murder." "Do you have any idea where Richard may have kept it?" Dean asked. "No, none," Matthew said with a shake of his head. "Are you sure? Because it's very important. If the knife is holding Lewis here, we locate it as soon as possible and destroy it," Sam said, trying to instill the urgency of the situation into his voice. Evening was upon them, which meant Dean or another man may fall victim to Lewis's spirit. "Neither my grandfather or father ever mentioned anything about the knife. It's not really the kind of thing that comes up in family dinner conversation," Matthew replied. "It probably would have been put away somewhere, out of sight, out of mind," Dean said. Matthew thought for a moment. "There's lots of stuff stored in the basement. It could be in amongst that." Sam and Dean shared a look before Sam said, "Do you mind if we take a look?" "Of course not. Knock yourselves out. I'll get Hetty to unlock the basement for you." "Si." He wasn't kidding when he said lots of stuff, Dean said with frustration when he saw the Archer basement. The overhead light illuminated the large basement cum storage area running under most of the back part of the house. Access was gained to the area through a locked door at the rear of the kitchen, a wooden staircase leading down into the three-quarters full basement, stacked from floor to ceiling with wooden crates, ancient tea chests, cardboard boxes, outdated furniture of all shapes and sizes, old light fittings, a chandelier or two amongst them, and other assorted bric-a-brac, items that had no recognizable use. Sam gave Dean a look of annoyed frustration. There must be at least 100 boxes in here. It's gonna take all of tonight and most of tomorrow to search this lot. We'd better get to it then, Dean said as he stripped off his jacket, loosened his tie, pulling it off as well, throwing both on the wooden stairs leading up to the kitchen. Sometime later they heard footsteps on the stairs. Hetty appeared carrying a tray laden with sandwiches. The brothers stopped their searching, glancing up at her. She smiled at them. I thought y'all might be hungry. I brought you some sandwiches. Dean returned her smile with a megawatt grin of his own. Thank you, Hetty. I don't know about Sam, but I'm starving. I think I could manage a sandwich or three, Sam said, also smiling. Hetty placed the tray on one of the boxes. She didn't leave straight away. She lingered at the base of the stairs, watching as the brothers attacked the tray with enthusiasm. She glanced at the growing pile of boxes to one side that had been searched and discarded. No luck yet? She asked. Sam moved to sit on the stairs, while Dean perched a hip on the edge of a tea chest, before answering around a mouthful of southern fried chicken sandwich. No, nothing yet, adding, do you know what we're looking for? Yes, sir, I do. You're looking for the knife Mr. Lewis Archer used to kill Master James. You wouldn't happen to know if it's in here someplace, would you, Hetty? Sam asked after swallowing a mouthful. Hetty frowned at Sam's question. No, sir, I don't. I would tell you if I did. I thought maybe your great-grandfather may have known and passed it down through the family. No, sir, the servants were, well, servants, seen but not heard, like shadows, always thereabout, but never acknowledged. You know, back then African Americans weren't treated so good and not privy to any family matters, although there was always gossip among the staff. The family thought the servants had no idea about what went on, but they knew everything about everything, well, almost everything. But as far as I know, my great-grandfather never knew what happened to the knife that killed Master James. This was the most Hetty had ever said in their short acquaintance, and for her, it appeared to be a long speech. Dean gave a nod of understanding, before saying, I can only imagine how hard it was for them. I know how uncaring and cruel people can be. Then he added, the current Mr. Archer, he seems like a good man. Is good to work for? Hetty's smile was back. Oh yes, sir. He's been very good to me and my children. He looks after us. Please, Hetty, would you call me Dean? And this is my brother Sam. Dean indicated towards Sam sitting on the steps. Sam gave Hetty a nod. Hetty looked back at Dean before saying, I can't get over it. How much you look like Master James. Dean looked uncomfortable at being once again reminded of the likeness. Sam changed the subject. How many children do you have, Hetty? He asked as he prepared to down the remains of his second sandwich. I have a 19-year-old daughter and a 15-year-old son. Does your husband work for the Archers as well? Dean asked. A look of sadness came over her dark face. My husband died 9 years ago, lung cancer. I'm sorry to hear that. We do all right. Mr. Archer helps a lot, and he's paying for my daughter to go to college. That's very generous. Dean's estimation of Matthew Archer went up another notch. Mr. Archer is a good man. She looked a little uncomfortable that she had said so much to veritable strangers. I'm off in 10 minutes. I'll bring you some coffee before I go home. She gathered up the now empty tray and made her way up the stairs. Sam stood to let her pass. The brothers resumed the search for the elusive knife. True to her word, Hetty reappeared a short time later with 2 steaming mugs coffee, but this time leaving the mugs on top of a tea chest, then going back up the stairs. Sometime later Sam heard Dean groan as he pulled yet another box from the top of yet another stack. He glanced over. Dean was bent over holding his injured arm at the shoulder, face screwed up in pain. Sam was at his side in a flash. He put a gentle hand on Dean's back. You okay? He asked, bending to try and see Dean's face. Dean's head lifted, and he gave Sam a disgusted look. Do I look okay? He said caustically. Dean snapping at Sam's inquiry was a sure sign Dean was hurting. Dean tended to grumpiness when he was hurting, and who could blame him? Sam knew how much Dean wanted to put an end to this haunting, and he was pushing himself to get it done. When he should be resting, hell, most other people would be lying in a hospital bed after being stabbed. And yet here was Dean rummaging around in a damp, dusty basement, lugging and searching one box after another, and less than 24 hours after Sam had put 7 stitches in his shoulder, with no anesthetic or pain-numbing injection like the medical staff in a hospital or clinic would provide before such a procedure. Let's call it a night. We'll come back in the morning and finish this, Sam suggested. No, we gotta find that knife, Sam. It was going to be tough to get Dean to quite that easily. If it's here, it will still be here in the morning, Sam reasoned. Dean uncurled from his bent-over position, huffing out a frustrated sigh. He looked at the stack of boxes still left untouched. What if, the unsaid words hanging in the air, what if Lewis kills again tonight? Sam finished for him. Yeah, we'll have to take that risk. We're not Superman. I'm exhausted, and so are you. And I know your shoulder's hurting. You need to rest it, Dean. If we find that knife tonight, all this may all be over. Sam's voice was firm. No, Dean, we're going back to the motel. And you're gonna take some more of those painkillers. And you're going to take it easy. And that's it, end of the story. Dean leaned his back against the cold brick wall and looked at Sam. In the light from overhead, Sam saw a fine coat of dust and sweat covering Dean's pale face and throat. His shirt that had been white was smeared with dirt and dust, and clinging to his chest with sweat. He looked ill. Sam waited for Dean to deny he was struggling. He was surprised and relieved by his brother's next words. Okay, you win, again. That's twice in one day, Sammy. Make the most of it, 'cause it won't happen again. Sure, Dean, whatever you say. Thunderbird Inn, later the same evening. They showered, both anxious to remove all the dust and dirt from the Archer basement. Sam had changed Dean's bandage, noting that now wound didn't look so good. It was a slightly puffy and inflamed. Sam had voiced this saying Dean might need some antibiotics. Dean had dismissed Sam's concern, saying, "It'll be fine, Sam. Quit worrying." They were soon in bed, physically and mentally exhausted from another day of fruitless searching. Dean started up in the bed all at once, wide awake. He shivered in the chill of the room, goosebumps raised on the skin of his arms and chest, where the comforter had slipped off him. It was tangled around the lower half of his legs. The room was dark, but not dark enough that he couldn't make out the silhouette of a figure standing in the shadows to one side the bed. He couldn't distinguish any features, but he sensed it was a man. Sam, no, not broad enough. The figure took a step forward but was still in shadow, his right arm lifted above his shoulder. He held something in his hand. Without taking his eyes off the upraised arm of the silent figure, Dean reached out blindly to his right, and his fumbling fingers amazingly hit the switch of the bedside lamp, throwing the figure into dim light. The ghostly and surreal figure of Lewis Archer stood over him. He was as he had seen him in his vision, the vision of the night Lewis had murdered James. In his upraised hand was the knife he and Sam had been searching for, the knife he realized with a jolt he had seen twice before. Last night on the street when Lewis had attacked him, and one time before that. Dean shrank back against the bed, mesmerized by the ghost. He was suddenly paralyzed, unable to speak or move, and could only watch and listen when Lewis whispered, drawing Dean's eyes away from the knife to the cold gray eyes so filled with hate. "I have to do this. It's the only way." Then he plunged the knife down into his stomach. Dean gasped, his green eyes opening wide in shock, as intense pain radiated outwards from the knife buried to the hilt in the flesh of his belly. He fisted his hands in the sheet beneath him, incapable of anything else. Lewis's eyes slid from Dean's to his hand wrapped around the knife's handle. He pulled it from Dean's belly and lifted it again. Blood dripped from the tip of the knife across the bed. Dean uncurled his fists from the sheet and pressed them against the wound in an effort to stem the flow of his own warm blood, seeping between his splayed fingers, gasping out one word. "Why?" As if the word had flipped a switch, tears appeared in Lewis's eyes. His lips began to tremble. "I had to, I'm sorry." Dean clamped his eyes shut, unable to watch as the knife as it descended for the second time. He waited for the pain that would come when the knife entered his body for the second time, but then nothing happened. A few seconds later he felt the mattress dip. He tensed, waiting for whatever horror was to follow. Instead he felt something warm on his cheek, and a soft, deep voice whispered softly, "Dean, open your eyes, it's me, Sammy." Sam. The pain in his belly was gone. His hands felt dry, not coated in the warm stickiness of his own blood, and his skin that moments before had felt chilled was radiating heat and oozing perspiration. Cracking open his eyes, he saw Sam. He was sitting beside him, and the whole nightmare faded away. It wasn't real, just another vision. He had been channeling James again, and James had just shown him the missing piece of the puzzle. Sam saw a slither of green appear between the sooty smudge of Dean's lashes, giving him what he hoped was a reassuring smile. "There you are. Now that wasn't so hard, was it?" Dean opened his eyes further, lifting up onto one elbow, and Sam withdrew his hand from Dean's cheek. Lifting the hem of his t-shirt, Dean looked down at his stomach. It was unmarred. No wound, no blood. Looked up, he met Sam's hazel eyes. "Dude, why are you talking to me like I'm 5? Sam said nothing, waiting. Dean flopped back against the pillow with a sigh. "I was dreaming, wasn't I?" It was a realization and a question in one. "Yeah, you said." "Why?" Sam answered, scanning Dean's sweaty face. "You wanna tell me about it?" He ventured quietly. Dean swiped his fingertips across his damp forehead before saying, "I dreamed Lewis was here. He stabbed me in the stomach, I think." "What?" Sam prompted. "I think I was James again. James was showing me something, his murder or the beginning part of it." "You mean it was like another vision?" Sam asked. He sat up suddenly, eyes darting around the room, ignoring the pain and the pull at the stitches in his shoulder, and narrowly avoiding bumping heads with Sam, who was still perched on the side of Dean's bed. What is it?" Sam asked anxiously. "Sam, the knife. I know where it is. Cathedral of John the Baptist Catholic Church, Savannah, Georgia." They dressed quickly. Sam was buttoning his blue and white check shirt as they hurried down the stairs to the Impala. It was the early hours of Sunday, the streets almost empty as they made the tension-filled drive to the church. Dean was silently berating himself for not seeing it before, the last 2 days looking for the knife, and he had known where it was the whole time. He had even thought at the time, seeing Father Harper's knife collection, how the one knife had seemed out of place in amongst the others. Father Harper's words came back to him. "I'm very proud of my collection, some of them are donated." And then later in the rectory, over the years the Archers have been one of the church's biggest benefactors, donating money and various other artifacts of interest to the church, some of them religious and some of them not. Sam looked at Dean's profile in the meager light inside the car. He saw the line of tension around Dean's mouth, the frequent bunching of his jaw muscles, and his white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel. He knew Dean, and he knew what was going on in Dean's head. He was blaming himself for not putting it together sooner. "We'll destroy the knife and this will be over," Sam said, hoping the words would soothe his brother, but they had the opposite effect. "If I'd have been doing my job properly, not walking around with my head up my ass, Rafe Grayson would still be alive, married and on his honeymoon right now." "Rafe's murder is not your fault," Sam said. "You can't blame yourself for that, Dean. His death was before we knew what was binding Lewis here." "It's not your fault," he repeated. "Yeah, well, it sure feels like my fault," Dean replied angrily. Sam knew Dean took hunting evil very seriously, shouldering all the responsibility if a hunt went bad, and people got hurt or killed, even if those things were beyond of his control. It was the way Dean was, his nature, and Sam knew that would never change. Dean was very good at his job, never leaving anything to chance, but sometimes things happened that could not be helped. Rafe Grayson's murder was not Dean's fault. All Sam had to do was convince Dean. "Dean, you can't keep blaming yourself for all the shit that happens." When Dean didn't reply, keeping his eyes on the road ahead, Sam continued. "Dean, is any of this penetrating your thick skull?" Still no reply. "Dean!" Sam shouted at his apparently deaf brother. Dean glanced at Sam across the interior of the car. Sam was probably right, but it didn't change the way he felt. He wanted to say something to Sam, acknowledge that Sam was trying to ease his conscience, so he said, "Yeah, I hear ya, it's not my fault." It didn't sound very convincing, even to himself. Sam opened his mouth to say something else. "We're here," Dean said, effectively cutting off whatever words of wisdom Sam was going to sprout, as they pulled up outside the church. This conversation was over. The street was deserted. The Impala was the only car parked within 100 meters of the church. Getting quickly out of the car, they went around to the trunk. Dean handed Sam the loaded salt gun and extra rounds, which Sam shoved into his pocket. Lewis might show up before they could burn the knife. The salt gun should be enough to keep him at bay until the job was done. Dean picked up the gas can and put the disposable lighter in his pocket before closing the trunk. They hurried up the church steps, taking them 2 at a time, stopping at the large double doors. Using the lockpick, Dean made quick work of the old brass lock on the left-hand door, putting the lockpick back into his pocket of his jeans next to the lighter, before pushing the door open with a groan of old hinges. In the blink of an eye before Dean bent to pick up the gas, a blast of icy, forceful cold air flattened him, pushing him onto his back, and he was dragged feet first through the door, which promptly slammed shut with a loud bang, cutting off a stunned Sam from his brother. Before the echo of the slamming door had died away, Sam called out, "Dean!" Jiggling and pulling on the large handle, he banged on the sturdy wood helplessly, then throwing all his weight behind his shoulder, as he repeatedly slammed it against the wooden door. The old door didn't budge even a fraction. He had to find another way in, and fast, before Lewis Archer's spirit finished the job on his brother it had started the night before. With the salt gun in hand, he sprinted back down the steps. Turning to his left, he sprinted down the right side of the church. Without breaking stride, he leapt over the waist-high iron fence into the church graveyard. Taking the fastest route, Sam dodged between the gravestones, his long legs carrying him quickly to the steps leading up to the side door into the church. Not surprisingly, this door was also firmly closed, and even though Sam could turn the handle, the power of Lewis was barring his entry. His brother was inside with Lewis's revenge-fueled spirit, and what was worse, Dean had nothing, no means to defend or protect himself from such wrath and hatred. "Damn it!" Sam shouted in frustration before he took off again at a run towards the back of the church, desperate to find another way in. As the blast of icy cold air hit him, shoving at him, Dean felt himself forcibly thrown backwards. He landed heavily, winded, a jarring pain shooting through his wounded shoulder. He felt the stitches. Sam had meticulously closed the wound with tear-free, a heartbeat before he was dragged feet first through the open door, which slammed behind him, the sound reverberating off the cavernous ceiling, echoing around him, and dying away with a kind of finality, as he was effectively cut off from Sam. As Dean tried to draw a breath into his lungs, he heard Sam call out his name, his voice muffled by the thick door and walls of the church. What felt like ice-cold hands wrapped around his ankles, dragging him backwards along the flagstones, past the font on one side, and the bank of votive candles on the other, and down the center aisle, towards the altar at the front of the church. The wooden pews flashed by on either side as he flailed out, reaching for some kind of purchase. His grasping fingertips scraped along the polished wooden base of one of the pews, but he couldn't maintain a grip, his fingers slipping off, his progress along the floor not slowed in the slightest. Seconds later he came to a halt, his booted feet slammed hard up against something hard. Breathing hard and hurting, Dean lifted his head from the flagstone floor, anxious to see what had halted his forward motion. His feet were hard up against the bottom step of the four ascending to the altar. His eyes widened as directly in front of the altar stood the spirit of Lewis Archer, the knife in hand. Dean exclaimed between gritted teeth, "Not this again?" Self-preservation took over. In desperation he tried to move away from the corporeal apparition, scrambling backwards on his elbows and digging his heels into the floor, the slick, smooth flagstones, making it virtually impossible for him to put any distance between him and the spirit. Lewis's hate-filled cold gray eyes gazed out at Dean from his pale face. Then he spoke the words Dean had heard before, floated to him. "It's time, James." Sam rounded the juncture of the side and the back wall of the church, sprinted to the other corner, and around the side of the church on his right was the door leading onto the courtyard between the church and the rectory. Out of hope he tried the handle, but was not surprised the door was locked. He bashed his fist against the door in frustration, then turned away from the door and eyes darting, looking for some sort of help. The rectory was in darkness, Father Harper no doubt tucked up in bed. He couldn't afford the time to try and wake the octogenarian priest, who he remembered was deaf without his hearing aids, and wouldn't hear a bomb go off at his front door. As he turned back to the church, his eyes landed on the fenced steps leading down beside the church wall. Praying there was access to the main part of the church from underneath. He ran the few short steps to the low fence, braced one hand on the top and vaulted over the top, landing with both feet on the third step down. At the bottom, in a few strides he made short work of the old rusty padlock on the wooden door, using the butt of the salt gun to smash it with one blow. He gained access to the church basement, but Dean was above him in the hands of a murderous, pissed-off spirit, who was doing God knows what to him. "You don't know when to quit," Dean said through clenched teeth. Lewis continued to gaze down upon him, the same stony look on his pale face. He needed to get as far away from Lewis as possible, until Sam found a way in and destroy the knife. He scrambled backwards, increasing the distance between himself and Lewis by the barest of margins. "You have to pay penance to our Lord James," Lewis said coldly. "You will suffer as Jesus was made to suffer at the hands of man. This will redeem you in God's eyes. It's the only way to save your soul from damnation and the consequences of your sins. It must be done." Dean inched back further, Lewis's words sending a shiver of apprehension through him. Trying to reason with this lunatic spirit would be impossible. "Hurry up, Sam." Dean felt himself lifted forcibly up and forward towards Lewis, his arms pinwheeling as he tried to slow his forward motion. He passed straight through Lewis, before he was twisted in midair, landing hard, his back against the wooden cross behind the altar. The pain of the impact jarred through his body. His shoulder felt like it had caught fire. He felt like his body had been turned to fiery lava, and he would flow down to the floor. But he didn't move. His back was pinned by an invisible force to the cross. Lewis floated in front of him, his head at eye level. Panting with pain and fear of what would come next, he waited, his body no longer under his own control. He felt like a marionette without visible strings, as first his right arm, and then his left, was pulled up and out away from his sides to rest along the horizontal bar of cross, palms facing outwards, the pain in his shoulder causing him to cry out. He could feel the warmth and sticky flow of blood leaking from the busted stitches, his t-shirt soaking up the blood and clinging to his shoulder and chest. Lewis's words beat against his brain. You will suffer as Jesus was made to suffer. Lewis was going to crucify him, and there wasn't a damned thing Dean could do to stop him. Hurry up, little brother. Not wanting the last thing he saw to be the spirit's crazed face, Dean closed his eyes. A moment later the shattering of glass had them open and drawn in the direction of the loud sound. Father Harper's wall-mounted glass knife cabinet had exploded outwards. A myriad of splintered glass shards burst through the air, falling on the pews and floor nearby, with a musical tinkle. Sam flipped on the light switch beside the basement door. The light was far too inadequate for such a large area, illuminating only the center of the huge room. It was almost if not as big as the church above, with stone walls and a high stone ceiling. It was cluttered with all sorts of items. On Sam's left was an incinerator. It sat there like the preserved skeleton of an extinct dinosaur. Next to that was a gas heating system, insulated pipes snaking from it up the rough stone wall to carry heat to the church floor above. Against the wall opposite was garden equipment, an ancient lawnmower, a rusty gas can, a garden rake and hedge trimmers and other gardening paraphernalia. Next to that was a workbench, with an array of tools neatly spaced mounted on the wall. Moving further into the basement he saw to his right was a clutter of broken furniture and religious statues. An angel with a broken wing, a headless Virgin Mary, 2 broken church pews, an old scarred desk tipping at an odd angle due to a missing leg. Hidden behind some of the cluttered together items, Sam thought he saw the outline of a door in the stone wall behind. Was this another entrance into the church above? Shoving the angel and the big heavy desk out of the way, Sam was relieved to discover it was as he hoped, a door, latched but not padlocked. Behind the door Sam found a small recessed stairwell. It reminded him of a stairwell leading to the turrets of an ancient medieval castle, with stone walls and a stone spiral staircase leading upward in an anti-clockwise direction. Sam charged up the narrow stairs, his broad shoulders brushing against the stone walls. The lighting was non-existent in the cool stairwell, and in his haste to get to his brother, he caught his toe on one step, going down to his knees for a moment, the salt gun clattering on the stone. Before he continued upwards, his head banged against something solid, indicating he was at the top, probably the floor of the church. Free hand skimming across the stone. His stomach lurched when, for a horrifying moment, Sam thought it was a dead end, and there was no access to the church. No. This has to be a way in. His hand above his head, he continued to feel at the stone above him, running the tips of his fingers over the rough stone. Then his questing fingers found a crack in the stone. He traced the crack with his index finger. It was a perfect square directly above his head, the angles and the line too neat and precise to be a fault in the stone. It has to be a trap door to the church, it has to be. Sam wasn't aware how long it had been since Dean was pulled through the door away from him into the arms of danger. It felt to Sam like he had been separated from Dean for a lifetime, but was most likely only 3 or 4 minutes at most. Putting the butt of the salt gun against the stone, he pushed upwards with a strength born of concern and desperation. Nothing happened for a few seconds, so Sam pushed harder, bracing his feet on one of the steps below. Move, you son of a bitch, move. Channeling his brother and using one of his favorite expletives, one side of the stone gave a fraction. Sam pushed harder on that side, his arms trembling with exertion. Suddenly the meter square of stone moved upward with a grinding noise of stone on stone and years of disuse, showering him with stone chips, grit and dirt. With one more hard push on the rifle, Sam forced the hinged stone all the way up and over. It crashed against the floor with a loud reverberating bang, shaking more debris onto his head and shoulders. Mounting the last of the stairs, he pulled himself through the opening, glancing around to orient himself to his location. The trapdoor came out where no one would even know it was there, tucked behind the font of holy water near the church entrance. Lifting the salt gun up, he charged forward past the font and into the church. He saw Dean and Lewis right away. Lewis floated in front of Dean, where he had him pinned against the cross behind the altar. Sam continued forward, lifting the gun higher. He needed to be close enough for the salt to be of any use, and reach its intended target. As Sam got closer, he noted that Dean appeared to be unharmed, although a dark stain was spreading across the left side of Dean's t-shirt. Lewis turned away from Dean to face him an instant later. Sam felt his forward momentum halted, and he was lifted off his feet and flung back in the direction he'd just come. For the second time in 24 hours, Sam's back was slammed hard into something. This time it wasn't a street pole. It was the church entrance door. The impact forced the gun out of his hand, it skittered away, landing somewhere under the pews a few rows down. Momentarily winded, Sam drew in a huge breath and tried to push away from the door, but Lewis was holding him firm against the old wooden door. He heard Dean's desperate shout of his name, Sam. "Dean can't move," Sam called back. Lewis turned back to Dean, and Sam could only watch in horror at what happened next. As Lewis turned back to face him, Dean knew there was no way to prevent what was to come. His wild card, Sam, had been taken out of the game. Dean struggled in vain against the invisible bindings, knowing it was useless, but he couldn't give up without some sort of a fight. The icy cold air generated by the spirit hit Dean again. It cooled the sweat on the hot skin of his face. The glassless knife cabinet still mounted on the wall started to vibrate and shake, drawing Dean's eyes. One of the knives took on a life of its own as it flew across the church straight at him. With the accuracy of a knife-throwing magician, it pierced the palm of Dean's left hand, pinning it to the cross. Dean gasped in shock and pain. A second knife shot out from the cabinet, pinning his other hand in the same way. A nerve spasm passed through Dean's left hand and fingers, causing the knife blade to grind against the bone and sinew. Lewis was not finished yet. "Repent your sins, James, and God will forgive you," Lewis whispered, his cold breath smelling of death and decay, as it brushed Dean's cheek, making him want to gag. Dean opened his eyes, not sure when he had closed them. He looked into those cold, hard eyes, defiance in own eyes, as he continued to return Lewis's stare. He was aware Sam was shouting something, the words audible, but muffled by the blood pounding against his eardrums. No, Dean. Let him go, you son of a bitch. He's not. James, you tell him, Sammy. Blood from his impaled flesh ran along the underside of his forearms, gathering at his elbows before soundlessly dripping to floor 9 feet below. "If you won't repent, your suffering will continue until God considers your penance as paid, James." Through the pain, Dean managed to say, "God has nothing to do with this, you crazy son of a bitch." The icy wind continued to swirl around him, and Lewis's stony expression changed to one of anger, as from his left, Dean saw another knife launch towards him. He braced himself for the pain. The knife passed through the furious spirit into the flesh of Dean's right side above his hip and into the wood beneath. He couldn't hold back an anguished cry as pain shot up his spine into his brain, threatening burst out the top of his skull. In the background, he thought he heard Sam cry out, "Repent your sins against God, James," Lewis shouted in Dean's face. "Go to hell," Dean said through clenched teeth, his vision blurring as he stared Lewis down. Another knife flew across the church. It entered the thigh of his left leg, burying itself to the hilt. Close to the edge of unconsciousness, the impact was dulled, not registering on his face. His lack of response only fueled Lewis's anger, as yet another knife left the wall. This one stopped hovering close to Dean's face, the tip lined up with his left eye. Unable to look away, and through his ever-diminishing vision, Dean saw it was the one that he and Sam had come here to destroy. The knife binding Lewis. He was going to cut his eyes out with it, and Sam was going to have to watch it happen, helpless to prevent it. The knife continued to advance until it was about a centimeter away. Then it stopped hovering there. Unable to take his dimming vision from the tip of the knife, Dean was aware something had changed. Lewis was no longer looking at him. He had turned away, looking down at the foot of the steps at the figure that had materialized there. James stood there, dressed in the tuxedo he wore the night of his murder, his green eyes looking sadly between Dean and his father. "James," Lewis said in whispered disbelief. "Father, stop this. This is wrong. It is you who needs redemption. You have murdered people, innocent people. This is not the will of God. You know God does not condone murder. Stop it now. Let these men go." James' words had some effect on his father's spirit. The force against Dean's body released, and he slumped down, the knives pinning him, the only thing keeping him from falling to the floor. The pain from the pull of the knives on his tortured, impaled flesh tipped Dean over the edge into darkness. Cathedral of John the Baptist Catholic Church, Savannah, Georgia. Horrified, Sam had watched helplessly as one after another, the knives had flown across the church and into his brother, one pinning him in each palm, one in his side and one in his thigh. Sam saw the dark stain emanating from the wound in Dean's side, soaking down his t-shirt and into the leg of his jeans. Blood from the thigh wound soaked the fabric of the left leg past the knee, spreading ever closer to his ankle. More blood stained Dean's shoulder and chest. His warrior brother was amazingly still conscious. A fifth knife lifted from the wall and moved slowly towards Dean to hover in front of his face. Oh God, no! Sam could see it was the knife they had come here to destroy. After what felt like an eon, it fell to the ground behind the altar. The distance between Sam and his brother made it hard to see if it had done any damage before it had fallen. Sam breathed a sigh of relief that the immediate danger of the knife was gone. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him when another ghostly figure began to materialize at the far end of the aisle. He squeezed his eyes shut and opened them again, but it was there, another spirit. Lewis had turned towards it, staring silently at the figure. The new spirit was semi-transparent, as was Lewis, but even though it had its back to him, Sam could see who it was. James Archer. James. Lewis's voice was disbelieving. Father, stop this. This is wrong. It is you who needs redemption. You have murdered people, innocent people. This is not the will of God. You know God does not condone murder. Stop it now. Let these men go. James' voice, so like Dean's only with a southern drawl, echoed eerily to Sam through the swirling air. The words had an almost instant reaction, not so much in Lewis himself, but in the hold he had over Sam's body. The pressure holding him released, and he slid down the door, his feet on the stone floor. As Sam made a move towards the salt gun lying beneath the pews about 4 rows down, he saw Dean's body had slumped down against the cross. His head had dropped forward onto his chest. A cry died in his throat as Sam scrambled forward, praying that Dean had only lost consciousness and not something worse. The spirits' voices rose in the cavernous church. From the tone of the voices, Sam thought they were arguing much like the night they had all those years ago. At last gaining his feet, Sam sprinted down the aisle faster than an Olympic athlete. He threw himself on the floor in between pews, sliding the last couple of feet, hand outstretched to the gun. The instant his hand contacted with the business end of the weapon, he was back on his feet, turning the gun and training it on the ghostly figures 20 feet from him. He fired the gun without hesitation, hoping he was close enough for the rock salt to reach the spirits, who were as yet unaware of him, their focus on each other. Lewis and James were staring each other down when the salt shell hit them, exploding in a shower of white crystals. They dissipated and were gone before the salt hit the ground. Sam was standing in front of Dean a few short seconds later, kicking the knife lying at the base of the cross away in disgust, before reaching out a tentative hand to Dean, touching him on leg. Not sure how the hell he was going to get him down, even at 6'5". There was no way Sam could release Dean from the cross. Bordering on panic, Sam looked around. The only thing near enough that he could stand on was the altar. Sam swept his arm across the top of the altar, scattering candles and everything else on top to the floor. With a strength born of anxiety, he manhandled the large, heavy altar up to the cross, then leapt on top of it. This brought his head level with Dean's bowed head. The toes of Dean's boots brushed the top of the altar, his weight being supported by the knives piercing his flesh. He tucked his hand under Dean's chin and lifted his head, needing to see his face to assure himself his brother was still breathing. To Sam's relief, Dean breathed in, a gasping sound filled with pain. His long lashes fluttered open, green eyes dull and unfocused. "Hey Dean, you with me?" Sam asked quietly, laying his other hand against Dean's stubble-covered cheek. "Sammy?" Dean said on a pained breath. "Yeah, Dean, it's me," Sam said. Dean blinked twice at Sam before his eyes slid over Sam's shoulder, towards where Lewis and James had stood. "They gone? For now, but they'll be back. I'm gonna get you down now, okay? 'Bout time. I was getting bored hanging around here," Dean quipped through another pained breath. Sam gave a snort of amusement. Dean, ever the wise-cracking smartass. He glanced at Dean's pale face. "Serious now? You ready?" "As I'll ever be." Sam looked at the knives protruding from Dean, undecided which one to remove first. The one in his side was in the most dangerous position. It had to be close to internal organs. He grasped the handle firmly in both hands, drew in a breath and pulled hard. Dean let out a hiss of pain as the knife pulled free. Blood blossomed from the ragged hole the knife had left in Dean's t-shirt. Dean's body dropped a little, putting more pressure on his impaled hands. He couldn't hold back another cry as more pain shot up his arms to his shoulders and down his spine, causing his legs to jerk spasmodically. His whole body was trembling and shaking uncontrollably. Sam exhaled, throwing the bloody knife from his blood-covered hands down onto the floor with disgust. He decided to tackle the knives in Dean's hands, next leaving the thigh until last. Wiping his bloody hands down the sides of his jeans, he braced Dean by pushing his left shoulder against his brother's chest, then pulling out one knife, easing Dean's right hand down to his side. Then he reversed his position and did the same for the left. Sam braced himself to take the weight of Dean's body. Now he was free of the cross. Sam's arms closed around his brother's body as he slumped down the toes of his boots, hitting the altar. He tightened his grip on Dean, so they were locked together in what probably resembled some kind of macabre dance, before Sam lowered Dean's limp, heavy body awkwardly from the top of the altar onto the floor. He needed something to help stem the flow of blood from Dean's side. The discarded altar cloth lay in a crumpled heap to one side, so Sam grabbed it, waiting up one end and pushing it underneath Dean, between the exit wound and the floor. Dean groaned in pain when he applied pressure to the wound, using the other end of the altar cloth. The red fabric turned to black almost instantly. Trying to keep pressure on the wound, Sam grasped the hilt of the knife buried in Dean's quadriceps muscle. He was glad his brother was almost senseless and nearly unconscious when on the first attempt his bloody hand slipped off the knife. He grasped the knife again, his grip so tight his fingers turned white. The knife came out with a spurt of blood, splattering both of them and the church floor with more blood. Throwing the knife away from him like it was a burning hot poker, one hand pressed against the side wound, Sam stripped off his belt and slid it under Dean's bleeding thigh, maneuvered the leather through the buckle, and pulled it tight. The blood flow slowed instantly. The thigh wound taken care of for the moment, Sam pressed two hands against Dean's side. Dean moaned, and his lids fluttered opening and focusing on the ceiling, before they turned to him. Pain. It assaulted him from every direction. It made him groan. He knew instinctively he was no longer pinned to the cross, as there was a hard surface beneath him. He dragged his eyes open. The high-vaulted ceiling of the church was high above him. Pain lanced through his hands and thigh, but the pressure and pain in his side made them seem like a bee sting. He rolled his eyes from the ceiling to Sam kneeling down and leaning over him, applying pressure to the stab wound in his side, his face drawn and pinched with worry. Sam, you gotta destroy the knife before Lewis comes back. Dean's voice was barely a whisper. Sam had to lean in to hear the words. Sam shook his head, saying, "No, Dean, I gotta get you out of here, get you some help." "No, Sam, you got to do it now. And this will be over, please, Sam, do it now." Dean's green eyes pleaded with him. "I'll still be here when you come back." Dean was right. Sam knew it. But the last thing he wanted to do was leave his brother. Okay. Think you can keep pressure on here?" Sam asked. Dean nodded, his eyes closed, then opened again. Sam took Dean's right hand by the wrist and lay the bleeding palm against the weighted-up altar cloth, as hard as you can. The wooden-handled knife lay close by. Sam snatched it and the salt gun up. His hands shook as he reloaded it with shells from his pocket, before going back to Dean. Sam hesitated. Looking at his bleeding brother, he felt a moment of panic. "I can't leave him like this." Then he saw the determined set of Dean's mouth, and the panic dissipated. "If Dean can do this, so can I." As gently as he could, Sam wrapped Dean's bloody left hand around the shotgun, making sure his finger was on the trigger. "Just in case you know who comes back before I do. There's a lighter in the right pocket of my jeans," Dean said through clenched teeth. Taking the lighter from Dean's jeans pocket, Sam pushed it into his own. He squeezed Dean's shoulder. "Don't go away, I'll be right back," he said, standing up and turning away. He'd only got a few steps away when Dean's pained voice stopped him. "Hey, Sam." Sam turned back towards his brother. What's wrong?" Dean lifted his head and peered through his narrowed eyes. "Bring me back a pizza, extra cheese." Sam rolled his eyes and shaking his head in disbelief, turning away. Dean laid his head back against the cold floor, all pretenses of humor and strength gone. He was fading fast, and hoped he could remain conscious long enough to keep Lewis at bay before Sam finished the job. With the knife clutched in his hand, the hand that was covered in his brother's blood, Sam ran to the church door to get the gas can Dean had left outside when Lewis had dragged him into the church. The door wouldn't open. Lewis still had the doors barred. The difference was now he was keeping Sam in, instead of keeping him out. Turning away from the door, Sam looked around for something else he could use as accelerant. His eyes fell on the font, and the ominous black hole of the open trap door beyond it. His mind was turning at a frantic pace, trying to remember if he'd seen anything in the basement that would do the job. There was a lawn mower in the rusty gas can. He ran to the trapdoor and lowered himself down into the darkness. Dean dragged himself the short distance to the altar, propping his head against it, so he could see the church without having to lift his head. He scanned the church, expecting Lewis to reappear at any moment. It was as if that very thought had conjured the spirit when he materialized at the bottom of the steps. Lewis was looking straight at him. Dean lifted the salt gun in his trembling, bloody hand as Lewis glided soundlessly up the stairs towards him. Before Lewis could do or say anything, he squeezed the trigger. The small movement of his finger against the trigger caused pain to shoot up his arm. The report of the shotgun echoed in the cavernous church. The salt hit Lewis in the chest, and he was gone again. Dean let the gun fall to his side, keeping his hand around the stock. The rock salt wouldn't keep the spirit away for long, so Dean waited, pressing the cloth against the wound in his side. He could feel warmth at the back of the wound, as blood flowed from where the knife had pierced through him. In his mind, Dean willed Sam to hurry as he could feel himself slipping from consciousness for a third time. Sam hurried down the spiral stairs and into the basement, going straight for the rusty can. He quickly unscrewed the lid, and the smell of gas filled his nostrils. From above, Sam heard the muffled sound of the shotgun being fired. Lewis had returned. The basement contained a lot of flammable material, too much. Sam looked about for a suitable place to burn the knife without setting fire to whole place. His eyes fell on the incinerator. It was old, but it would contain the fire. Sam yanked on the handle, pulling the old door open with such force it came off in his hand. He let it fall to the ground, and threw the knife in, pulling a salt-filled shell and lighter from his pocket. He broke open one of the shells, listening for any sounds from the church above him. He broke open the shell and sprinkled the salt over the knife, then splashed gas over the knife and flicked the lighter. Nothing happened, no flame, not even a spark. Lewis reappeared without warning, up close and in his face. Dean tried to pull in and away, but he had nowhere to go. He tightened his grip on the shotgun, but before he could lift his arm, the gun was gone, flying from his hand. It landed several feet away, out of reach. Lewis continued to stare at him, cold gray eyes filled with hate and madness. He could see his own death in those eyes. Movement over Lewis's shoulder caught his eye, and then the spirit was being dragged backwards away from him. James' spirit stood behind that of his father, his arms wrapped around him. Lewis struggled to release James' hold on him, keeping him away from Dean. Lewis growled low in his throat, trying to break his son's hold. "I will not let you kill again," James said through clenched teeth. "It is God's will," Lewis said, trying to twist out of James' grip. "No, not God's will, your madness," James answered, his mouth close to his father's ear. Sam flicked the lighter again and again. Nothing. He shook it and tried again. Still nothing. It was dead. "Damn it," Sam shouted in frustration, throwing the useless lighter down onto the floor in frustration. He patted at his jeans, hoping for something. He felt salt shells and something flat and square. "Please let it be a matchbook." Pulling the item from his pocket, the words "You Savvy Bar and Bistro" on the front, barely visible in the dark of the basement. How could I have forgotten? He'd put it in his pocket at the bar the night before. He'd wasted all this time with the goddamned useless lighter. His hands were shaking as he pulled off a match, struck it and threw it onto the knife. A burst of flame erupted inside the incinerator, quickly engulfing the knife. Through slitted eyes he watched the spirit struggle. He didn't know whether it was him, as he was on the verge of once again losing consciousness, but it seemed to be in slow motion, reminding him of that night in Wyoming in the cowboy cemetery. The night the Devil's Gate was opened, when his father had climbed out of hell and grappled with the yellow-eyed demon, preventing the demon from killing him. Now, it was the spirit of James Archer grappling with his father's spirit, as he tried to stop him from doing the same thing. Without warning, the spirits, still locked together in a battle for dominance and control, burst into flames and dissipated into the air. Where they had been a moment before shimmered with the residue heat of the flames, and then everything was still and quiet. It was over. Sam had burned the knife. A curtain of darkness was descending over his vision, and Dean no longer had the strength to hold himself upright. His head slid sideways against the altar, coming to rest on the floor. The black curtain dropped into place, and all sight and sound ceased. He did not see Sam emerge from the trapdoor and run down the aisle towards him, and he did not hear Sam screaming out his name. Emerging from the trapdoor, Sam's eyes went straight to the front of the church where he'd left Dean. He was alarmed to see him slumped down on the floor, his head lying against the base of the altar, and more alarming, he was unmoving, and still too still. Sam's stomach twisted with dread. Fearing the worst, Sam ran forward, shouting his brother's name. "Dean, Dean, God, please let him be all right." He practically leapt up onto the dais. Blood seeped from underneath Dean, spreading out across the stone floor. Sam kneeled down next to his very quiet, very still brother. It was so unlike Dean to be still. He was always in motion. Up close, Sam could see Dean's face. His color was bad, chalky white. The freckles across his cheeks and the bridge of his nose stood out like little honey-colored beacons. Sam pressed two shaking fingers against the pulse in Dean's throat, and to his relief, felt a weak, irregular and much too fast drum against his fingertips. He had to get Dean out of here, back to the motel, and get the bleeding stopped ASAP. He gently tapped Dean's cheek, trying to rouse him enough so he could be of some help in getting to the car. "Dean, hey Dean, you gotta wake up, man," Sam said, quietly but firmly. Dean moaned low in his throat, and his eyelashes quivered, before opening to reveal slivers of green. "Sammy?" Dean asked weakly. "Yeah, Dean, who else would it be?" Sam answered. "Sam, you did it. Lewis is gone finally." The words so low and quiet Sam had to lean close to hear them. "And not a moment too soon. Do you think you can stand with my help? We gotta get out of here." Dean didn't answer. He couldn't. At that moment he didn't think he could force another word from his dry throat. The slight nod of his head is show acquiesce. With Sam's help, Dean made it to a semi-upright position, his bloody hand still pressed against the altar cloth at his side. He listed heavily to one side. Sam moved in on that side and supported Dean, jamming his shoulder under Dean's armpit. He pulled Dean's arm across his shoulders, grasped Dean's wrist, his other hand wrapped around Dean's back. He could feel the warmth of Dean's blood soaking through the cloth of his shirt and jacket. The walk to the church door was seemingly endless. A thin trail of blood drops followed their passing. Sam heaved a sigh of relief when he pulled on the handle, and it opened with what was becoming a familiar groan. They shuffled through it, and out into the now cloudy and dark night. The last few yards down the church steps and across the sidewalk to the waiting Impala were the worst, and took the longest, as Dean was getting weaker with every passing second, and leaned more and more heavily into Sam. Dean did the best he could to help, but at this stage, he had not enough strength to lift his feet. The toes of his boots scraped the edge of the steps and the footpath. Sam was more or less dragged Dean the last few feet to the back door of the car. Sam pulled open the door and maneuvered Dean around, so his back was facing the interior and seat. He began to lower Dean down onto the seat, Dean's weight dragging Sam down with him. Sam braced his arms on the back of the bench seat to avoid his weight landing on Dean. The final straw would be Sam's weight on his battered body. Using the last little ounce of strength he possessed, Dean managed to pull himself further along the bench seat into the car until Sam was able to fold his legs clear of the door. He laid his head down against the worn leather, dizzy, nauseous and panting with the effort. Leaving the door open and with adrenaline pumping through him, Sam ran back up the steps and into the church, picking up the discarded shotgun near the altar. There was nothing he could do about the copious amounts of Dean's blood. Running back to the door's stop to close the trapdoor, hefting it up, and letting it fall back into place with a loud bang that echoed throughout the church. Once outside, he pulled the door closed, scooped up the gas can on the run and went back to the car, throwing the can and the gun onto the floor next to Dean. Threw a quick glance at his brother. Once satisfied he was still breathing, he slammed the door, opened the front door, and slid behind the wheel. As the big car growled to life, he peeled away from the curb with a squeal of tires, heading back to the motel. Thunderbird in. Getting Dean out of the car proved harder than getting him in. The short distance between the car and the steps to the motel room wasn't the worst. Getting Dean up the steps and into the room took a hellishly long time, and was made more difficult by the rain that had started to fall shortly after he'd pulled the car away from the church. At the top of the stairs, Dean's knees buckled and he would have gone down, but Sam managed to slip his arms under Dean's, dragging him backwards through the door. Sam lowered him onto nearest bed. That Dean had made it as far as the door before succumbing to blood loss and pain was amazing. Anyone other than Dean would never had made it out of the car. Sam maneuvered Dean so that he could strip off his wet and bloody clothes. After removing his boots, he loosened and removed the belt around Dean's thigh, and managed to work his jeans off, leaving Dean clad in only his blood-soaked boxers. The altar cloth had been left in the car. He then slipped the belt back under Dean's thigh and retightened it above the thigh wound, which had started to bleed after the belt was loosened. Sam gathered all the clean towels from the bathroom and wet a hand towel under the faucet. Going back to Dean, he wiped away as much blood as possible from all the wounds, new and old. The towel soon turned from pastel green to red. The wounds in Dean's hands didn't seem too bad, and had stopped bleeding. The shoulder wound from the night before had opened up, but the bleeding had slowed. The thigh wound was no longer bleeding now that the tourniquet was back in place. The wound in Dean's side was the most worrying, as no amount of pressure seemed to slow the bleeding from either side, and blood already soaked through the towels he had placed at the entry and exit wounds running down Dean's flank and into the comforter. Dean's breathing was rapid and shallow. His body was trying to compensate for the lack of blood supply, pumping the much decreased blood through his body. Sam knew he had to stop the blood loss before Dean went into total shock, and his heart stopped. Stitching the wound in his side and thigh closed would not be enough to stop the bleeding, and would do nothing if the blade had pierced anything inside and there was internal bleeding. Cauterizing would stop the immediate problem of blood loss fast, but just the thought of searing Dean's blood vessels and torn flesh closed made Sam nauseous, and his hands began to shake. Sam hesitated. Dean needed a hospital. I should call 911. As the thought though swirled through his head, he heard Dean's voice saying, "No hospital, Sam. And stab wounds would attract too much attention, and the police would have to be informed, and that would lead Henriksen straight to them." Pushing his fear down deep inside, Sam ran back down the steps through the rain to the Impala. The rain had already diluted and dispersed most of Dean's blood. that had trailed them up the steps. He gathered all the things that he needed to do the job, scooping up the bloody and wet altar cloth from the floor of the car before running back up to the room. The small metal trash bin in the bathroom would do for the fire, closing the bathroom door. Not wanting to take the risk of setting off the smoke detector, he put a hand towel in the bottom, soaked it with lighter fluid, placed the bin in the shower recess, and lit the towel with another match from the bar. The flames burst to life instantly. Sam shoved Dean's favorite Bowie knife into the bin. The flames quickly engulfed the blade. As the knife heated, Sam got antiseptic, gauze pads and bandages from the first aid kit, cleaned and wrapped Dean's hands, and the shoulder wound in bandages. He rolled Dean onto his left side, so he easily get to both sides of the wound, then pushed towels between Dean and the bed both front and back, then went back to the fire. It had died down, and the blade was glowing orange and white hot. Pulling the knife from the dying fire, he went back to Dean, who hadn't moved. Blood was running freely from the entry and exit wounds, sliding across his flat stomach and his back into the towels, and staining the comforter. Sam sat on the edge of the bed. The handle of the knife was warm in his suddenly sweaty and shaking hand. Quick, he needed to do it quickly, before the knife cooled or he chickened out. He smoothed the damp hair away from Dean's clammy forehead. "Dean, I don't know if you can hear me, but I need to stop this bleeding. I'm going to cauterize some of these wounds. It's gonna hurt like hell, bro, and you'll probably want to punch me in the nose, but I've got to do this, so here goes." Placing his hand on the flat of Dean's hip bone, Sam laid the flat of the blade against the entry wound. Dean's reaction was instantaneous, an animalistic cry of agony erupting from deep in his throat at the sudden searing pain. Sam held him firm as he tried to pull in away from the pain of his sizzling, burning flesh. Dean's anguished, agonized cry and the smell of burning skin almost broke Sam. He gagged at the smell of barbeced flesh. Pushed beyond even his limits, Dean's body went limp. Sam lifted the knife away from the wound. The edges were blackened, and the bleeding had ceased. Swallowing convulsively to keep the rising nausea at bay, Sam repeated the process on the exit wound, rolling Dean onto his back and sealing the thigh wound. Thankfully, Dean remained still and quiet. The sight of the blackened, seared flesh and the smell were too much. Sam pushed to his feet, stumbling back away from the bed. He dropped the cold knife on the carpet and ran for the bathroom, as the nausea and sickness he'd been fighting against through the whole process overwhelmed him, and he emptied the contents of his stomach into the toilet. Closing the lid and flushing away the sickness, he turned on the faucet in the basin, rinsed out his mouth, and splashed the cool water on his face. Breathing deeply to calm and steady himself, he washed his shaking hands before going back to his brother. He spread a layer of burn cream over the burns and applied light gauze dressings, then removed the blood-soaked towels from around Dean, and pulled the comforter from the other bed up over him, noting that Dean was shivering, sweating, and his teeth were chattering. Sam dumped the towels in the shower recess. The fire in the waste bin had gone out, leaving the bin blackened and ruined. Exhausted both physically and mentally, Sam dragged his weary body back into the bedroom. He sat on the side of his bed watching his brother. Dean's eyes moved rapidly under closed lids, his body twitching and shaking at intervals. His eyes grew heavy, and he swayed from reaction and exhaustion. Slipping sideways, he laid his head on the pillow, pulling his legs up onto the bed. His tired eyes never left his brother's face. "S.I." A quiet mumble, a jumble of words he couldn't decipher, penetrated the fog surrounding him. He opened his eyes, blinking against the brightness of daylight. The room was stuffy, the air heavy and moisture-laden. He'd fallen asleep. Damn it, he silently chastised himself as the events of last night bombarded his brain. He sat up quickly, too quickly, causing the sun-filled room to spin alarmingly. Breathing deeply, he gripped the edge of the mattress, willing the room to stop spinning. Dean lay as Sam had left him, although the comforter was now tangled around his ankles. The mumbled, unintelligible words came from his dry lips, as his head tossed from side to side, his limbs moving restlessly. Sam pushed up off the bed, covering the small distance to Dean's bed on unsteady legs. He propped his hip on the edge of the mattress. Dean was unnaturally flushed, and yet there was not a drop of perspiration on his face or throat. His eyes moved rapidly under swollen lids, fingers twitching spasmodically. Sam laid his hand against Dean's forehead. The heat coming from him almost seared the skin on his palm. "Jesus, Dean, you're burning up." Sam pulled the first aid kit from the bedside table onto the bed, rummaged around until he located the thermometer. He held Dean's head steady, inserting the thermometer into his ear, waiting anxiously for the beep that would tell him what he already knew. Dean had a fever, and most likely an infection. It was either from the knife wounds, or from the amateur cauterizing he'd performed. The beep sounded somehow ominous. Sam pulled it away from Dean's ear and looked twice at the readout, hardly able to believe his eyes. 104.3. Oh god, this is bad. He needed to cool him down and quickly. Sam ran his hand through his sleep-tousled hair thinking. He knew Dean couldn't hear him, but he spoke to him anyway. Dean, I got cool you off and I've got to go out for a minute. Sam was a little relieved to see Dean seem to have fallen into a fitful, restless sleep. Not caring about his rumpled appearance and bed hair, he ran from the room, closing, but not locking the door behind him. Racing down the stairs, he ran the half-block to the 7-Elevens. He bought snap-lock plastic sandwich bags and a 5-kilo bag of ice, and ran back to the motel. Re-entering the room, Sam's eyes went straight to Dean. He hadn't moved. He emptied the ice in the basin and filled 8 of the plastic bags with ice, wrapping the bags in towels or various pieces of clothing. He placed one bag under each of Dean's armpits, behind his knees, on each side of his groin, and either side of his neck, apart from a low, weak moan. Dean didn't wake and he still wasn't sweating. Sorry, I know it's cold, but I gotta get your temperature down. After a minute or two, Dean seemed to settle, relaxing into the mattress a little. He'd give it 20 minutes if his temperature hadn't come down. He knew he'd have to seriously consider a hospital. He paced the room, glancing from his fevered brother to his watch. When the 20 minutes eventually rolled by, he took Dean's temperature again. The ice seemed to be having the desired effect. Dean's temp was down to 103.9, still very high, but an improvement nonetheless. He removed the ice bags, which had already melted down to tepid water, replacing them with fresh ones. He emptied the warm water from the other bags into the toilet. He did this twice more times. In between, he wiped Dean's face and neck with a damp cloth. Dean's face had lost some of the ruddy flush, but his color was still high. His lips were dry and cracked. Sam had to get him to drink some water. Dehydration was as much a problem as the fever. Placing a glass of tepid water on the table, Sam sat on the side of the bed. He patted Dean's hot cheek, gently trying to rouse him. Hey Dean, I need you to wake up for me. Dean's eyes moved under closed lids, and he turned his cheek into Sam's large hand, as if seeking some comfort. His throat felt like it was lined with razor blades, and his insides were molten lava, boiling and bubbling under his skin. He was burning from the inside out, and any second now he would spontaneously combust his body, exploding outwards like Mount St. Helens erupting. He wasn't in the car anymore. The surface he lay on was softer and better sprung than the backseat of his baby, and the smell was floral bouquet, not well-worn leather. Dean tried to piece together what had happened after they left the church. He remembered Sam helping him into the car, and then only fragments of what happened after that. He vaguely remembered Sam practically carrying him up the stairs to their room. He had tried to help, but he'd struggled to lift his leaden feet up from one step to the next, and it was raining. The next clear thing was pain, excruciating pain in his side that made him cry out, and he'd tried to shrink away until it stopped. Then nothing except a few disjointed dreams where a parade of family and friends came and went. Mom, Dad, Sam, Bobby, even Pastor Jim made an appearance, and a raven-haired girl who he didn't recognize. It's an honorable death, a warrior's death, she said. There's no such thing as an honorable death, he whispered. Dean? Sam's concerned voice queried. The bed dipped beside him, and he felt a cooling sensation skim over his burning face and neck. A big hand was placed against his cheek. Hey Dean, I need you to wake up for me, Sam said softly. He was suddenly aware of a full bladder and throbbing pain, the worst of which was the sharp stabbing pain in the right side of his lower back. Dean turned his head into the hand resting against his cheek. He forced his eyelids open and looked into Sam's worried face. Seeing Dean's eyes, Sam smiled thinly. Hey, how you feelin'? Dean swallowed, trying to work some moisture into his parched throat. Like I've been hit by an express train. He sounded like he'd been eating razor blades, and his throat felt that way as well. Sam was still smiling. No, not a train, just a few very sharp knives. He paused before adding, do you think you could drink some water for me? Oh yeah, I'm as dry as a desert. Still with the razor blades. Sam supported Dean's head, lifting it up from the pillow, and put a glass against his lips. Dean sipped at the cooling liquid greedily, before Sam pulled the glass away, placing it on the bedside table. Just a little, if you keep it down, then you can have more. Dean lay back against the pillow. The added water he'd just ingested, although not enough to quench his thirst, made him more aware of his need to use the bathroom. Lifting his head, Dean looked down the length of his body, taking in the assortment of bandages covering various parts of his body, then at his bandaged hands. What's with the mummy wrappings? You have 5 stab wounds, 6 if you count the exit wound on your side. Sam wasn't prepared to tell Dean what he'd done to stop the bleeding. Dean decided his bladder couldn't wait any longer. Sam, I need to pee, he stated, trying to lever himself up on his right elbow, only to fall back weakly. as pain shot through his lower back. Son of a bitch, that hurts. Oh, I'll help you. Dean waited for the pain to settle back to a level resembling bearable before answering. I don't need help. I've been going to the toilet on my own since I was 3. Thank you very much. Sam ignored Dean's snarky comment, knowing Dean was hurting and frustrated at his weakness. It was good to have him awake and acting almost like his old self. Standing from the bed, Sam put his hands up in a dismissive gesture. Okay, tough guy, but when you fall flat on your face and open up those wounds, don't say I didn't offer. A determined look lit Dean's face before he again attempted to lever himself up. The result, and the expletive hissed through clenched teeth, the same. Son of a bitch. His face and neck instantly flushing red and breaking out in a sweat. Sam was back at his side in an instant. Now will you let me help? Do I have a choice? Dean said, eyeing Sam. Not really. Well, what are you waiting for? A written invitation. Help me up. Sam helped Dean into a sitting position and then swung his legs over the side of the bed. He then braced Dean under the arms as he struggled to his feet. The change of position made Dean's head swim. He clutched at Sam's shirt in an attempt to ground himself, taking in gulps of air until the earth righted itself before Sam led him to the bathroom and to the toilet. I can manage from here, Dean said, glancing at Sam hovering in the doorway. You sure you're not gonna fall? Sam said anxiously. Dude, I'll be fine, Dean answered with as much conviction as he could muster. All right, I'll be just outside the door if you need me, Sam said, door pulling it almost closed behind him. Dean barely managed to push his boxers down before his bladder gave way like the spillway of a dam. He sighed in relief, and then his legs had begun to shake from the effort of simply standing. Leaning over to push the button, his eyes were drawn down to the bowl. The toilet water was a pinky red. Dean swallowed at the sight. He had blood in his urine. Something inside was damaged by one of the knives. He was bleeding internally, and that was so not good. As he stood there, he began to tremble and shake uncontrollably. Should he say something to Sam? If he did, Sam would want to take him to a hospital, but if he said nothing, then he would most likely die sooner rather than later from internal bleeding, and although he had a demon deal coming due soon, he wasn't ready to leave Sam. He knew what he had to do. He had to risk a hospital and all the questions and repercussions that went with it. Sam, I think I've got a problem, Dean said as he shakily pulled up his boxers. Sam must have been plastered to the door as he had it open in a flash. What's wrong? It might be easier if I show you. Show me what? What is it? Sam came to stand beside Dean, taking his elbow as he swayed into him alarmingly. I'm bleeding. Sam's eyes roamed frantically over Dean, looking for which of the wounds had opened up. The toilet. Look in the toilet. Dean's head was spinning again, and nausea churned in his stomach. His skin felt like it was on fire. He was so hot. The sharp pain in his back just never ceased, and to add insult to injury, he knew he was going to pass out again. It must have shown on because Sam's arms closed around his biceps, anchoring him. Sam was there. He would catch him when he fell. Through tunneling vision, he saw Sam's look of confusion as he leaned forward, looking down into the bowl. That look turned quickly to one of horror. Sam's lips were moving, but the words took a long time to reach him, and yet he knew Sam was close. He could feel his fierce grip on his arms. His fevered, battered, and pain-racked body was giving in, and he was going down when Sam's echoing concern words reached him. Oh God. Dean, we need to get you to a hospital. Thunderbird in Savannah, Georgia. Sam could feel the heat rolling off Dean in waves as he lowered his too hot body gently to the bathroom floor. Leaving Dean there for a moment, he retrieved the thermometer. He could tell without the ominous beep that Dean's fever had risen again. The thermometer confirmed that 104.5. It was higher than before he'd applied the ice. He had to call 911 now. Going back into the bedroom, Sam was reaching for his phone lying discarded on the table when it started to ring, his jangled nerves at breaking point. He jumped reflexively, pulling his hand away from the vibrating cell phone. Before he snatched it up, the lit screen revealed a number that he was unfamiliar with. Frowning at the screen, he pressed connect and almost screamed into the phone. Hello? There was an elongated pause before a familiar male voice came down the line, asking hesitantly, Sam? Yeah, who is this? Sam answered angrily. He didn't have time for this. It's Matthew. Matthew Archer. Sam, is something wrong? He said, picking up on the worry coloring Sam's voice. Yeah, you could say that. I don't mean to be rude, but this is a bad time. I'll be quick. I was wondering why you and Dean didn't come back to finish up in the basement. Oh right, the basement. Sorry, I meant to ring you. We got sorta sidetracked, but we located the knife elsewhere. And it's been destroyed? Yeah, it's gone. So it's all over. Lewis is gone and the killing is over? Yes, it's over. But if you only knew the terrible cost. Sam shot a look towards the bathroom. Matthew, I really have to go. Before you hang up, one question. You found the knife at the church, didn't you? Sam was surprised. How did you know that? I went to Sunday Mass this morning. Father Harper was very upset, and all in a fluster. He said he'd just finished cleaning up in the church. Seems someone broke into the church last night, smashed his knife cabinet, made an awful mess. One of his knives is missing. The knife he told me my father donated to his collection when I was still in short pants. Sam's heart skipped a beat. Did Father Harper call the police? He said, holding his breath, hoping the answer meant he could safely get Dean to a hospital without the imminent risk of police involvement. It was easy to figure out what had happened. I convinced him not to, told him I'd donate another one to replace it. I also wrote a sizable check to the church-run shelter for the homeless. That was enough to convince him. Thank you, Sam said with relief. No, Sam, thank you. My family and all of Savannah owe you and Dean a lot more than that. It's what we do and all in a day's work. Sam, are you and Dean all right? Matthew's voice held a genuine concern. Sam looked again towards the bathroom where Dean lay. All he could see was the lower half of Dean's unmoving leg. Why do you ask? Father Harper also told me he found blood in the church, a lot of blood. He thought one of the thieves cut himself on the broken glass, or somehow was stabbed with the knives. Sam had forgotten about the blood. That was Dean's blood, Matthew. I thought so. Is he all right? Does he need help, medical help? Yeah, he does. He needs a hospital. That's why I have to go. I need to call for an ambulance. No, Sam, don't do that. I can help you. Where are you staying? I'm going to send someone to you. A doctor, a family friend. Sam's mind was going at 100 miles an hour. He mentally battled with himself. Should he trust Matthew Archer? If I do trust him, it would mean no hospital and no questions. Sam, are you still there? Sam could hear Matthew's anxious voice coming down the line. In the end, the decision was easy. Dean was worth the risk. We're at the Thunderbird Inn, corner of West Oglethorpe Avenue and Papey Street. Second floor, room 17. I know where that is. I'll call him now. He should be there within the hour. Without another word, Matthew hung up. Hurry, Sam's voice quavered, the one word spoken in quiet desperation down the disconnected line. It proved more difficult and took a lot longer than Sam would have liked. But eventually he had Dean up off the cold, hard bathroom floor and back onto the bed. Turns out that song was wrong. Dean was heavy, and although shorter than Sam, he was all muscle and in his current condition, a dead weight. Sam sat back on the other bed for a moment to recover. He was sweating and breathing heavy. After a few seconds, he went back to the bathroom and refilled the snap lock bags with ice, and positioned them in the same spots as before. 20 minutes on, 20 minutes off. God willing, the doctor would be here before the next 20 minutes was up. He paced the room for the first 10 minutes, then sat on the bed running his hands through his hair, before resting his head in his hands, his elbows on his thighs. Dean's panting breathing the only sound in the otherwise quiet room. After a couple of minutes, Sam lifted his head and looked at Dean across the short distance between the beds. He looked so ill, so vulnerable, and he seemed somehow smaller and younger, not at all like his big, strong and protective brother. He hadn't moved since Sam had laid him there. His breathing was fast and labored. His face was still flushed, contrasting sharply with the dark, bruised-looking skin under his eyes, and he still wasn't sweating. Every now and then a muscle twitched in his jaw. Sometimes his lips moved like he was speaking silently, and his eyes moved rapidly under closed lids. He was no doubt living through fever dreams, fighting off who knew what, or being chased by every evil thing he had ever faced. Sam looked from his watch to the door, willing the doctor to knock. Come on, and please hurry. Going back into the bathroom, Sam re-wet the face washer. He again wiped down Dean's flushed face and neck. Dean turned into Sam's hand, as if even in his fevered unconscious state, he was seeking the small amount of cooling comfort it provided. It was time to take the ice away. When the knock finally came, Sam was up off the bed and at the door. Before the knock had died away, pulling the door open with more force than was necessary, Sam's mouth fell open when the man standing there took a step forward, filling the doorway, his shadow falling across Sam and blocking out the late afternoon sunlight. He looked to be around his 60s. He was a big bear of a man, solid and tall, taller by inches than Sam, the top of his head just clearing the top of the door jamb. His shoulders, encased in a worn tweed jacket, almost touched the door frame on either side. Overlong curly blonde hair framed his round face and hung down across his brow, ending in unruly ringlets above his pale blue eyes. It caught on his protruding ears, giving the impression he was wearing blonde earmuffs. Sam involuntarily took a step backwards away from the giant. Then the man smiled and his face lit up with warmth. The skin at the corners of his eyes crinkled into laughter lines that told Sam one thing: he smiled a lot. He shifted the worn, brown leather medical bag from one hand to the other, Reaching forward, he encompassed Sam's hand in a firm punishing grip. Sam's own hand disappeared. The man had hands as big as ham hocks. "You must be Sam, I'm Oliver Bradstreet," he said. "Matthew Archer sent me, said your brother needed immediate medical attention." His voice was deep and reminded Sam of James Earl Jones. He continued the shaking, the vibration running up Sam's arm, causing his head and shoulders to shake in unison. Sam managed to extricate his bloodless hand from the man's grip, fighting the urge to shake some feeling back into it. He stood aside to allow the man entry, saying, "Yes, thank you for coming so quickly." Dr. Bradstreet shuffled through the door, his big body swaying from side to side. He saw Dean on the bed and went straight to him. He placed his bag on the floor beside the bed, slid a hip onto the bed, his demeanor changing from shabby and bumbling to medical professional in a flash. He started to examine Dean, placing a large palm against Dean's forehead, before lifting Dean's eyelids in turn. From behind, Sam could see the doctor's frayed cuffs and the patched elbows on his well-loved jacket. He spoke to but didn't look at Sam. "Tell me what happened." While the doctor continued his thorough and competent examination, Sam ran through how Dean received his injuries. He didn't seem at all fazed by the fact that the injuries were supernaturally related. Sam told him how he had treated them, and cauterized the worst of them to stop the bleeding. The doctor ummed and ahed, which Sam thought odd, but would later find amusing. He checked all of Dean's wounds, he listened to his chest, took his pulse, blood pressure and temperature, mumbling to himself, "Chest is clear, pulse rapid, pressure's low, temps 104.2. Not good, not good, the ice is good." When Sam got to the part about how Dean had urinated blood before he had collapsed, he tut-tooted and shook his head, his blonde curls bouncing back and forth with the movement. Bending, he reached into his bag and pulled out an IV line and bag containing clear liquid. He inserted an IV, poured into the inside of Dean's forearm. Avoiding the back of his hands due to the stab wounds, he taped it in place and started the line. He looked around the room, and then removed a picture hanging on the wall in between the two beds. He placed the IV bag on the picture hook, and then turned to Sam, giving him his diagnosis. "Well, Sam, you cauterizing the wounds and applying ice packs probably saved his life, but your brother, Dean, is it?" Sam nodded. "Is a very sick man. The blade to the side appears to have nicked his right kidney. That's why he has blood in his urine. He has a very high fever and a major infection raging through his body. I'm not sure where exactly the infection is coming from. Could be the wounds or the cauterizing. He needs IV antibiotics, and I'll have to operate to repair the tear in the kidney. I've started him on IV fluids, but we need to transfer him to my clinic as soon as possible." Dr. Bradstreet began to throw his bits and pieces back in his bag at the same time he spoke to Sam. "Is that your Impala downstairs?" "Dean's, it's Dean's," Sam said, puzzled by the question. "Nice car. Go and open the back door. We'll lay him on the back seat. You're not going to call an ambulance?" "Matthew told me what you do. He also told me you needed none of that kind of involvement. So no, unless of course you want me to." No, I don't. But doctor, my brother, is he going to be all right?" The doctor turned and looked Sam in the eye. "I won't lie to you, it's going to be touch and go. But he's a fighter, I can see that. He survived this far. Where there's life, there's hope." Then he turned back to Dean. Without another word and a silent thank you to Matthew Archer, he did as the doctor had asked. The day was nearly done and night was closing in. Sam could see what had to be the doctor's car parked directly behind the Impala. It was a very old powder blue Mercedes, and looked as shabby and unkempt as its owner. Sam opened the rear door of the Impala, hearing the familiar creak of old hinges, then ran back up the stairs, taking them two at a time. Dr. Bradstreet had removed the ice bags from around Dean. They sat in a heap next to the bed. He had Dean sitting up ready for transferring to the car. Dean's head was lolling onto his chest. He was groaning and appeared to be waking. The doctor was sitting at his side on the edge of the bed, attempting to pull the comforter around Dean's near-naked body. Sam went to Dean's other side. Dean's head lifted slowly and his fevered, glassy, green eyes opened. They rolled once, then focused on Sam. "Sammy, that you?" "Yeah, Dean, who else would it be?" Sam said with a twist of his lips. "Sammy, I don't feel so good, my head hurts." The words were spoken slowly with a panting breath in between each word. "Only your head? Well, Dr. Bradstreet's here now and he's going to help." "Dr. Bradstreet? It's Bradstreet, he's right here." Sam nudged his head in the doctor's direction, as he held Dean upright, using the ends of the comforter pulled tight in front of him as a kind of sling. Dean's gaze moved to the doctor, studying him through half-closed lids before he smiled and said, "Hey doc, you look like a blonde Wookiee." Sam looked at the doctor apologetically. saying, "Sorry he gets like this when he has a fever." Dr. Bradstreet gave a deep chuckle saying, "I've been called worse than to Dean, and it's a pleasure to meet you too, Dean." He scooped up his bag from beside him and added, "Let's get you into the car, shall we?" That's when the doctor's words seemed to sink into his fevered brain. "Where are we going?" Dean frowned at Sam, puzzled. "The doctor's clinic, so he can help you," Sam answered patiently. Dean thought about it for a moment. "You coming too?" "Of course, you're not going anywhere without me." Dean gave a half-hearted nod. Sam, "Yeah, Dean. He sounds like Darth Vader." When they lifted him from the bed, Dean groaned, his eyelids fluttered closed and he went limp, his head again falling forward onto his chest. "Sam, get the IV bag," Dr. Bradstreet instructed. "Keep it as high as you can." Doing as the doctor asked, Sam took the IV bag from the hook, clamping the top edge in between his teeth to keep it elevated and to have both hands free to support Dean, whilst trying to avoid the wounds in the IV port. Wrapped in a comforter and wearing only a pair of black boxers, Dean hung between them like a sack of grain. They bumbled through the doorway sideways. Sam hooked his toes in the door, pulling it shut behind him on the disheveled room. He'd put the "Please do not clean room" sign out to make certain no one would have to come into the room while they were gone. Dew had fallen, making the steps slippery and dangerous. Getting downstairs was tricky without one of them slipping and taking a tumble headlong to the concrete driveway at the bottom. Dean's bare feet scraped over the edge of each step. They made it to the bottom with just a stumble or two. Once at the Impala, they settled Dean along the backseat, still wrapped in the comforter. Dr. Bradstreet opened the window closest to Dean's head a little way and put the top of the IV bag against the inside top of the doorframe, then closed the window against it to hold it above Dean, so it would continue to flow much-needed fluids into his system on the journey to the clinic. The doctor fished around in his jacket pocket, producing a dog-eared business card. He thrust it toward Sam. "Here's the address. I'm going to go on ahead and get things ready." Sam took the card from his outstretched hand, looking at it stupidly. "Drive carefully and not too fast. I don't want him bumped any more than is necessary." When Sam didn't answer, and continued looking at the card in his hand, "Sam, pay attention, this is important." The tone was one Sam responded to. It was like their father. He snapped to attention, looking back at the doctor. "Yes, sir." "Good." Bradstreet nodded his head, picked up his bag and turned towards the Mercedes. He folded himself behind the wheel, gunned the engine and reversed away from the Impala, and pulled the old car out of the motel car park with a flick of one taillight and was gone. The good Dr. Oliver Bradstreet had a lead foot. Sam slid into the Impala, turned on the interior light, looked at the address on the card, and reached for the crumpled map of Savannah on the dash. He quickly made a mental note of the route and street names he needed to take to get from the motel to the address. As he engaged the drive, he glanced over his shoulder at his silent, still brother. "Hang in there, bro," before following the old Mercedes out onto the street. CP. Sam followed the doctor's instructions, driving as fast as he dared, and as smoothly as possible. 15 minutes later, he pulled up outside the address on the card. He looked from the card to the number on the house. He had the right place, but the large two-story house didn't look like a medical clinic. He could have sworn that even in the dark, it looked like it was painted pink. The porch light was on, and the front door was open, spilling more light out into the night. A figure was momentarily silhouetted in the doorway, blocking most of the light from inside, leaving Sam in no doubt he was in the right place, because the figure could only be that of Oliver Bradstreet. He moved out of the doorway towards the car. Sam was out of the driver's seat, and had the back door open before the doctor reached the sidewalk. Neither said a word as they maneuvered the still unconscious Dean from the car and into the house, Sam again gripping the IV bag in his teeth. They made their way slowly down the long hallway and into a room towards the back of the house. The room was set up for surgery with a stainless steel operating table and overhead light. The room had one other occupant, a tiny woman under 5 feet, and dressed in multicolored hospital gown. She was arranging a cloth-covered tray, laden with a variety of surgical instruments. She crossed the room and closed the doors behind them. They laid Dean on the table, his head rolled loosely to one side. His breathing was still fast and shallow, and immense heat rolled from him. The little lady came over and took the IV bag from Sam. Placing it on the IV pole next to the table, she pulled Dean's left arm out straight at a right angle to his body, making sure the IV was flowing properly, then put a blood pressure cuff around his arm and an oxygen mask over his face, before adjusting the flow of oxygen. Dr. Bradstreet was examining the instrument tray. Without looking up, he said distractedly, "Sam, this is my wife Violet. She will be assisting me in the surgery." Sam smiled at Violet as he stepped back from the table, not wanting to get in the way, but not wanting to leave. "Dean might need me." "Hello Sam, pleased to meet you." Her high-pitched voice was squeaky, sounding like a badly played violin. She had a thin face, a long thin nose, and virtually no chin, but her brown eyes were kind. Violet was the polar opposite of her husband the doctor, and Mrs. Bradstreet were as different as chalk and cheese. Dr. Bradstreet finally looked up from the tray. "I think we have everything we need. Vi, start another line with antibiotics and have more fluids ready." Violet nodded and began to do as requested. "I'll go and wash up," he added as he turned to exit the room. "Oliver, what do you want to do about an anesthetic?" Violet asked as she bustled about pulling various things out of the cupboards and cabinets lining one wall. "We don't have any full anesthetic." "What do we have?" "Just the usual, fentanyl or morphine for pain," Violet answered. The doctor looked down at Dean, a thoughtful expression on his round face. "We'll use fentanyl. He'll need the morphine afterwards." "All right," Violet said as she continued preparations. Sam couldn't believe what he was hearing. "No anesthetic? Doctor, won't he feel it without any anesthetic?" "The fentanyl is all we have, and with him being already unconscious, it should keep him under." "Should?" Sam said anxiously. Dr. Bradstreet looked at the young man in front of him. The poor boy looked like he was on the edge, his features pinched with worry, his hazel eyes bloodshot. "Sam, it will be all right. Will you help Violet prepare Dean for the surgery while I go and wash up?" "Of course, whatever I can do to help." "What do I have to do?" Sam stepped forward, looking to Violet for instructions. Satisfied that now he had something constructive to do, that it would take his focus off the situation, he turned and left the room. "First take off his undershorts." Unsure he had heard her correctly, and after a moment's hesitation, Sam did as he was asked. He wrestled the only piece of clothing Dean had on down his legs and over his feet. Dean wouldn't be happy to be naked in front of anyone, other than maybe a hot chick or hot young nurse, and Violet was neither of these. "Do you do surgery here very often?" Sam asked as Violet held open a plastic bag for Sam to put the boxers in. "No, not a lot. We're not set up for major surgery. It's just minor stuff like ingrown toenails, and the removal of skin cancers, warts, moles, lancing, that sort of thing," she answered as she retrieved 4 folded clothes and 3 rolls of white bandages. She rolled the cloths to look like fat sausages, then moved to Dean's left side. Noting the absence of a heart monitor and some of the other specialized equipment used for surgery, Sam felt apprehension fill him at the comment, wondering whether he had done the right thing in bringing Dean here. It must have shown on his face, because Violet smiled reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry Sam, Oliver was a surgeon at the local hospital for over 25 years. It's been a while since he's done this kind of surgery, but I can tell you he hasn't lost any of his skills. Now roll him towards me onto his left side, and hold him steady." Sam complied, and as he held Dean steady, he had the sudden urge to pull his brother off the table and hightail it out of here to a hospital, but with the heat rolling off of Dean's fevered body, warming his chilled hands where they touched his side, Sam knew Dean was out of time, and this was his best chance. Violet bent Dean's legs to a 90-degree angle, carefully trying not to aggravate the wound in his thigh. She pushed a rolled cloth in between his knees, one underneath Dean at his waist, another under him at chest level, and the fourth she placed under his head. She lifted Dean's right arm up and over his head, so his hand rested on the table above his head. She unrolled one of the bandages part way, and with Sam helping, she wrapped it over Dean's outstretched arm at the elbow, around and under the table around twice more, before securing the end. She repeated this process with the second bandage. This was wrapped around Dean, where his underarm met his torso. The third one held his bent legs in the bent position. Dean was now secured in what Sam realized must be the correct position for this type of surgery. Sam stood back, waiting to see if he would be needed again, the hiss of oxygen the only sound in the room. "He's not allergic to iodine, is he?" Violet asked. "No, he's not." Violet took another cloth and laid it across Dean's thighs, giving Dean back a little of his lost dignity, even though still unconscious. She then washed his side and all around the cauterized wound with antiseptic wash, dried it thoroughly, and painted the area with iodine, using a sterile pad and forceps-like tongs. When Dr. Bradstreet came back a moment later, Violet helped him to gown up, put on a surgical mask, and into a pair of skin-tight surgical gloves, and went to stand by Dean's head to monitor his vital signs. "Start the fentanyl, push 15 cc's to start with." Violet produced a large syringe and fed some of the contents into the IV port in Dean's elbow. and then she pressed her gloved fingertips against Dean's neck, checking his pulse rate. Both Bradstreets seemed to have forgotten Sam standing quietly nearby. Vital signs. Pressures 85/55, pulse rate 138, temps 103.8. Violet rattled off the numbers. Pressures low, heart rates elevated, temps still high. Dear oh dear. Oliver, Violet said, drawing her husband's attention to her. Dr. Bradstreet looked up at his tiny wife, who inclined her head towards Sam standing silently in the background. He looked from her in the direction she indicated. The doctor looked at him. It was clear from that glance he'd forgotten he was there. Sam, you need to leave now. Go and wait in the lounge. It's at the end of the hall on the right. There's some coffee in there. This may take some time. I'll come out and talk to you when I'm done. Sam nodded and went to the door. He shot a look at Dean's flushed face, half hidden by the oxygen mask over his shoulder, then left. He leaned his back against the wall next to the door, and slid down until he was butt met the floor. Placing his elbows on his bent knees, he leaned his head into his hands, pressing the heels of his hands into his closed eyes, trying to hold at bay the tears that threatened to overwhelm him. He heard muted voices coming from inside the door beside him as the Bradstreets began the surgery that would, God willing, save his brother's life. He let his emotions take over. He let the tears come. His breath hitched, catching on the golf ball-sized lump that had lodged itself in his throat, and he prayed for God to guide Oliver Bradstreet's hand and save his brother's life. The hot, damp, silent darkness that was keeping Dean captive loosened its grip a little. The darkness seemed to lift to a dark charcoal gray, rather than black on black, and it was not so all-encompassing, and the silence was infiltrated by the sound of distant echoing voices. The damp heat still pushed down on him, pressing him down and his side onto something hard and unyielding. The darkness lifted a little more as light filtered through his closed lids, and the voices became clearer and closer. He could hear and understand some of the words they were saying. I see the kidney and there's the tear. A note of triumph lit the vaguely familiar deep male voice. The last fuzzy memories he had before the darkness had closed and played across his mind, and behind his closed eyes. He remembered Sam. He remembered leaning against Sam and Sam's strong arm supporting him as his body failed him. He remembered Sam's worried face as he saw the blood in the toilet, Sam's hand clamped around his arm, and then a feeling of falling. Sam's face was replaced by a round smiling face, surrounded by a mass of blonde curls, a voice deep and resonating, sounding like Darth Vader. The same voice he had just heard say something about a kidney. Not keen on kidneys or any kind of offal for that matter. Okay, Dean, you need to forget about kidneys and concentrate. Where is Sam? God, I hope he's alright? His thoughts of Sam, his health and safety, were interrupted by a new sensation pulling at him and beginning to override everything else, something that hadn't been there before. Pain. It centered on his side, not the side pressed against that hard surface, but his other side, sharp and intense. It radiated into his very core. His heartbeat sped up and pounded hard against his eardrums. He almost missed the new, unfamiliar, high-pitched, squeaky female voice, his heart rates rising. The pain intensified even more, causing him to tense his muscles and groan into whatever that was pressed hard onto his mouth and nose. He tried to open his eyes to find out what the hell was happening to him. It hurt so goddamn much, but he had no strength, not even for that small movement. Squeaky voice must have heard his moan of pain as a cool hand was placed on his burning forehead, and she sounded closer, like she was leaning over him. Oliver, I think he's awake. The pain retreated. The man's voice sounded incredulous. What? His next word sounded closer as well, like he too was leaning over him. Dean, can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear ya, Darth, he said in his mind, but not with any part of his vocal equipment. Stop whatever the hell it is you're doing, will ya? Hurts. Where's Sam? Bright light pierced his brain for a few long seconds as his eyelid was lifted and then allowed to fall closed. The man must have sensed or seen a sign that he could hear his silent plea for him to stop. When he spoke again, a note of tense anxiety laced the deep voice. My God, he is. More fentanyl 20 ccs. The cool hand still pressed against his forehead lifted away, and he instantly missed the tiny amount of comfort it had provided. 4 heartbeats later, he felt a ribbon of fire running up his arm. It exploded at the base of his skull, sending tendrils of fire creeping into his brain, coating his senses, and causing the voices to grow once more indistinct, distant and echoing. As the fire receded, his tensed muscles began to relax to the point where they went limp, and he fell back into the suffocating hot, damp, silent and pain-free darkness. Sam had no idea how long he sat on the floor outside the surgery doors. his hands pressed against his eyes. From beyond the surgery doors, he could still hear the odd question or request from Dr. Bradstreet, and the squeaky reply from Violet. Sometime later he got to his feet, and like a zombie, made his way down to the end of the hall and into the lounge. The room was bright and cheery, the walls painted in lemon, two-seater sofas and 3 lounge chairs covered in a tropical print fabric looked comfortable and inviting. Against one wall was a table with a self-serve coffee machine, half a dozen white mugs, and in the center of the room was a low bamboo table with 2 neatly stacked piles of magazines and a vase of fresh flowers. Framed prints of South American birds including macaws and other brightly colored parrots graced the walls. Sam ignored the seating, coffee, and the magazines. He began pacing the room between one of the sofas and the bamboo table. How long had it been since they started the surgery? He glanced at his watch 10:47, which gave him no clue, as he had no idea what time it had been when he'd left the operating room. After 20 minutes of pacing, Sam felt his strength desert him in a rush, and not the pleasant welcome kind of rush. His legs were suddenly weak and shaky. He was lightheaded and dizzy. He was on the verge of collapse. He reached out a trembling hand towards the arm of the closest chair, turning lazy circles in front of his eyes. He turned his failing body, and half sat half fell into it, catching his hip painfully on one arm. He bent forward, and took several deep breaths to clear his head and calm his jangled nerves. The strain of the last 24 hours had taken its toll on his body and soul. His nerves felt pulled tight, and as taut as bowstrings ready to snap at any second. For the last 12 hours his system had been running on adrenaline and worry, and that adrenaline now exhausted Sam was running on empty. It had been probably 24 hours since he had eaten or drank anything, and his body was telling him it needed refueling and rest. After a few minutes the shaking stilled and his head stopped spinning. He slowly sat up, and his eyes fell onto the coffee machine across the room. Maybe it would help. At least it was something wet. He had to do something to keep himself alert until Dr. Bradstreet came and told him the outcome he longed to hear. Dean would be okay. He dragged himself out of the chair and across to the beckoning coffee machine. He took one of mugs, pouring himself some with hands that still shook just a little. He lifted the steaming mug to his lips, the fresh coffee aroma assailing his senses. The lip of the mug touched his bottom lip when in a corner of his eye, he saw movement in the doorway. Putting the mug back down, he turned towards the blood-spattered gowned figure filling the doorway. His fatigued brain couldn't tolerate the sight of Dean's blood spread across the man's large girth. So Sam searched Dr. Bradstreet's face, looking for some kind of sign as to how the surgery had gone. But he couldn't tell anything from the man's inscrutable expression. So he waited for the doctor to speak. The doctor shuffled into the room and up to Sam. He laid a large hand on Sam's shoulder and gently squeezed. Then he gave a reduced version of the smile Sam had seen when he introduced himself. He came through the surgery okay. I have repaired and stitched the kidney, and I've cleaned and irrigated the wounds in his hands, cleaned and applied burn dressing to the cauterized wounds. Sam didn't realize he was holding his breath until he opened his mouth and exhaled in a hurry. How is he, doctor? He's not out of the woods yet. Complications could arise, but at the moment he's holding his own. He's tenacious and a fighter, that brother of yours. The next 12 hours will be crucial. Sam latched onto one word. Complications. What kind of complications? Shock, the blood loss, which both could lead to cardiac arrest, and that infection, which is still a major worry. The doctor eyes told Sam there was more. There's something else, isn't there? Sam prompted. He wanted to know everything. Dr. Bradstreet seemed surprised that Sam picked up that he hadn't told him everything. We had a bit of a problem during the surgery. Sam felt his stomach drop and his mouth went dry. What kind of a problem? He, woke up. He woke up. Oh God, do you think he felt anything? Sam searched the doctor's face looking for the truth. Maybe for a minute, but we administered more fentanyl as soon as we realized what was happening. The thought of Dean waking while they had him opened up and feeling what they were doing to him even just for a minute made Sam sick to his stomach. The doctor's face swam in and out of focus before his eyes. Dr. Bradstreet saw the little color left in Sam's strained face drain away, leaving him white and green around the mouth. He took Sam by the elbow and guided him into the nearest chair. He felt Dr. Bradstreet's firm grip on his arm, and the next thing he knew he was sitting, and his head was being forced down between his knees. Take deep breaths. His deep, calm voice penetrating Sam's foggy, spinning world. Doing as he was told, he kept his head down and breathed deeply. After a while he lifted his head. The doctor was crouched down in front of him, his large face worried. Better? Sam nodded. Can I see him? He asked. Not just yet. We have to finish up, and then we're going to transfer him to a cot in the next room. Give us about another 10-15 minutes. I'll come get you when we're ready. Sam nodded again, unable to speak. Dr. Bradstreet patted Sam's arm and got to his feet. Sam watched the doctor's broad back as he left the room. The next time Dean surfaced, he was no longer lying on his side, or on that hard surface. Beneath his body was something soft and pliant. For the first time in recent memory which was kinda vague and disjointed, he felt comfortable and warm. Not that suffocating heat that had pressed down and plagued him before. A kaleidoscope of rainbow patterns swirled and blended together across the inside of his closed eyes. But there was a noise, no two noises interrupting the tranquil peace, and gradually working their way into his brain. One was like the constant hissing of an angry snake, the other a seesaw sound up and down, rising and falling, and a clean smell surrounded him. He knew that smell. Antiseptic, hospital grade, the smell Dean always associated with, well, what else but hospitals? Sam must have brought him to the hospital after he had collapsed in the bathroom. There was a rustle of clothing and light breathing nearby. Someone was standing close. Hope it's a hot nurse. A female hot nurse. Not some wannabe Gaylord Fokker. Something soft and warm brushed against the skin of his arm, lifting it. Fingertips. The fingertips gently wrapped something around his upper arm. It tightened around his arm, to the point of being uncomfortable, before it was released with a swoosh of escaping air. The cool fingers touched him again, and the thing was removed from his arm. Cool, sweet air was feeding into his mouth and nose via what could only be an oxygen mask. It was that making the hissing noise. He inhaled the pure air gratefully. A soft, cool hand was laid on his forehead. It rested there for a few moments before lifting away. The touch or the sentiment it offered seemed familiar. It was suddenly paramount he find out who that touch belonged to. He forced his reluctant and uncooperative eyes open. An unusual pointy face swam into his vision. For a moment Dean felt as though he'd fallen through the looking glass and woken up in Wonderland. He had no doubt it was a woman. Thank God it's not Gaylord Fokker. Short brown hair graying at the front hairline framed the thin pointy face. Her eyes were focused on something slightly above her eye level and to his left. As her eyes traveled downwards, he felt the push and pull on the skin in the crook of his elbow. As if she sensed his scrutiny, her brown eyes slid to his face, and she smiled. Welcome back, Dean. How do you feel? Her southern accent high-pitched and kind, squeaky and just a little grating. Dean ran his tongue across his dry lips. They felt cracked and rough. He swallowed in an attempt to encourage saliva into his mouth to answer her question. What came out through the oxygen mask was dry and raspy. Awesome. She smiled again. Sure you do. You thirsty? Dean nodded. Are you in any pain? He considered the question, assessing his current situation, before giving the same answer he always gave, by shaking his head. She gave him a look that said, I know you're lying, before walking behind him, and manually lifting the back of the bed up, so that he was in a semi-sitting position. The change of position and the flare of pain in his side and thigh caused the room to spin alarmingly. Dean groaned and closed his eyes, waiting for it to pass. When he opened them again, the little pointy-faced lady was leaning over him, her lean, unusual face filled with concern. She was ever so gently rubbing his forearm. Pain and dizziness? She asked. Dean nodded yes. It was all he was capable of. It should pass. She continued the soothing rubbing motion on his arm. Damned if she wasn't right, because after a little while the room stilled and the pain subsided. Better? Yeah, thanks, he croaked. Violet, I'm going to give you some ice chips for that dry throat. But first I want to take your temperature. I don't want the ice to give a false reading. Violet lifted the mask down off his face, letting it rest against his throat, and then pushed the thermometer under his tongue. While she waited, she lifted his wrist and took his pulse, sliding her fingers under the edge of the bandage wrapped around his hand. Dean had 1,000 questions running around in his foggy, pain-filled mind. Where's Sam? Where am I? How did I get here? What the hell happened? Lying his wrist back down against the skinny cot, she retrieved a chart from the table beside her, scribbled on it, and then took the thermometer out of his mouth, peering at the readout, and before scribbling it on the chart again, pressures coming up, heart rates coming down, and your temperature's down to 101.7. I take it that's good? He asked. It's most certainly a vast improvement. She put down the chart and picked up a small plastic cup, inserted a plastic spoon, and fed him some ice chips. He let the ice melt on his tongue, Its coolness slithered down his throat. She fed him a second spoonful. Not too much at first. I'll give you more in a little while. Violet repositioned the oxygen mask before Dean could ask the burning question. Where's Sam? Dean took a deep lungful of oxygen. Where's Sam? Where's my brother? She gave a little laugh. He said you'd ask that as soon as you woke up. Dean didn't return her laugh. With a worried frown he asked again. Where is he? She gestured to her right. He's right here. Dean turned his head in that direction, not 6 feet away. Sam was stretched out on an identical cot to his own. His body turned in Dean's direction, his large feet hanging a half a foot over the bottom edge, the small cot not made to accommodate a man of his lofty height. The seesawing noise he'd heard when he'd woken was emanating from his long, little brother's half-open mouth. Sam was fast asleep. He heaved a sigh of relief as he took in the dark smudges shading his eyes, his face drawn and pale. Violet was also looking at Sam. The poor boy was exhausted, but Oliver had to practically force him to lie down and rest. He only agreed if he was allowed to be in the same room with you. He made me promise to wake him when you did. No, let him sleep. He looks like he needs it. Dean dragged his eyes away from Sam and back to the little lady. I promised him, she said. Please don't. Dean's green eyes pleaded. She searched his face for a moment or two. All right? Dean gave a smile, a reduced version of the Dean Winchester Lady Killer megawatt smile, and then he glanced around the room. A soft light seemed to be coming from slightly behind him. It didn't look like a typical hospital room, although it smelled like one. His hand felt heavy as lead as he lifted it, examining the bandaging. What is this place? It's not a hospital? No, it's a clinic. My husband's clinic. Your husband's a doctor? Yes, Oliver Bradstreet, Violet said. Dean's eyebrows drew together in thought. Bradstreet, I've heard that name before. Violet was bustling around, straightening the cotton blanket covering him from the waist down. Dean frowned down at the numerous scars peppering his bare chest and torso. He would have fresh ones to add to the collection. Oliver said he didn't think you'd remember, but you met him yesterday. A vague picture of a round face and blonde curls and a deep voice popped into his head. A moment later he inquired, how did I get here? Sam brought you in your car. And how long have I been here? Since last evening, Violet replied. What time is it? 3 a.m. Dean became aware that the dull pain in his side that was growing with every breath he took. Something was nagging at the back of his mind. The pain felt familiar. He also remembered a high, squeaky voice he now knew belonged to Violet. Oliver, I think he's awake. He mentally shook himself to dispel the audio playback, going back to his previous train of thought. How did Sam know to bring me here? Matthew called Oliver and asked him to come see you at the motel, Violet said. Matthew Archer? Yes. Oliver told Sam to bring you to the clinic, so he could better treat you. I don't remember any of that. Dean closed his eyes, concentrating to try to block out the pain pulsing through his side, and the pain in his left thigh. I'm not surprised you were running a very high fever and unconscious. Sam and Oliver had to drag you in here. Dean opened his eyes. Violet was at the bottom of the cot. She was inspecting a clear bag filled halfway, pale yellow streaked with red and pink. A tube protruded from the bag, snaking its way under the blanket at Dean's feet. Realization hit Dean. He knew what that tube was connected to. He had a catheter up in there. I hate those freaking things. He felt a sudden unreasonable embarrassment. Somehow he knew that Violet had been the one that had inserted it, had handled and was intimately familiar with that particular body part. She picked up the chart again and scribbled on it again. Dean tried to cover his embarrassment. So you and Oliver are friends of Matthew? Friends and family by marriage. Lilia, Matthew's wife, is my second cousin. Dean was having trouble concentrating on the conversation as the pain grew. It was starting to overwhelm him, and the older wound in his shoulder had decided to was stand up to be counted. He closed his eyes again, not realizing the pain was showing on his face. He felt her small soft hand on his forehead. It's okay to admit you're in pain. He dragged his eyes open and saw the kindness and caring in her brown eyes. In pain was an understatement. He felt as though his side was going to burst open, and his innards were going to splatter out all over Violet. The cot, the blanket, Sam, and anything else within a half-mile radius. She lifted her hand away from his forehead, gently patted his stubbled cheek. I'll give you something. Dean glanced across at Sam, who was still snoring loudly, dead to the world. Violet came back with a syringe. Dean dragged his eyes away from Sam and watched as she injected it directly into the IV line. It's morphine, so it will work quickly. She wasn't kidding. Almost instantly he felt his senses dull along with the pain. Then his eyes grew heavy, and even if he'd wanted to, he couldn't keep them open. He decided he didn't want to, and he let them slide closed, feeling the pain melt away. The last thing he knew was Violet's cool hand was back, smoothing the hair away from his forehead. He'd fallen asleep. Opening his eyes, He blinked at the unfamiliar ceiling above him, taking a few seconds to orient himself to his surroundings. The clinic, the Bradstreet's clinic. Dean, turning his head, his eyes went straight to the cot across the room, now lit with daylight. He sighed. Dean was still there. He hadn't been spirited away by a horde of demons or monsters while he slept. Sam was surprised he had slept while his brother lay desperately ill not 6 feet away, but he slept deep and dreamless, the sleep of pure physical and mental exhaustion. Throwing back the cotton blanket that Violet must have pulled around him during the night, he went to stand beside Dean, assessing his brother's current condition. Dean's face was pale, his freckles standing out across cheeks no longer stained with the unnatural flush of fever. Long eyelashes lay against the indigo-colored bruised-looking skin under his eyes. He looked ill, but at least peaceful and comfortable. Sam's assessment was interrupted. "You're up, feel better now?" Violet said, moving across the room to stand on the other side of the cot, looking at Sam much the same way he had just looked at Dean. He felt his cheeks flare with embarrassment, remembering his childish behavior last night, or was it early this morning, objecting and kicking up a fuss, when the Bradstreets had told him to go upstairs to their spare bedroom and get some sleep. The kindly couple had already fed him, insisting he eat. He'd come close to stamping his foot like a 5-year-old in the throes of a tantrum, insisting that he was not going to leave Dean, and he had to be in the same room as his brother. He had to be near him if he awoke. The Bradstreets had seen beneath the childish tantrum at how distraught he was, so they agreed and brought another cot into the room. Sam had lay down, turning towards his brother, and fell asleep almost instantly. I apologize for last night. I behaved childishly. "I'm sorry," Sam said, head lowered, unable to look Violet in the eye. She reached across Dean and patted his arm. "No need, Sam, I understand." Sam lifted his head and smiled at her gratefully before looking back down at Dean. "How's he doing?" At this point, as well as can be expected, he woke up briefly in the early hours. "Why didn't you wake me?" Sam asked. "I was going to, but Dean insisted I let you sleep. He said you looked like you needed it," Violet answered. Sam shook his head. "Typical Dean, always puts me and everybody else before himself." Sam said, more to himself than Violet. "I gathered as much," Violet said, glancing down at Dean's pale, handsome face. Sam sighed and ran his hands through his sleep-tousled hair. Violet saw the frustration in the quick movement. "Sam, I had to give Dean a shot of morphine for the pain, so he'll be out for hours yet. Why don't you go upstairs and get cleaned up?" she suggested. "I'll have a nice breakfast ready when you get done." "Thanks, but I think I'll go back to the motel to shower and change. Besides, I don't want you to go to any more trouble. You and the Dr. Bradstreet have done so much already." "Okay, but be back here in an hour for breakfast," Violet said. "Please, it's not necessary," Sam objected. "I insist," she said, waving him away. "Now go on, scram, and I'll see you in an hour." Sam reached out and gave Dean's arm a quick squeeze. "I'll be back soon, bro." He smiled at Violet and headed for the front door, pulling the keys to the Impala out of his pocket, where he'd put them before dragging Dean into the clinic. When Dean next fought his way out of the morphine-induced stupor, the room was light and bright. Sunshine peeped in around the edges of the half-closed vertical blinds adorning the window opposite where he lay. The day was well underway, but he had no idea what time it was, or how long the morphine had held the pain in his consciousness at bay. He felt no pain at the present time. A kind of heavy lethargy seemed to be keeping him in its grip. He rolled his weighted head to the left, expecting to see Sam still stretched out on the cot across the room. But the cot was empty, the covers discarded in a lumpy pile. He rolled his head back and gazed at the white ceiling, remembering the conversation he had with the kindly ferret-faced Violet sometime early this morning. Matthew Archer had sent a doctor to him, a doctor whose clinic Dean was now lying in. How had Matthew known that they needed help? "Where is Sam? I need to talk to him." Need to fill in the gaps and find out what the hell happened after the motel bathroom. Sensing movement in the doorway to his right, he rolled his head in that direction. Sam stood there as if Dean's mind had conjured him. He was leaning a shoulder against the door frame and smiling. Dean gave him the once-over. He was dressed in different clothes to what he had on when he'd been sleeping on the too-small cot. His hair was brushed away from his forehead, the damp wavy ends brushing the collar of his plaid shirt. The dark circles Dean had noted under his eyes were less pronounced, and his face had lost that drawn look. He had a spot of color in each cheek, a legacy of the hot shower he had obviously not that long ago gotten out of. "Hey," Dean's voice was dry and raspy. "Hey," Sam answered as he pushed away from the door frame, jamming his hands into the pockets of his jeans as he came slowly into the room. Dean swallowed against the dryness in his throat, a leftover of the morphine. Sam saw it. "Thirsty? You want some water?" Dean nodded. He was doing a lot of that lately. Sam picked up a plastic carafe from the table beside the cot and poured water into a small cup with a straw in it. He held the straw against Dean's lips and let him drink, the water tasting like the sweetest thing ever, nectar of the gods. It coated his mouth and tongue and traced a soothing path down his parched throat. After Dean had drunk his full, Sam took the cup away. He pulled up a chair next to the cot and sat down. Dean rolled his tongue over the inside of his mouth before he spoke. "So, you all right?" he asked. Sam gave a familiar lopsided smile. "I'm good. What about you?" "Me, I'm super," Dean said with wry humor. "You look like crap," Sam said as his hazel eyes scanning Dean's face. "Bet I'm still better looking than you." "Yeah, right. You've got dark circles under your eyes large enough to fit our weapon stash, and then some inside." Dean gave a snort of laughter, and then winced as pain shoot through his side. All traces of humor fled from Sam's face. "You know you nearly died yesterday, Dean? That bad? Huh. Care to fill me in? I can only remember bits and pieces." "What happened after the bathroom?" "I was going to call an ambulance when Matthew Archer rang. He knew some of what had gone on at the church," Sam began. "Said he had a friend, a doctor who could help and be discreet with no questions asked." Dean opened his mouth to say something, but before he could get out a word, Sam continued, "Which meant not taking the risk of going to the hospital and getting the police involved. So he sent his friend, Dr. Bradstreet, to the motel. And then I brought you here to his clinic, and Dr. Bradstreet and his wife Violet operated on your kidney and repaired the damage done by the knife." "Violet? I met her earlier, when you were asleep." "Would you tell her not to wake me?" Sam said, annoyed. "Why do you think?" "Because you needed the sleep and you looked done in." Sam's eyes glistened with emotion. "I was so scared, Dean. I thought I was gonna lose you, and I'm not ready. I haven't found a way to save you." "Sam." "No, Dean, don't say it, okay? Just don't. I will find a way, and I'm not going to lose you, not now, and not when." Sam's voice now barely a whisper. "We will find a way together, we will, Sam. You're not going to lose me, and it'll take more than a few knives to do the job." Dean finished in an attempt to ease his brother's anxiety. "Well, thank God for Oliver Bradstreet, because those few knives did plenty of damage, enough to cause internal bleeding and a raging infection." Dean cleared his throat, trying to dispel the emotion lodged there. "This drive. Bradstreet, does he look like Chewbacca and sound like Darth Vader?" Sam couldn't help himself. He smiled. "Yeah, that's him. You remember him?" "How could I forget a blonde Wookiee that sounds like James Earl Jones?" Dean said. "It is useless to resist young Skywalker," he added with a bad imitation of Darth Vader. Unbidden, that voice was in his head. "My God, he is. More fentanyl, 20 cc's. He gasped, the memory slamming him with pain. It expanded, swamping him. Sam must have seen the sudden change. He felt his hand on his arm anchoring him. "Do you want me to get Violet?" Sam asked quietly. Maybe, yeah," Dean whispered. Sam hurried from the room, and Dean concentrated on breathing, hoping for some relief, but it grew until all he could do was pant. A minute later, with Violet, preceded Sam into the room. He towered over the tiny lady. She crossed to the cot, cupping his cheek with one hand and rubbing his arm with the other. "Has the morphine worn off? Do you need another shot?" Dean nodded into the comforting caress of her small hand, again with the nodding. Without another word, Violet prepared another syringe as Sam stood back, looking anxiously at his big brother's pained expression. Dean wanted to assure him he was okay, and everything would be fine, but another wave of pain rocked him, leaving him speechless. Violet injected the morphine into the IV line, and as last time, the pain along with his senses dulled almost instantly. He closed his eyes, shutting out Sam's worried face. His little brother would be here beside him next time he woke. Savannah, Georgia, February 2008. Over the next 24 hours, Dean continued to show improvement. The oxygen mask was no longer required and removed. He slept most of the time. Dr. Bradstreet said that was normal after a surgery such as this. It is the body's way it was coping with the trauma it had sustained, he had said. The initial injuries, the ensuing surgery, plus blood loss and the morphine being administered intravenously. The next afternoon, Dr. Bradstreet switched the pain meds from IV morphine to OxyContin, administered orally twice a day. On his way to the clinic on Wednesday morning, Sam had stopped at the local Walmart and purchased 2 pairs of sweatpants, boxers and 2 white V-neck t-shirts. So Dean had changes of clothes while at the clinic. He couldn't put off a visit to a laundromat for much longer, as he himself was running out of clean clothes. Dean appreciated the gesture of the new clothing as he was over sitting around on the cot bare-chested, wearing only the boxers he'd had on when he arrived at the clinic nearly 3 days earlier. It was that same afternoon when they had an unexpected visitor. Dean had fallen asleep on the narrow cot in his new sweatpants and t-shirts, with Sam keeping vigil over his brother like a lioness guarding her cub. The light tap on the frame of the open door drew Sam's attention. Standing in the doorway was Matthew Archer. Sam put a finger to his lips in a gesture for quiet and Sam him to enter. He came into the room slowly and stood next to Dean on the opposite side of the cot. Matthew was dressed in a suit and tie. He looked down at Dean and then at Sam before saying in a hushed tone, "How's he doin'?" It was touch and go for a while, but he's on the mend thanks to the Bradstreets and you, Sam said, meeting Matthew's eyes. They're good people, aren't they? I knew Oliver would look after Dean, Matthew said as he tore his gaze from Sam back to Dean's face. Matthew, if you hadn't sent Dr. Bradstreet to the motel, I think Dean would be handcuffed to a hospital bed under police custody or worse, Sam said. It's the least I could do to help after what you guys did for me and my family, his eyes lifting back to Sam. It's what we do, Sam said with a half smile. Matthew gave a slight shake of his head. Sam, when Oliver says that it's okay, I would like you and Dean to stay in my home while Dean recuperates, and until he's well enough to travel. There was sincerity in Matthew's words and his gray-green eyes. He was genuinely offering his home as a retreat for them until Dean was well enough to hit the road. Are you sure? We wouldn't want to put you to any trouble, Sam asked. It's no trouble. I have a large home and plenty of room, and Hetty would love to fuss over Dean. She is quite taken with him. Sam's smile lit his face, I noticed. Matthew gave a huff of laughter. So, what do you say? Will you accept my offer? Don't keep the man waiting, an amused raspy voice said from the cot. Two pairs of eyes shot down to Dean. His green eyes were hooded and cloudy with sleep, lips pulled up in a half smile as he glanced between the two men. If the man wants the pleasure of our company, then who are we to deny him? Matthew smiled at Dean and gave a sigh of relief. Sam tells me you're doing okay. I've been better, but then again I've been worse. But for the life of me I can't remember when, Dean answered with wry humor. What about Oregon? Sam injected. Oh yeah, Oregon, but that's a whole other story. Matthew looked at Sam askance. Sam shrugged, dismissing the subject. If Dean didn't want to inform Matthew of what happened in Oregon, and how Dean very nearly died there, Sam wasn't going to recount that convoluted story. Matthew went back to his previous conversation. So when Oliver says it's all right, you'll come to my home to recuperate? Matthew this time directing his proposal to Dean. We'd love to, wouldn't we, Sam? Dean answered, glancing at his brother. Of course we would, Sam said, nodding, his dimples showing as he smiled. Good, that's good. I'll keep in touch with Oliver, and I'll have rooms ready for when you arrive. S.I. Sam had left, going back to the motel for the evening when Dr. Bradstreet examined Dean. He seemed pleased with his progress, and that he was no longer passing blood in his urine. So the doctor removed the catheter. Dean was relieved to have that out, and now he could get up to use the bathroom. He still had the IV drip feeding him fluids and antibiotics, but that was going to be removed in the morning, and Dean would no longer be tethered by tubes and other paraphernalia. Dr. Bradstreet was wearing the patched plaid jacket that Dean had up to this point never seen him without. He wondered if he ever took it off and had a mental picture of the doc sleeping in it. The doc walked out the room with his usual shambling gait. Violet hovered over the cot, fussing with the blanket. This was the first night since the surgery that she hadn't spent the night close by, and she was obviously unsure whether she wanted to be upstairs away from him if he needed her. Dean placed his hand over hers, stilling it against the bedclothes. Her eyes met his. Violet, go to bed, his tone both soft and firm at the same time. Are you sure you'll be all right? I can stay? I'm a big boy. I'll be fine, he said with a hint of humor. As long as you're sure, Violet answered. I'm sure. S.I. The hot, damp, silent darkness that was keeping Dean captive loosened its grip a little. The darkness seemed to lift to a dark charcoal gray, rather than black on black, and it was not so all-encompassing, and the silence was infiltrated by the sound of distant echoing voices. The damp heat still pushed down on him, pressing him down and his side onto something hard and unyielding. The darkness lifted a little more as light filtered through his closed lids, and the voices became clearer and closer. He could hear and understand some of the words they were saying. I see the kidney and there's the tear. A note of triumph lit the vaguely familiar deep male voice. Pain. It centered on his side. Not the side pressed against that hard surface, but his other side, sharp and intense. It radiated into his very core. His heartbeat sped up and pounded hard against his eardrums. He almost missed the new, unfamiliar, high-pitched, squeaky female voice. His heart rates rising. The pain intensified even more, causing him to tense his muscles and groan into whatever that was pressed hard onto his mouth and nose. He tried to open his eyes to find out what the hell was happening to him. It hurt so goddamn much. But he had no strength, not even for that small movement. Squeaky voice must have heard his moan of pain as a cool hand was placed on his burning forehead, and she sounded closer, like she was leaning over him. "Oliver, I think he's awake." The pain retreated. The man's voice sounded incredulous. "What?" His next word sounded closer as well, like he too was leaning over him. "Dean, can you hear me?" "Yeah, I can hear ya, Darth," he said in his mind, but not with any part of his vocal equipment. "Stop whatever the hell it is you're doing, will ya?" "Hurts. Where's Sam?" Bright light pierced his brain for a few long seconds as his eyelid was lifted and then allowed to fall closed. The man must have sensed or seen a sign that he could hear his silent plea for him to stop. When he spoke again, a note of tense anxiety laced the deep voice. "My God, he is. More fentanyl 20 ccs." Dean awoke with a start, damp with sweat and breathing hard. He sat up, pain pulling in his side. Not sure for a few moments of his whereabouts, he glanced around. The narrow cot, the white walls, the clean antiseptic smell, the Bradstreet's clinic quiet and dark, a subdued light spilling into the room from the hallway to his right. He sank down against the pillow, trying to calm his breathing. The nightmare that had woken him still fresh in his mind. A nightmare, only a nightmare? Why had it felt so real, like he had lived it before? A memory or a case of déjà vu? The pain? It too felt like a memory. How can that be? Had he relived a memory? Is it possible that he had woken up in the surgery? Had he felt Dr. Bradstreet poking around inside of him? Had he heard when they realized he was awake? Just the thought of it made the acid taste of bile rise in his throat and nausea churn in his stomach. He rolled to his left, reaching blindly for the plastic bowl on the table beside him. Violet had made sure it remained there after she had told him the OxyContin sometimes caused nausea and vomiting. His vision suddenly blurred as tears of sickness filled his eyes. Pressing the edge of the bowl under his chin, he dry heaved bile and mucus into it. When he was sure it was over and his insides had given up trying to be on his outside, he replaced the bowl on the table, rolling back onto the cot, exhausted and spent, drawing in gulping breaths, tears of exertion still clouding his already wobbly eyesight, a foul taste filling his mouth. He tried to come to terms with what he now knew was not a nightmare, but memories that for the remains of the night would replay in his head over and over until somewhere just after dawn, Dean fell into an exhausted, restless sleep. Shortly after 9 a.m., Sam pulled the Impala into the laneway running behind the Bradstreet clinic. Parking behind the battered blue Mercedes, got out and made his way to the back entrance. He knocked lightly on the door and entered. On his left, Violet was coming down the stairs leading to the residence above. "Morning, Sam," she smiled. Sam smiled back. "Morning, how is he today?" Violet looked a little downcast. "Not so good. I don't think he had a very good night." When he saw his brother, he could see the evidence of Violet's concerns. He was sitting up in a chair under the window, his face half in shadow. When Sam was closer, he saw Dean's were eyes dull and bloodshot, his face pale, and the dark circles under Dean's eyes that had retreated over the last couple of days were once again in evidence. "Hey Dean, you alright? You don't look so good," Sam said, sliding onto the side of the cot. "I'm fine, Sam, just didn't sleep too good." "Did you have pain?" Sam asked, concerned. Dean shook his head. No pain, just couldn't sleep," he said as he shrugged his shoulder. Sam had a gut feeling there was more to it than that. Dean was keeping something from him, and Sam was going to find out what. Something else happened, didn't it? "No, Sam, nothing happened," Dean answered, not meeting Sam's eyes, keeping them downcast, absently plucking at a pulled thread in the blanket across his legs. Sam didn't press the issue but eventually he would get Dean to open up and spill it. Dean, on the other hand, had no intention of telling Sam what he had remembered in the night. No matter how Sam cajoled him, even if he tried using the puppy dog eyes, it was not going to work, not this time. What Sam had endured over the past week, watching Dean tortured at the hands of Lewis Archer's spirit, and the ensuing consequences of the spirit's actions, was enough, and Dean didn't want to think about when his deal fell due, and the hellhounds came and tore him apart. That Sam would have to see that, live through it, and somehow carry on. Continue the family legacy that their father had started and they had carried on. The nightmares continued. Every night he relived it, waking during in the surgery. He awoke sweating, his heart pounding against his ribsage, and unable to find any sleep for the remainder of the night. And even though he was getting only a little undisturbed quality sleep, his health continued to improve. On Monday morning, over a week after his life-saving surgery, Dr. Bradstreet had changed all of Dean's dressings and declared with a twinkle in his blue eyes, that Dean was recovered enough to be transferred to the Archer mansion, with some OxyContin for pain and some oral antibiotics. When Sam arrived at the clinic and heard that his brother was well enough to leave and move on to the next stage of his recovery, he got straight back into the Impala and returned to the motel to check out and gather their stuff. Dr. Bradstreet had threatened to keep Dean at the clinic if he didn't accept help to get from there to the Impala. Dean very reluctantly allowed himself to be helped into the Impala by Sam, with the Bradstreets hovering nearby, in case they were needed. Dr. Bradstreet said that he would come and check on him at the Archer mansion tomorrow. The mismatched Bradstreets waved them off. Oliver, wearing the now familiar patched tweed jacket, Violet's kind brown eyes were suspiciously moist. 10 minutes later they pulled up outside the Archer mansion. The path flanked by the colorful azaleas, leading up the big white house, looked welcoming, the house itself a little intimidating. Dean sat in his baby. The small amount of movement from the clinic to the car had sapped his energy, leaving him weak and shaky. The short trip to the Archer place had given him some time to recover, and he contemplated whether he could summon at least enough energy to make it to the house before he fell flat on his face. The front door opened and Hetty stood in the doorway waiting for them. Dean suspected she had been peering out the window waiting for their imminent arrival. Sam had already come around to the passenger side door and had it open ready to help Dean out of the car. He leaned in and took his elbow. Dean promptly shrugged it off. "Get off me, dude. I got it," he said grumpily. Sam didn't take Dean's testy attitude to heart, knowing his brother was frustrated with his weakness, especially with Hetty watching from the front veranda. Sam moved away from the car and held open the white gate, waiting for Dean to make a move to alight from the car. Dean looked from his brother standing on the path holding open the gate to Hetty waiting on the veranda at the end. The path suddenly seemed to be so long, stretching into infinity. The thought he had been a little too hasty to shrug off Sam's helping hand crossed his mind. He was probably gonna need it. He swung his legs out of the car and planted them on the curb. With a deep breath he levered himself up and out of the car, using the door frame as support. That wasn't so bad. At least I'm out of the car. Now for stage 2. Another deep breath, and he took the few halting, limping steps across the sidewalk through the open gate, the healing wound in his thigh pulling uncomfortably. As he drew level with Sam, the toe of his boot caught on the path and pain shot up from his thigh into his groin, causing him to take a sharp breath and stumble. Immediately Sam's hand shot out and grasped his elbow. Sam's voice, laced with barely restrained anger, growled in his ear, "You stubborn ass. Let me help you before you face plant onto Matthew's front path," adding in a softer pleading tone, "Please, Dean." Dean was sick and tired of being sick and tired and treated like an invalid, but Sam was right, and he would look considerably more ridiculous and a lot more foolish than he already felt if he had to have Sam haul him up off the ground. He straightened and leaned a little into Sam as a silent acknowledgement that he was willing to accept his help. Slowly but surely they made their way to the veranda and mounted the steps, Hetty smiling broadly at them. "It's good to see y'all. Your rooms are ready. Follow me, I'll show you the way." She turned and headed inside, walking slowly down the hall towards the staircase. Dean rallied a little, and still leaning into Sam they followed. When Hetty got to the staircase she stopped and turned, waiting for them to catch up. When they were close she started up the stairs, talking as she went. "Mr. Archer would have been here to greet you, but he had to go out on business. He said he would see you later." Looking up the imposing length of the richly carpeted stairs, Dean knew he was now running on empty. The task of mounting those stairs looked like the final ascent to the peak of Mount Everest. He prayed for enough resources to make it to the top and get part way and tumble down to the bottom. Sam squeezed his elbow, his voice quiet. "You gonna be able to make it?" Dean glanced sideways at Sam and saw concern written in his expressive hazel eyes. "I'm good, Sammy. Let's get this over with." When Dean had made it to the top and stepped onto the gallery running the width of the house, he was on the verge of collapse, exhaustion pulling him down. Leaning against the mahogany balustrade framing the gallery, he sucked in huge lungs full of air. The gold frame paintings of the Archer family stared back at him. Even barely functioning, he was aware of Sam at his elbow leaning in. "You okay, man? Give me a minute." Dean managed to push out in between what should have been easy, sucking air in and out of his straining lungs, the stitches in his side pulling with each expansion of his chest and stomach. Sam spared Hetty a glance. She stood in the open doorway of room opposite the staircase, a concerned look on her dark face as watching Dean struggle. She took a hesitant step back towards them, and then stopped, unsure she should interfere. A short time later, his pride now in complete tatters, Dean made it through the door and into the room, shaking off Sam's steadying arm with a standard. "I got it." He sat down on the edge of the large bed, too exhausted to notice the richly decorated room and the long window looking out over the beautifully kept Archer back garden. He was panting like a dog left locked in a car in August. He was dimly aware of the bed dipping when Sam sat down next to him, a comforting hand on his back. A dark hand thrust a glass of water was under his nose. "Here, try to drink some of this Master Jam Air, Mr. Dean." Dean looked from the hand up to Hetty's concerned face. The slip not unnoticed. She had again almost called him Master James. He smiled warmly before he reached out and took the glass from her in a hand that shook slightly, and sipped at the cool, refreshing liquid. "Mr. Sam, your room is right next door. The bathroom connects the two rooms." She indicated the door opposite where they were sitting. "I've laid out some fresh towels for y'all." She glanced back at Dean before saying, "I'll leave you to settle in. I'll be downstairs if you need anything. Cook bake some sweet potato pie when y'all feel up to it." "That sounds great," Sam said with quick grin. "Yeah, thanks, Hetty," Dean added, summoning a smiling lopsided. Hetty looked at Dean for a brief moment. It appeared she wanted to say more, and then she gave a nod of her head and left, leaving the door slightly ajar. "Dean, you be okay while I go and get our stuff from the car?" Sam asked as he stood from his spot next to his brother. Dean looked up at him through his eyelashes before replying in characteristic Dean fashion, "I think I can manage, I'm a big boy now." Sam ignored the comment and left him retracing their steps down to the car to get their gear. He put all the weapons in the hidden compartment and locked the trunk, slung Dean's duffel over one shoulder and his own over the other, retrieved his laptop bag from the back seat, and made his way back through the house and back up to the bedrooms they would call home for the next little while. After Sam had exited the room, Dean stood and placed the half-empty glass on the bedside table. He looked back at the bed. He needed to lie down until Sam got back. He gingerly lay on top of the bedspread and stretched out his weary body. He slipped easily into sleep only moments after his head touched the pillow. Sam dumped his bag and laptop on the bed in his room, a mirror image of the room Dean's, right down king-size bed and colorful bedspread. The door to the bathroom was open, revealing a large spotless bathroom, and the closed door to Dean's room on the other side. With Dean's duffel slung over his shoulder, he went through the bathroom and opened the door into his brother's room. Dean, fully clothed, boots and all, was stretched out on the large bed, fast asleep. The half-empty glass of water discarded on the bedside table. Placing Dean's duffel on the chair beside the bathroom door, Sam unlaced and removed Dean's boots, before pulling the comforter that had been folded neatly across the bottom of the bed up and over Dean's legs. Sam observed his sleeping brother for a minute, noting the pallor of his skin, his long dark eyelashes resting against the equally dark shadows under his eyes. The sleep would do him good and help with the healing process, but Sam still had a nagging suspicion that Dean's recovery was being hindered by something that was troubling Dean. Dean was hiding something from him, again. Each time Sam had tried to get Dean to open up and tell him what was bothering him, Dean's internal walls would come up, effectively blocking him. And Sam knew he would get no answer until Dean was ready, and who knew how long that would be. Sam didn't push the issue. Dean was not up to a Sam Winchester interrogation. Taking the packets of OxyContin and antibiotics from his pocket, Sam placed them on the bedside table next to the glass of water, and left Dean sleeping, closing the door to the bedroom door quietly behind him. He headed down the staircase, his mouth salivating at the thought of the cooked sweet potato pie. When Dean awoke, he blinked up at yet another unfamiliar ceiling. Then he remembered where he was, the Archer mansion. He hadn't meant to fall asleep. How long had he been out? The light in the room was subdued, but not, it appeared, by the darkness of night, but because someone had pulled the heavy drapes. He lay still, basking in the remnants of restful sleep that had not ended with the usual nightmare that had plagued him since that night in the clinic. He had slept dreamlessly and undisturbed for the first time in days. It left him feeling revived and stronger. He sat up slowly, pulling his legs from underneath the comforter that had been pulled up put over him while he slept, swinging his legs over the side of the bed and planting his feet on the rich Persian carpet. Moving slowly, he pushed up and went to the window, pulling back the drapes. Warm morning sunshine spilled across his face. "Did I sleep all afternoon and all night?" Leaning a forearm against the window pane, Dean looked out over the Archer's back garden. It was as impressive and as equally well cared for as the front, with manicured lawns and trees, and a high squared-off hedge of some sort lining the back fence, screening the house from the neighbors. Off to one side was a large magnolia tree already in bloom. Birds flittered in and out of the tree, gathering nectar from the fragrant blossoms. Underneath the magnolia was an intricately carved wrought iron garden, setting the table, seats and the ground around them covered in fallen magnolia blossoms. As he stood gazing at the peaceful scene, more blossoms fell to the ground dislodged by the birds working busily above. Dean ran a hand over the top of his head. His hair was heavy and oily, and in bad need of a shampoo. As a matter of fact, his whole body needed a thorough cleaning. He looked down at his rumpled and grubby clothes. That summation included the current state of his clothes. He hadn't had a proper shower the whole time he'd been at the clinic, as there was no shower on the downstairs level in the clinic, and Dean was not able to climb the stairs to the Bradstreet's shower on the floor above. After Violet had given him his first totally embarrassing sponge bath, leaving him red-faced, he had insisted that he could manage by himself. But it was not as effective or the same as a hot cleansing shower to wash away the dirt and grime of lying around on a cot day in and day out. Turning away from the window, he saw the packet of OxyContin and antibiotics on the table beside the bed. He had missed last evening's dose of both, and he could feel the difference the pain pills made now that the remnants had left his system. Pain in his side, back and thigh was standing up to be counted. The knife wounds in his hands and the older wound in his shoulder were healing nicely and caused him very little pain. He swallowed a pain pill and an antibiotic with the remaining water. Making his way into the bathroom, he saw that someone, probably Sam, had left his duffel bag on the chair beside the bathroom door. Stripping off his dirty clothes, his movements slow and cautious in concession of his wounds, he threw them in a pile on the floor beside the chair. Once he'd showered, he'd have to sort through the bag and dig up some clean clothes. Anything had to be better than what he had been wearing. The bathroom was large and spacious. All his and Sam's toiletries had been laid out on the shelves beside the hand basin. That was almost large enough to be a bathtub. The tub itself was big enough to pass a kid's wading pool. Fluffy coral-colored hand towels and huge bath sheets were folded neatly over various towel rails. The shower recess was fully stocked with shampoo, conditioner, shower gel, and massive man-sized bath sponges. There was evidence that Sam had been there before him, as one of the towels was damp, and although it was over the towel rail, it wasn't folded as neatly as the others, and the shower recess had droplets of water clinging to the perspex interior. Even then, Dean felt almost guilty about using the pristine bathroom and messing it up, like one of those women who clean the house before the cleaning lady comes. Dean unwound the bandages on his hands and around his shoulder. The dressings on his side, back and thigh were special waterproof dressings that Dr. Bradstreet had applied yesterday, so he left them in place. The shower head was the size of a basketball. Stepping under the hot water, he pressed his hands against the tiles on the wall of the recess and leant forward, letting the stinging stream of scalding water loosen and soothe the aching muscles in his neck and across his upper back. He stood like this for a full 2 minutes before he straightened, shampooed his hair, soaked his body with one of the big sponges and the shower gel. He felt as if the bad memories of the past week had washed away down the drain, with the rest of the dirt and grime. He toweled his hair and body with one of the big towels, his movements freer from the heat of the water. Wrapping the huge towel around his waist, he brushed his teeth and had a quick shave, and splashed his favorite cologne onto his cheeks and jaw. The cologne stung the healing wounds in his hands for a moment. Exiting the bathroom, he picked up the duffel from beside the door, noting it felt light. Dumping it on the bed, he opened it. He frowned at the contents, or the lack of contents. His duffel was empty, except for a pair of balled-up socks. "What the hell? Where's all my stuff?" he said. "Someone's taken all my stuff." Whilst he was in the shower, someone had gone through his duffel and taken all his clothes. "Sam, this better not be your idea of making sure I stay put, because brother o' mine, you'll have to do better than that." He still had his dirty clothes. He could wear those for now. Turning, he took a step towards the chair where he'd left the pile of dirty clothes he'd taken off not 20 minutes ago. They were also gone. "Son-of-a-bitch," he exclaimed, not believing what his eyes were seeing. He literally had nothing to wear, except a pair of socks. "Sam!" Dean shouted, limping through the bathroom to the door leading into Sam's room, intent on confronting his brother to find out what the hell he thought he was playing at. His anger rose, pushing open the door into Sam's room, ready to tear him a new one for trying to keep him cooped up while he recuperated. "What the hell do you?" He stopped abruptly, the wound on his thigh pulling uncomfortably. The room was empty. Not only had all his clothes disappeared, but so had his brother. Pulling the towel tighter around his waist and tucking the end in firmly, he left Sam's room, holding on to the balustrade for support. Barefooted and bare-chested, he slowly descended the stairs. He was a man on a mission, on a quest, a quest to find his brother and his missing clothes. The Archer Mansion, Savannah, Georgia. Sam sat back in the dining chair in an attempt to give his over-full stomach a little more room to accommodate the huge delicious breakfast he had just consumed. He normally didn't eat nearly as much as he had this morning, and sometimes neither he nor Dean ate breakfast at all. His intention was to eat a couple of pieces of toast, but when he'd entered the dining room, the huge dining table was set, and the mouth-watering smell of grilled bacon and the unmistakable smell of fried mushrooms drew him to the buffet laden with food. 5 different fresh-cut fruits, 4 kinds of cereals, a huge stainless steel pitcher of cold milk, 3 kinds of bread rolls, a mound of toast, crispy bacon, thick slabs of grilled ham, eggs cooked 4 different ways, grilled tomatoes and fried mushrooms, fresh brewed coffee and tea covered the buffet along with jellies, marmalade, honey peanut butter, all kind of toppings and condiments. As he surveyed the sumptuous feast, Sam's stomach began to growl, and he knew right then he wouldn't be able to resist. He was helping himself to a plate of toast, bacon, poached eggs and mushrooms, having consumed a plate full of various fruit, when Matthew walked in dressed in suit and tie, ready for a day at the office. He bade Sam a good morning, inquiring how he had slept and how Dean was before helping himself to some fruit, 2 bread rolls and some marmalade. Sam informed him Dean was still asleep when he'd left his room, and admitting to Matthew that he'd had the best night's sleep since before the events at the church. Since he and Dean had been on the road, they had been together 90% of the time. Whether it was researching a hunt, in the Impala driving to their next hunt, on a hunt, or in a hotel or motel room before or after a hunt, very rarely were they separated. For the last week Sam had slept in the motel on his own, without the comforting sounds of his guardian, his protector, his rock, his big brother close by, and although last night Dean and he had still been in separate rooms, Dean was only a few meters away on the other side of the wall, and Sam had slept like a baby. Sam and Matthew made light conversation while they ate, with Matthew telling Sam a little about the real estate business in Savannah. Some 10 minutes later Matthew was finishing off his 3rd roll, and Sam was sipping at his 2nd cup of coffee, when a pretty blonde maid came in. She smiled shyly at Sam when he thanked her, as she placed his dirty dishes onto a large tray. The sound of the door closing after her was followed a second later by a startled cry, the sound of the dishes breaking, which was accompanied by the clatter of the tray as it hit the floor outside the dining room door. They shared a look of surprise before they jumped to their feet. Matthew opened the door and stopped in the doorway, Sam behind him. The cause of the commotion and broken dishes was his brother. The blonde maid was kneeling down in the hallway, plucking up the scattered pieces of the breakfast dishes and putting them on the tray on the floor beside her, at the same time shooting sideways glances at Dean, an attractive blush running from her neck all the way to the roots of her blonde hair. Dean, his damp hair sticking up in tufts, was trying to help her gather the shattered china, but was unable to bend over or squat down due to his wounds, and he was naked, except for the coral-colored towel he was clutching around him at the waist with one hand, the other hand reaching out towards the broken dishes, as he mumbled apologies to the poor, embarrassed, blushing girl. Sam heard Matthew make a sound in the back of his throat. Sam glanced at him. He was trying to stifle his amusement. Hetty appeared in the open kitchen doorway, drawn by the noise. She stopped dead, staring wide-eyed at the sight in front of her. Her stare a mixture of shock, humor, and appreciation, as she admired the well-defined muscles of Dean's back, rippling under his freckled, lightly tanned skin, his biceps bunching as he reached out to the maid. "Julia, what happened?" Matthew asked, a hint of laughter in his voice. "Dean, what are you doing?" Sam added. Both Dean and Julia started like 2 school kids that had been caught kissing behind the locker room, and Julia surged to her feet, smacking the top of her head into Dean's cheek. Dean started back, his free hand going to his cheek, almost losing his balance and his grip on the towel, the blow causing moisture to well in his eyes. Julia's eyes flitted from Matthew to Sam, absently rubbing the top of her head. "Sorry, Mr. Archer, it was an accident." "Yes, I'm sure," Matthew said, trying to hide his smile. Hetty stepped forward to stand in between Dean and Julia, looking from one to the other. She appeared to be having trouble keeping her dark eyes straying to Dean's bare torso. Dean, not surprisingly, sprang to the girl's defense. He looked at Matthew, rubbing at his throbbing cheek. "It was my fault. She didn't see me." "I think she sees you now," Sam said, looking Dean up and down. Dean had made it to the bottom of the stairs before he'd started to feel weak and shaky, his usual sharp reflexes almost non-existent. He'd plowed into the blonde girl exiting the dining room, carrying a large tray. The ensuing noise had drawn an audience, and now Sam was looking at him with that pissy face Dean hated. "What?" he said defensively. "You didn't think about putting some clothes on before you came down?" Sam set his tone like he was talking to naughty child. Until that moment Dean had forgotten that he was wearing nothing but a towel. His eyes moved downwards to his near nakedness, and he felt heat rise to his cheeks. He looked back at Sam. "Thank you, Sam, for pointing that out. Very helpful." His green eyes flitted and turned to each of the people surrounding him, none of them meeting his eyes, except Sam, who had a smart-ass smirk on his face. This would be a moment Sam would remember for the rest of his life, having only seen his brother blush maybe 3 times in his whole life. Dean drew himself up, trying to cover up his embarrassment with righteous indignation, returning Sam's smirk with an angry glare that could have melted ice. "Well, what did you expect me to do? Someone took all my clothes." "It was me, I took them, to be laundered." Hetty spoke for the first time. "All of them," Dean said, disbelieving. He was feeling lightheaded. "I need to sit down before I fall down." "Yes, and most of Sam's too. Except for the ones he's wearing," she explained. "I was going to bring you one of Master David's old robes to wear, until your clothes are clean, dry and pressed. He's about your size, a little less broad perhaps," her brown eyes again skimming him, "the width of his shoulders, and the washboard stomach not going unnoticed." Dean started to squirm under this new scrutiny, gripping and twisting the edge of the towel in his hand, seemingly at a loss for words, something else Sam had hardly ever seen. His weakness temporarily forgotten, Dean straightened, tipping his chin up, his chest expanding as he drew in a breath. "I don't do robes." "Oh yes you do," Sam stated. "Since when?" Dean queried. "Since now," Sam answered. Matthew interrupted the brotherly argument. "As entertaining as this is, I'm sorry, Dean, but I can't have you running around my house half naked and upsetting my staff, and not to mention my fine china," Matthew said, glancing down at the broken china, trying to hide his amusement and not succeeding. Sam gave a snicker of laughter. Dean glared at him for the second time in the space of 5 minutes. And if looks could kill, Sam would be 6 feet under. "Well, I'll just go back to the room then." Dean said, his dignity in tatters. He turned towards the stairs. Dean could feel 4 pairs of eyes following him as he ascended up the stairs, grasping the banister hard, wishing he had the energy to take the steps 2 at a time to get away from the stairs. But he was weak and dizzy, and he needed to lie down, and now his cheek was throbbing. After Dean disappeared from view, Julia bent down to pick up the remaining shards of broken dishes, putting them onto the tray. She looked at Matthew. "I'm sorry, Mr. Archer." "It's all right, Julia. I know it wasn't your fault. Accidents happen," he said, reassuring the girl with a smile. Julia turned away with the tray of broken china, hurrying towards the kitchen. Hetty was still looking up at the top of the stairs. Sam saw her mentally shake herself and sigh. "I'll go and see how that laundry's coming along." She also headed towards the kitchen. "Well," Matthew said, looking at Sam with a smile, "that was an interesting start to the day. I'm at the office all day. If you or Dean need anything, just ask one of the staff. I'll see you this evening." Matthew moved along the hall towards the front door, leaving Sam standing alone in the hall. Sam didn't go back into the dining room to finish his coffee. He wanted to check on his brother. Dean would be royally pissed. Sam would be unwelcome right about now, but he'd seen the signs. Dean had looked a little shaky. Sam was willing to risk his big brother's wrath. He wanted to make sure he hadn't done too much too soon. He'd been out of the clinic for less than 24 hours. He rapped on the door before he entered. Dean was lying stretched out on the bed, the towel still wrapped around his waist, his eyes closed. Even from the doorway, Sam could see the red mark on his left cheek. Pulling the door to, he moved across the room to stand beside the bed. "You okay?" he asked softly. When Dean didn't reply, his concern grew. "Dean?" After a long drawn-out silence, without opening his eyes, Dean answered. "I'm super sorry, man," Sam said. "What for?" Dean remained still. "For embarrassing you downstairs," Sam answered. Dean gave a snort of forced laughter. "Oh God, kill me now." "I mean it." Sam paused. "I'm sorry." After another drawn-out silence, Dean sighed. "Whatever." The bed dipped as Sam sat down. "Hey Dean, you hungry? They've got a breakfast banquet in the dining room fit for a king. There's enough food there to satisfy even you. It's like cholesterol heaven." Dean couldn't help himself. He smiled. Dean's full lips twitched and then tipped up in a smile. "Yeah, guess I could eat." "Well, what are you waiting for? Get your ass up." Sam lightly punched him in the arm to emphasize his point. Dean at last opened his eyes and looked at him. "Can't," he said. "Why not?" Sam questioned. Dean rolled his eyes. "You're kidding, right?" Sam raised his eyebrows and shook his head. "Gee, Sam, you're supposed to be the smart one." Hello, Dean pointed at his own bare chest. No clothes. Right, no clothes. Sam repeated. I'm not going anywhere until I get clothes. Sam chuckled. Ah, were you just a teensy-weensy bit embarrassed? Dean gave Sam another of those killer stares, his eyes shooting green fire. Sam, I'm warning you, drop it. Okay, dropping it. Sam lifted his hands in surrender. Sam stood just as a knock came on the door. Dean struggled into a sitting position, sliding his legs over the side of the bed, tugging the towel into place over his thighs. Come in. The door opened and Hetty moved into the room, a black silk bathrobe folded over her arm. I have a robe for you. She glanced between the brothers. I'll leave it on the chair. Placing the robe on the chair beside the bathroom door, she turned towards the bed, eyes cast down at the carpet. Thank you, Hetty, Dean said, softly. She continued to stand silently, eyes still downcast. Sam glanced at his brother. Dean gave him a don't ask me look and shrugged. After a few seconds of this uncomfortable silence, Hetty's eyes finally lifted from the fine carpet to Dean's bare chest, and then to his face. Dean smiled, waiting. Y'all welcome, she said before she turned and left, closing the door behind her. The brothers shared a look. Dean's eyes widened, and he shrugged a shoulder. And then they let go and laughed. By the time their laughter had died away, Dean had donned the black robe, and with Sam hovering nearby, he made his way back down the stairs to the dining room. Dean consumed an impressive amount of food and 3 cups of coffee. When Julia came in to clear the dishes, Dean was just finishing his last coffee. The girl seemed to have recovered from the earlier incident, and Sam noted she looked a little disappointed when she saw Dean was wearing the silk robe instead of the much more revealing towel. Dean drained his cup and sat back with a sigh of contentment, patting his flat stomach. The beast is sated, he stated. Okay, now you need to go back upstairs, Sam said. What? Why? Dean questioned, unsure he had heard him correctly. You bed, he explained, jerking a finger towards the ceiling. Why? Dean repeated. And who put you in charge? I did, Sam answered simply. Sam won due to a combination of puppy dog eyes, Dean's physical state and a bit of muscle, escorting his grumbling brother back to the bedroom, a firm grip on his arm. An hour later, Oliver Bradstreet shambled into Dean's bedroom, wearing the usual well-worn tweed jacket that they both saw was much a part of him as the Impala was of Dean. Yes, healing very nicely. Just take it easy and get plenty of rest, he declared after Dean's examination. Dr. Bradstreet had timed the house call to coincide with lunch. The doc ate according to his size as he consumed Cook's fine spread. After the doc left, the brothers made their way out into the back garden. Dean now wearing his clean, pressed clothes which had been left in a neat pile in his bedroom. Relieved to find that whoever had pressed them hadn't ironed a crease down the front of his favorite torn blue jeans. The brothers sat in silence on a wrought iron garden setting in the back corner of the garden, positioned to catch the afternoon late winter sun. The sun felt good, healing. Dean lifted his face to the warmth and was quickly lulled into a relaxed sleep. When Sam discovered Dean had drifted off to sleep, he left him going back inside to check out Matthew's extensive library. Finding a good selection of hardcover books on modern law, he settled into a comfortable reading chair, books spread out on the table in front of him, and immersed himself in the almost forgotten subject he'd studied so diligently at college less than 3 short years ago. Dean woke some time later to find he alone in the garden. The sun had moved and long shadows now crept across the lawn and into the corners. Leaving the garden, Dean wandered into the house, the smell of coffee drawing him to the kitchen. Cook had prepared a tray with a small plate of delicious-looking cakes, and was pouring freshly brewed coffee into a silver coffee pot. The tray, she'd said, was for Sam, who was ensconced in the library. Dean offered to take it in, so she put another cup and a second plate of cakes onto the tray. Sam had folded his lanky body into a chair and was reading, his nose buried in a leather-bound law book. He glanced up when Dean entered. Hey, he said, smiling when he saw Dean was carrying a tray. Tea is served, m'lord, Dean quipped in a British accent. He placed the tray on the table and sat down opposite Sam. Have a good nap? Sam asked, closing the book and sliding it onto the table before reaching for the coffee pot. Yeah, Dean answered, picking up a cake and funneling the whole thing into his mouth. The cakes were delicious, the coffee good. As they ate, Sam remarked that if he kept eating like this, he would have to work out in a gym. Dean quipped that he probably wouldn't have to go far, because the Archer mansion probably had its own gym. Sam was pleased to see that the sunshine had given Dean's face a touch of color. He seemed at ease, and there was no doubt he had his enormous appetite back, which was a good sign that his brother was well and truly on the mend. Later that night they dined with Matthew, The evening meal was lavish and sumptuous. It was just the three of them as Matthew's wife Lilia was away visiting her sister in Atlanta and wouldn't be back for another week or so. Matthew seemed to enjoy their company. Sam and Matthew conversed about real estate and law associated with it. Dean kept Matthew amused with his comic input into the conversation. After the meal, they shared a brandy with Matthew in his study before retiring. They were halfway up the staircase on the way to their rooms when Dean remarked, "You know, Sam, I could get used to this kind of life." Sam looked sideways at his brother. "What, this life?" Sam gestured to their grand surroundings. "Don't sound surprised. Why shouldn't I want some of the finer things in life?" Dean answered. "Who are you and what have you done with my brother?" Sam said with a hint of amusement. "Shut up," Sam persisted. "It's not like you. I thought you loved the life you're living." "Yeah, but I don't want to live the hunter life forever. But this life is so normal." They'd reached the top of the stairs. Dean stopped and turned to Sam, anger in his voice. "You think you've got a monopoly on wanting normal?" "No, of course not. It's just..." "What, Sam, it's what?" "Dean, you're going away soon." "You think I don't know that?" Dean sighed. "Doesn't mean I can't dream." The last word was said softly. Dream? He'd seen inside Dean's dream after they'd drank the dream root. Lisa, normal, family, love, safety. Dean interrupted. "Forget about it. I'm sorry I brought it up." With that, he limped away into his bedroom and closed the door. Sam was left standing staring at the closed door, his mouth half open to say something. It had never occurred to Sam until that moment that Dean would want any other kind of life, other than that of a hunter. It was the only life that Dean had ever known since the age of 4, when the yellow-eyed demon had killed their mother, catapulting them and their father into a life that their mother never wanted for her beloved husband and sons. Sam had wanted normal, had sorted out, and achieved it for 4 years when he'd run away to college. Yes, he admitted it, he'd run away from hunting and the lifestyle that went with it. But there was no running away from it. It dragged you back in. It owned you. For him, the catalyst was the murder of his beautiful Jessica once again at the hands of that yellow-eyed bastard. Why wouldn't Dean crave normal as he had? His brother also had dreams of normal and safe, a wife, kids, a house in the suburbs with a white picket fence, a job far away from hunting. For Dean, it would be an auto shop with his name above the door. No one in their right mind would choose the life of a hunter. If Dean could have a taste of normal and safe as he himself had, even if it was only while they were here, then Sam would make sure Dean enjoyed it and got the most out of a little piece of normal. God knows if anyone deserved it was Dean. Sam lay awake staring at the shadows of the trees reflected onto the ceiling by the rising moon. The patterns shifted and changed in the late evening Savannah breeze. He couldn't sleep, the conversation he'd had with Dean 2 hours earlier going around in his head. Dean had shown a very rare glimpse into his mind, his heart and his soul, revealing to Sam the dreams he held secret from everyone, and if Sam had it right even from himself. Sam should have known after Dean told him of the alternative life the djinn had thrown him into, and how much he had wanted to stay, that Dean wanted something different out of life, something more. Sam's own thoughts were interrupted as the muted sound of mumbled words, and the low moans of someone in pain, came to him. He couldn't make out the words or the direction from which they came. It tapered off, only to start up again a few seconds later. He sat up in the bed listening, trying to gauge where the sounds were coming from. The voice was coming from inside the house, from the other side of the bathroom, where his brother was. Sam had left the door on his side of the bathroom open when he'd gone to bed. Now he got up from the bed wearing only a t-shirt and a pair of boxers, and went into and through the bathroom. He pressed his ear against the thick door to Dean's room. The distressed and disturbing sounds were definitely coming from his brother's room, and yes, it was Dean's voice he heard. Sam turned the handle and pushed the door leading into the dark room open and moved quietly into the room. Dean was lying on his back, arms and legs moving restlessly, his head tossing from side to side. Noises of pain and discomfort spilled from his partially open lips. He was panting like he had been running, and in the moonlight peeping through the curtains, Sam could see a fine layer of perspiration glistening on his face and throat. Anxiety caused Sam's own heartbeat to jump up into his throat. Swiftly he moved to the bed and sat down the edge. Dean's eyes were screwed up in what looked like pain, and his head continued to toss, mumbled unintelligible words, and moans spilled from his lips. His right hand fisted and twisted in the sheet partially covering him, so tightly that the wound on that hand had begun to bleed, a dark stain spreading outwards. The pain-filled moans sank to whimpers. Sam had never heard his brother whimper. Dean was having a nightmare, a bad one. Tentatively he reached out towards Dean's shoulder, unsure if he should wake him or not. It was happening again. It had become so familiar, and he couldn't stop it. Damp heat pushed down on him, pressing him down, pressing his side onto something hard and unyielding. The darkness lifted a little as light filtered through his closed lids, and the voices became clearer and seemed somehow closer. He could make out some of the words they were saying. I see the kidney, and there's the tear. Pain. It centered on his side. Sharp and intense pain radiating into his very core. His heartbeat sped up and pounded hard against his eardrums. He almost missed the high-pitched, squeaky female voice, his heart rates rising. The pain intensified even more, causing him to tense his muscles and groan into whatever that was pressed hard onto his mouth and nose. He tried to open his eyes to find out what they were doing to him that hurt so goddamn much, but he had no strength, not even for that. Squeaky voice must have heard his moan of pain. A cool hand was placed on his burning forehead, and she sounded closer, like she was leaning over him. Oliver, I think he's awake. The pain retreated. The man's voice sounded incredulous. What? His next word sounded closer as well, like he too was leaning over him. Dean, can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear ya, Darth, he said in his mind, but not with any part of his vocal equipment. Stop whatever the hell it is you're doing, will ya? Hurts. Where's Sam? The man must have sensed or seen a sign that he could hear his silent plea for him to stop. When he spoke again, a note of tense anxiety laced the deep voice. My God, he is. More fentanyl 20 ccs. Dean, wake up, man, you're dreaming. A familiar deep voice, a hand warm wrapped around his shoulder. Sam was here. This is not how it ends. I wake up, heart pounding and covered in sticky sweat. Dean opened his eyes and was looking straight into the concerned hazel eyes of his brother Sam. Dean's voice sounded scratchy and dry, even to his own ears. What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? Dude, you were having a nightmare. Sam's voice had a calmness that did nothing to conceal the concern written on his face. Dean sighed and turned his head away. I'm fine, Sam. Just a bad dream, he said, shocked by the audible quiver he heard there. No, Dean, you're not. Tell me about it. Come on, man, let me help, Sam pleaded. This is not the first time, is it? Dean couldn't look at his brother. If he saw Sam's face, he knew he would tell him, and he didn't want to. Not yet, no, scratch that, not ever. Sam sighed in frustration and got up off the bed, going into the bathroom. Dean heard the faucet run briefly, then the bed dipped as Sam sat back down. He felt Sam take his right hand from where it was tangled in the sheet and begin to wipe at it gently with what felt like a wet face cloth, before he wrapped the damp cloth around his hand. Curiosity got the better of Dean. He turned his head to see what Sam was doing and why. The knife wound in his hand must have bleed. The damp washer wrapped around it was spotted with blood. Just a bad dream? Huh, Sam said as if he was talking to a child. A bad dream that had you thrashing around so much you opened up your hand again. Sam, Dean started at last, looking him in the eye. You are a stubborn bastard, you know that? Look who's talkin', Dean answered. What's going on with you? Why won't you talk to me? There's been something bothering you since you were at the clinic. It's eating you up inside. I'm your brother. Dean, let me help you. Sam paused. Whatever it is, we'll work it out together as brothers. Dean knew he was sunk. Sam was bringing out the big guns, the patented Sam Winchester puppy dog eyes, and adding the brother card. I thought it had stopped, Dean found himself saying as he looked down at Sam's long fingers holding the washer against his palm. What had? The nightmare. Tonight wasn't the first. It was a statement, not a question. Dean shook his head and brought his other hand up to rub at his damp forehead. It started after the surgery. Is it about what happened in the church? No. Dean, tell me. I woke up. In the clinic, in the surgery. Oh, that's it. Yeah, I knew. You knew? Dean said, surprised. Dr. Bradstreet told me right after the surgery. He didn't have any general anesthetic, so he had to make do with something else. He said you probably wouldn't recall any of it though. Wouldn't recall? Oh, I recall, and I tell you, Sam, I felt it. The pain and the pressure of someone's hands inside my body. Dean shuddered at the memory, and I keep reliving it every night. Dean paused, drawing in breath. Except last night I thought it was over, but I was wrong. Dean swallowed against the lump that had formed in his throat. Why didn't say anything before? If you had have brought it out in the open, all this may have been avoided. Well, you had enough going on. I didn't want you to worry. Bang up job on that. Dean, I've been worried and concerned about you since I first saw that portrait of James. Really? Yes, really. Dean's eyes darted away, then back to Sam. I'm sorry, Sam. Sam's reaction to his heartfelt apology was completely the opposite of what Dean was expecting. Sam laughed. Dean frowned. My apology? That's funny to you? Yeah, because you're apologizing for what I have no idea. For being a jerk, I guess. Well, you got that right. Dean smiled and closed his tired, stinging eyes, rubbing at them with his thumb and index finger. then pinching the bridge of his nose, before yawning. God, I'm so tired. Sam squeezed Dean's arm before unwrapping the washer from Dean's hand. Well, at least the bleeding stopped. It should be all right now. Why don't you try to get some rest? As Sam stood, Dean turned onto his side, something he'd discovered he could do again without any discomfort, and opened his eyes. He watched as Sam went back into the bathroom, still carrying the bloodied face washer. Dean lay there thinking about the conversation he'd had with Sam. Now that he had told Sam and the nightmares were out in the open, he felt like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders, and somehow he knew that the nightmares would cease. It had been that simple. Go figure? He let his eyes slide shut. He would sleep now. He was drifting into that lethargic state just before sleep when he felt the bed dip behind him. Sam tiptoed back into Dean's room. His brother appeared to be asleep, eyes closed, his face was relaxed, and he looked peaceful. Moving around to the opposite side of the bed, Sam lay down, stretching out beside Dean on top of the covers. Dean's amused voice came out of the darkness. Sammy, you're not thinking of spooning, are you? Very funny, Dean. I'm laughing on the inside. I was lonely by myself, so I thought I'd come sleep next to my big brother. Sorry, Samantha, you're not my type. I prefer my women without a 5 o'clock shadow. Sam couldn't contain the chuckle that bubbled up inside of him. Night, Dean. Night, Sammy. It's Sam. Night, bitch. Night, jerk. Things were getting back to normal. Well, normal for the Winchesters. Everything was going to be all right for now. Savannah, Georgia, February 2008. It had been 5 days since Dean had confessed the cause of his nightmares, and as Sam had predicted, they hadn't recurred. Dean was 95% recovered, and the time had come to move on. It appeared to Sam that they were both restless and wanted to be back on the road. They had a job to do, and Sam wanted to get back to finding a way to break Dean's deal. As time was ticking away, the year was passing much too quickly for his liking. Since his confession, Dean hadn't even once mentioned not wanting to carry on with the whole hunting evil and the hunter lifestyle that went with it. Sam knew he had to give his brother the opportunity to pursue the lifestyle he had mentioned he could get used to, and had broached the subject of staying in Savannah and maybe settling down. Are you out of your mind, Sammy? I want to get back in there, find Bella, and kill some more evil sons of bitches. What happened to wanting normal and safe? Sam asked. Oh, that I was not myself, Sam. It was, call it a moment of weakness, Sammy, a moment of weakness, Dean had answered flippantly. Sam looked hard at his brother, gauging, assessing to see if Dean was lying. Dean was just saying that for his benefit? It would be so like him, always putting Sam before himself. But on Dean's face and in his green eyes, Sam saw the truth. Dean wanted to continue on his lifelong crusade of wiping out the evil in its many different guises that walked the earth. Sam was relieved, and even though he had enjoyed the last 5 days of being spoilt with soft beds, good, luscious food, and people around to do everything for him, he was eager to be away from Savannah, and the thought of doing so without Dean was unthinkable. Dean had to admit to himself that to some degree he was going to miss the marshmallow life he'd quite easily grown accustomed to over the last 5 or 6 days, but not enough to make him want to stay. It had been nice for a change for a brief time, but he was ready to move on. Sam and him had work to do, and he was itching to get back in the game. He wanted to find Bella and get back what she had stolen from them, the Colt. He got the impression Sam thought he had wanted to settle down in Savannah, live a comfy life, a normal life, and he had to admit the idea was tempting. But how long would it be before he got sick to death of all that normality? Not long, and with his time getting short, he had to be there beside Sam, as his brother would try to find a way to break the deal. If anyone could, Sam could. Plus the open road was calling and beckoning, and even though they didn't yet know their next destination, he was eager to answer the call, and so was Sam. That much he knew. The Bradstreets and Father Harper had been dinner guests on 2 occasions during their stay. The second time had been last evening. Father Harper had never questioned why Matthew had the journalists from some magazine, who it turned out were brothers, staying in his home or Dean's healing, but still very obvious injuries. The brothers were convinced the octogenarian priest had either guessed or been told what had happened in his church, and that was how Dean had come about the injuries. The man may have been ancient, but he certainly wasn't stupid or senile, that was for certain. Dean had grown fond of Violet and Oliver Bradstreet. Last evening when the couple was leaving, Oliver had in turn enveloped both him and Sam in a bone-crushing but affectionate bear hug. Violet's kind brown eyes had filled with tears as she hugged and kissed them on the cheek. Violet had started to think of the 2 handsome young men as the children she and Oliver were never able to have. She was going to miss them and hope to see them again someday, but not as patients, God forbid, but healthy and happy. Matthew had said his goodbyes before he had left for the office. He'd smiled and pumped their hands, thanking them yet again for what they had done here in Savannah. A couple of days prior, Matthew had been in contact with his son David. He was coming home to Savannah to settle down, and was going to join his father in the family real estate business. Matthew hadn't been able to stop smiling ever since. Lilia had gone off to the hairstylist for her regular once-a-week appointment, and had said her goodbyes after breakfast. The Impala was packed up and they were ready to leave. Hetty walked them to the front door. She looked sad and, as with Violet, had tears in her dark eyes. Dean had grown extremely fond of Hetty over the course of their stay. She handed Dean another white cloth napkin, saying it was a parting gift from the cook. Dean knew what was inside: some more of those delicious homemade cakes that he'd been gorging himself on. Dean took her hand, but then leaned in and kissed her lightly on the cheek. Now it's her turn to be embarrassed. She handed Sam a large buff-colored, very fat envelope. "Mr. Archer said for me to give this to y'all before you left," she informed them. Sam took the heavy envelope, a frown creasing his forehead, unsure what the contents could be. Hetty stood on the veranda watching as they strode down the path and away from the mansion. Before getting into the Impala, both Dean and Sam raised their hand in farewell. Hetty returned the gesture, and then went back inside, closing the door behind her. Once in the car, Dean immediately unwrapped the cakes and shoved one in his mouth, making serious happy noises as he chewed. Sam looked at him, then shook his head before his eyes went back to the envelope sitting on the seat between them. He picked it up and felt the weight. It was heavy and the shape familiar. "I wonder if this is what I think it is." A mouthful of cake made Dean's words thick. "Why don't you open it up and find out?" Sam tore the end off of the envelope and tipped the contents out onto the seat. A fat, banded bundle of $100 bills and a neatly folded piece of paper spilled out across the worn leather. Swallowing the last of his cake, Dean dusted off his fingers, then picked up the wad of bills and fanned through them, then gave a low whistle. "Sam, there must be 20 grand here." Sam had unfolded the paper and was scanning the handwritten note. "Wow, what?" Dean asked. Sam looked back at the note and read out loud. "Sam and Dean, please accept the enclosed as a small token of my sincere appreciation. And thanks for all you have done, not only for me and my family, but for Savannah, with never a thought for the consequences to your own health and safety. I have asked Hetty to give you this as I knew you would not accept it from me personally. I wish you Godspeed on your quest and hope that you both travel and stay safe. I'll light a candle and say a prayer for you both every Sunday in church. Thanks again and best wishes for the future. Matthew Archer." They sat in silence for half a minute, the late winter Savannah sunshine beaming in through the windshield, warming their faces. It was Sam who broke the silence. "We can't accept this, Dean." Dean pulled his head back, giving Sam a why the hell not look. "Why not? We did the guy a massive service. We did Savannah a massive service. If Matthew appreciates it enough to pay us for that service, then it's payment for services rendered," Dean reasoned. "But Dean, 20K? It's too much." "Hey, we earned it," Dean said, his cool green eyes serious and intense. "Sam, this hunt nearly killed me. We earned it. We deserve it." Sam nodded. "Yeah, you're right. We did earn it, you particularly." "Damn straight," Dean agreed enthusiastically. Sam glanced to the side at the Archer mansion, then back at Dean, a smile lighting his face, hazel eyes sparkling. "So where to now? And what do you want to do with it?" Already knowing what the answer was gonna be, Dean returned his brother's smile before replying. "Get your laptop out, Sammy, and find out where the nearest casino is, of course." "Casino, of course," Sam replied. The smile still on his face, Sam reached over into the back seat, retrieving the computer. He opened it up, waiting for it to boot up so he could connect to the internet. "You know, Dean, your wardrobe is a little depleted. We should really buy you some new clothes with some of this money." "Loosen up, Sammy. Why must you be so practical all the time? We deserve to enjoy this money." "I guess we do deserve a bit of fun for a change, after what you've been through, bro. I think you deserve it more than anyone." "You better believe it. You got an address yet?" "Here we go, Millionaires Casino, 42 eBay Street, up near the river." "But Dean, it's only 10 in the morning. Will it even be open?" "Most casinos are open 24/7, dude." Dean paused, looking thoughtful. "Think I'll play craps or blackjack, or maybe both, always bet on black," he quoted. The brothers shared a smile. Dean started the engine, put his baby into gear. Pulling away from the Archer mansion, he pointed the Impala north towards the river. A feeling of being observed drew Dean's eyes from the road to the review mirror. A figure stood on the sidewalk outside the big house. Someone was watching as they drove away, even with the increasing distance between them, and the lonely figure. Dean could see the sad smile on his face, a face he saw every time he looked in the mirror. A face, the spitting image of his own. James Archer. Could it be a trick of the light? Knowing what he knew, no, this was not an illusion. He glanced back at the road and then back to the mirror. The spot where James Archer had stood and the road behind was empty. There was nothing there. Pulling his eyes back to the road, Dean smiled. Then Sam's cell phone rang. Sam fished his phone out of his pocket and looked at the caller ID. "It's Bobby," he said, connecting the call. "Hey, Bobby." Dean waited, glancing between the road and Sam, as his brother listened to their old friend. Sam's expression was serious as he turned to face Dean. "He's found Bella." The end. End notes. I hope you enjoyed the conclusion to Spitting Image. I would really love to know your thoughts on this chapter or the story overall. To all the readers who left a review as a guest, sorry I couldn't answer your reviews, but I appreciate each and every one, so thank you. Thanks for reading Spitting Image. Next up is Crossing Paths, a Supernatural Dark Angel crossover. Timeline: Supernatural 2007 Season 2, immediately after Episode 214 Born Under a Bad Sign, and Dark Angel 2021 Post Season 2 Finale 222 Freak Nation. Although a crossover, it will center on the brothers and Alec. I'll post Chapter 1, Veiled Memories, in about a month, so look for it around the middle to end of October. Add me to your favorite author in our author alert, and you will be notified by email when it's posted. Crossing Paths. Story synopsis. Still reeling both physically and mentally from Sam's possession by the demon they know as Meg, Dean and Sam take on what should be a simple hunt, or maybe it's a hoax for a lizard-like creature said to be living under Seattle. Once in Seattle, a strange turn of events finds the brothers shot forward in time to Seattle 2021. Seattle is now a city in ruins due to the pulse of 2009. Will Dean's uncanny likeness to Manticore ex-soldier X5 to 494, now known as Alec, lead them into a deadly situation from which there is no return, before they can find the only person who can return them to 2007? To whet your appetite, here's a little excerpt from Crossing Paths chapter, Veiled Memories. He didn't need to see his face to know it was swollen. He could almost feel the bruising, deepening, coloring and reddening the skin. The stress and adrenaline of the last couple of days had kept him moving and functioning. The pain from his shoulder, and the throb of his battered face, having receded to a mild distraction. And now his adrenaline had drained away. Exhaustion was dragging at him, slowing his reflexes, making his head swirl, and causing his eyesight to waver. He needed sleep or he would drive his baby off the road. He'd already had to correct the steering 3 times, twice after straying onto the wrong side of the road, and once after hitting the loose shoulder. Sam had fallen asleep about 50 miles ago, shortly after he'd unburdened what he could recall of his possession. Sam's head rested against the passenger side window. He was snoring lightly, his mouth open a little. A glance in the rearview mirror showed salmon pink staining the eastern sky, as the earth rotated, creeping closer to the sun. And another day. A road sign shot by Sundance exit 1 mile. He needed to stop moving even for just a few hours, lifting his foot. The powerful car responded, slowing enough to take the exit at a safe speed. 3 minutes later he hit Sundance. Sundance, he knew, was small, so he didn't have to travel far before a neon light for the roadway appeared. Pulling into the driveway and cutting the engine, Dean sighed, rolling his shoulders, releasing the lingering tension, grimacing as the movement pulled at his damaged shoulder. The Impala's cooling engine ticked down as if in sympathy with her owner. Either the cessation of the engine or movement, or both, was enough to waken Sam. He gave a small snort, straightening in the seat and sitting up, blinking out into the rapidly lightening sky. "Where are we?" he slurred sleepily. "Motel. Sundance," Dean answered, squinting out at the darkened office of the motel. "Wyoming? Wyoming," Dean parroted. "It's morning," Sam stated unnecessarily. Dean looked across at him, a smile lifting his lips. Yeah, you still asleep there, Sammy?" Sam sat up straighter on the bench seat. "I wasn't asleep," he denied defensively. "Oh no?" Dean questioned. "Dude, you were snoring." "I don't snore, Dean." Whatever. Dean was too sleep-deprived to argue with a grumpy, semi-rested brother. Sam must have heard the weariness in Dean's tone. He looked closely at him. The growing light told a story Sam didn't really want to read just then. The skin of Dean's face, that wasn't bruised, reddened, marred, or broken, was pale, the whites of his green eyes bloodshot and shadowed by dark semicircles. "How you doin'?" Sam asked. Dean shot him a look that said, "I hurt physically and mentally," but answered with, "I need to sleep, preferably for a week at least." Sam made light of it. "Dude, your eyes are as red as a crossroads demon." "Yeah? Well, you ought to see 'em from my side." Sam chuckled. "Trust you to find the appropriate pop culture movie quote to suit the situation." At that moment the light inside the motel office came on, drawing the brothers' attention. "Here we go," Dean said, reaching for the car's door handle. Sam touched Dean's arm, stilling the motion. Dean turned his head in Sam's direction. "I'll go, you stay here." Dean examined him briefly before agreeing. "Okay." Dean watched as Sam opened the door with a familiar creak. got out, rounded the front of the car, pushed on the door, and entered the motel office. Thanks for watching.